Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
The moment Jengar sensed the Mega Evolution Stone's presence, it shot forward like a wraith, its body phasing through shadows with uncanny speed. But just as it neared the stone platform, two sinister absols appeared out of nowhere, blocking its path with hostile growls. Clearly, if Jengar wanted the stone, it had to go through them first. Out of my way, peasants. Jengar, who had recently ascended to god-tier power, didn't even slow down. With a casual flick of each hand, it smacked both absols aside like they were mere cater pie. Each flew off in opposite directions, crashing into the snow-covered rocks. Without another glance, Jengar floated to the platform and plucked the Mega Evolution Stone with reverence. As it turned to leave, it couldn't resist a jab at the defeated guards. Trying to stop me? Next life, try being reborn into a respectable evil bloodline, like Darkray's. With a scoff, Jengar vanished into the mist. Back with Xia Fan, Jengar eagerly presented the stone like a child showing off a new toy. Quick, let's evolve already, it said, clutching the gem with twitching excitement. Xia Fan laughed, amused by the ghost's impatience. Relax, ancestor. The belly of sunken ship isn't exactly the best place for Mega Evolution. She pressed her hand to Jengar's round body, and in a flash of light, they teleported onto the surface of the open sea. All right, Xia Fan said, raising her left hand. Let the transformation begin. From her evolution key, 4 streaks of shadowy energy surged outward, spiraling around Jengar as the Mega Evolution Stone ignited with power. Jengar let out a spine-chilling roar as the transformation began. Dark clouds swallowed the sky. The moon disappeared. Even distant Ani Star City, kilometers away, was engulfed in unnatural darkness. Ghost Pokémon across the region lifted their heads in awe, instinctively drawn toward the source of power like it was a divine calling. Psychic Pokémon, on the other hand, cowered in fear. In Ani Star City, Olympia watched her twin Meowstics tremble uncontrollably. "What's wrong with you two?" she asked, concerned. "Super Meow." The male pointed to the horizon, panic in his voice. "Super Meow," the female confirmed. "There's something powerful out there," Olympia murmured, stunned that her elite partners were so frightened. "Can you come with me to investigate?" Both Meowstics shook their heads furiously. Olympia stared out toward the darkened sky. Something that terrifying. Could it be a legendary Pokémon? It was the only explanation that made any sense. Back at sea, Jengar's laughter echoed across the waves as its transformation completed. Spikes jutted from its now bulkier form, and behind it, an enormous portal to an alternate dimension opened. Unlike ordinary Mega Jengar, who had only their lower halves in another realm, this Jengar's entire body could phase in and out of an alternate space at will. It could summon others into that void from afar, without revealing its own position. "I am invincible. As long as I exist, the ghost type reigns supreme," Jengar declared, its voice thunderous. To demonstrate, it toyed with the Pokémon below. Dozens of water types were suddenly lifted into the air, then dropped. Just before they hit the water, it turned the sea into a portal, only to spit them back into the sky again. Over and over they cycled, caught in an endless loop of torment. Xia Fan narrowed her eyes, watching the overpowered ghost torment the innocent. "Having fun?" she asked. "So, you really think you're the strongest ghost type now?" "Absolutely," Jengar boomed. "And don't call me Mad God anymore. That title's outdated. From now on, I am the Ghost God, the very symbol of our kind." "Nice speech," Xia Fan said with a sly grin. "But about the title Ghost God, you should probably check with him first." She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. A dimensional roar echoed through the sky as Giratina, the mighty ruler of the distortion world, erupted from a rift and dragged the stunned Jengar in without warning. Several minutes later, Jengar returned, looking like it had been humbled by 1,000 lifetimes. With a bruised ego and flattened pride, it muttered, "Please call me the poison god from now on. Poison types adore me. I represent them now." Xia Fan raised an eyebrow, his mind drifting to a certain colossal legendary Pokémon, the one with absurd stats and an overwhelming presence when it goes gigantic. Sure, he said casually, patting Jengar on the head. "Whatever you say it is." He wasn't about to summon a legendary just to humble Jengar again. Today was supposed to be a celebration. Comrade Jengar had completed his mega evolution. One reality check was enough. Anymore, and even Xia Fan would start to feel bad. Still, Jengar was suspicious. He darted his eyes around, half expecting another terrifying figure to leap out and drag him off again. But after a few tense minutes of calm, he relaxed and let out a cackling laugh. "Ha, excellent. Then from now on, I shall be known as the Poison God." Xia Fan watched Jengar puff himself up with 2.5 million% confidence. With a sigh, he snapped his fingers. Behind Jengar, the water-type Pokémon it had been tormenting were released from the looping dimension trap and gently lowered back into the sea. "All right, that's enough flexing. Exit Mega Evolution. We're heading back to Onistar City to rest." With a humph, Jengar shrunk down, returning to its pudgy, round self. The swirling dimensional rifts vanished. The oppressive dark clouds parted, moonlight returned, and the eerie pressure over the region lifted. Ghost and Psychic-type Pokémon across 100 miles finally relaxed. In Onistar City, trainers breathed a collective sigh of relief. The nightmare had passed. Since Xia Fan obtained the Mega Evolution Stone sooner than expected, he didn't immediately contact Ash and the others. Instead, he spent 3 days sightseeing around Onistar with Mew, enjoying the peace. On the 4th day, he finally called Ash to report Jengar's successful evolution. To his surprise, Ash informed him that Corny had also helped Lucario Mega evolve recently, and invited Xia Fan for a friendly battle before they parted ways. Xia Fan didn't even hesitate before declining. "Too lazy to bully the weak," he said bluntly. "My Jengar doesn't even need to Mega evolve to flatten anyone not in the legendary tier. Lucario? Cute, but no thanks." But right after he hung up, his phone buzzed again, with Corny on the line this time. "What's wrong, Xia Fan? Afraid of losing to my Lucario?" she teased with a mocking laugh. Faced with such a provocation, what choice did Xia Fan have? For hours later, Xia Fan and Mew met up with Ash's group at the foot of Mount Munster. The battle was brief. Before Lucario could even finish powering up its mega form, Jengar sent it flying with a single shadow punch. One hit. Over. Corny stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. She pointed at Jengar, then at Xia Fan, then back at Jengar. "You how?" Seeing her utterly baffled expression, Xia Fan quickly stepped forward to soften the blow. I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I used to be champion of both the Sinnoh and Unova regions. Most of my matches end in one move. So don't feel bad. It's not like this is new." Corny blinked, then turned to Ash, seeking confirmation. Ash nodded. "It's true. Mr. Xia Fan once swept 2 regional tournaments with just Jengar. He even has multiple legendary Pokémon backing him. Technically, Jengar is one of his weaker ones, so losing to him isn't shameful at all." As soon as Ash said that, the temperature dropped. Comrade Jengar narrowed his eyes dangerously at him. Weakest one? Was Ash serious? If Xia Fan hadn't been there, Jengar would have already dragged Ash into the woods for a friendly chat. Mew, floating beside them, also tilted its head at Ash, blinking with confusion. Something about that weaker one's comment felt personal. Xia Fan cleared his throat loudly to break the tension. Ahem. Meanwhile, Corny's expression brightened slightly at the word legendary. "Oh, so you have legendary Pokémon?" she asked, piecing it all together. Losing didn't feel quite so bitter now. If she had lost to a legend tier trainer, That was still something to be proud of. Still, she wasn't about to let Xia Fan off the hook completely. One day, she said, pointing a finger at him with determination, I'm going to beat you, even if it's just once. With that, she returned her defeated Lucario to its Pokeball, bid farewell to the group, and left with renewed resolve. Xia Fan and the others watched her go. Then, with a smile, they turned and resumed their journey. The path ahead was far from quiet, but with allies like Mew, Jengar, and the self-proclaimed poison god at his side, Xia Fan welcomed whatever came next. 7 days later, after saying goodbye to Corny, the group arrived at a small town with an ancient castle. Along the way, Ash frantically searches for a trainer who can Mega Evolution to battle. Look, right now he is fighting against a trainer who is commanding a Mega Evolution Absol. However, the battle didn't last long before Ash took out his Pokeball with a look of regret and put the Hawlucha he had just defeated back into the Pokeball. Mega Evolution is really amazing, he exclaimed. The trainer opposite him was a young and beautiful blonde girl. After hearing what Ash said, she smiled slightly. You're not bad, actually. After saying that, she looked at Xia Fan. You have the Mega Evolution key in your hand, so you must be a trainer that can make Pokemon Mega Evolve. Should we have a battle as well? Are you sure? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. You dare not, the girl laughed. That's not the case. It's just that I, normal, like to have bounty fights with others. The loser pays. Xia Fan spread his hands, and it's the kind where you bet everything. Are you sure you want to come? The girl's smile froze, and after hesitating for a while, she said, Are you sure you want to play this hard? Of course, otherwise it wouldn't be exciting. Xia Fan shrugged. If you don't dare, forget it. The girl immediately agreed. I dare. Who said I don't dare? 1 minute later, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes ran away with tears in her eyes. Mr. Xia Fan, you are so mean. Serena walked over, shaking her head. You made another person cry. Don't say I'm bad. I just left her 100 out of humanitarianism. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and took back the old comrade who had just been sent out of the station. We're talking about your bounty fight, Euligia said angrily. I wanted her to accept my brother. But as soon as she finished speaking, Euligia was covered by Clement's mouth, because he liked to introduce every beautiful and powerful female trainer he met to his brother as his wife. I'm so sorry. I can only apologize to you with tonight's dinner. But Xia Fan still replied to Euligia with a smile. Most of the trainers that Ash has challenged recently, after seeing that he has the Mega Evolution key, can't help but challenge him to a fight afterwards. In order to increase the fun, he brought out the bounty battles that used to cheat people. 2 seconds after replying to Euligia, Xia Fan frowned slightly and looked up at the nearby castle. Just now, the perception of his divine beast suddenly fluctuated and then disappeared immediately, but the location was still inside the castle. Hey, Pikachu, what's wrong with you? At this moment, the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder seemed to have sensed something, jumped off Ash's shoulder, and suddenly ran towards the castle. Ash saw this and could only follow closely behind. Xia Fan and the others were forced to follow. Following Pikachu, Xia Fan's perception of the divine beast was sensed again after a while, and it became stronger and stronger. A minute later, we turned an alley. Xia Fan saw the object perceived by the divine beast, a Pokemon with a round pink diamond on its head. When Xia Fan saw this Pokemon, his pupil shrank, and he recognized it immediately. It is the Rock-type and Fairy-type's phantom Pokemon, Diancie. There's no way around it. Its iconic big diamond is so easy to recognize. At this time, Diancie was surrounded by 2 trainers dressed as a witch and a ninja respectively. Delphox stood next to the witch, and Greninja stood next to the ninja. Stop it! How can you beat up a Pokemon? Does that still make you a Pokemon trainer? Ash, the messenger of justice, saw Diancie being bullied and rushed over with Pikachu. Little brother, don't bother us. We really need the diamonds made by that child, said the witch. Mary Lien, you talk too much. I think you are not a fashionable thief, but a gossipy thief. The masked ninja man scolded. After saying that, the ninja man was about to command Greninja to attack, but just as he was about to open his mouth, Ash's Pikachu launched Thunderbolt first. The dazzling lightning at such close range immediately made the witch and the ninja man close their eyes. When they came to their senses again, Ash had already run away with Diancie. Hey, there's no need to run since I'm here. Xia Fan, who was running at the end, couldn't help but complain in his heart when he saw Ash running away with Diancie in a hurry. But after a few seconds, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. But now that I've seen Diancie, that means I've entered the storyline of the Cocoon of Destruction. As long as you follow the story carefully, you will soon see Xerneas, the god of life, and Yveltal, the god of destruction. 5 minutes later, Ash pulled up with Diancie. Everyone, thank you so much for saving me. Diancie looked around and made sure that the group of people had not followed them, then expressed her gratitude to Xia Fan, Ash, and the others. However, its sound startled Ash and the others. It spoke. Ash exclaimed in surprise. Really? Serena's eyes widened. That's incredible. So cute. Euligia said excitedly with her hands clasped together. It uses telepathy. Xia Fan interrupted, then introduced herself to Diancie with a smile. Hello, my name is Xia Fan, and this is my friend Xiaohuan. Pika, Mew, transformed into Pikachu, waved his hand. Xiaohuan. Diancie blinked, looked at Mew on Xia Fan's shoulder, and then looked at Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. They are clearly two identical species, but for some reason, it feels different. It can't tell what the difference is. Hello, my name is Ash, and this is my buddy Pikachu. At this time, Ash saw Diancie looking towards him and quickly introduced himself. Ash, Pikachu. Diancie nodded upon hearing that. Serena and the others then introduced themselves. I'm Serena. Serena. My name is Yulika. Yulika. I'm Clement. Clement. After the introduction, several people began to be curious about the Pokémon in front of them with large pink diamonds on its body. Serena picked up the Pokédex and scanned it, and the information appeared immediately. Its name is Diancie. The thief just now also said that it seems to have the ability to create diamonds. Serena said as she looked at the information. Diamond. Euligia and Clement were surprised. No wonder it was targeted by the thief. Excuse me, what does thief mean? Diancie asked innocently. It's someone who takes away other people's important things. Ash explained. That's a bad guy. Euligia said excitedly. That means thief is a very pitiful person, right? Diancie said. Yes. Ash, Serena, and the others nodded in unison. Diancie put her cute little hand over her mouth and smiled. Thank you for letting me learn a very important lesson. Okay, let's all find a place to eat something and chat while we rest. Xia Fan couldn't help but speak at this time. Just now, when these guys mentioned the word diamond, he clearly felt that passers-by were looking over here, but they were still discussing loudly, and he was convinced by it. The sun sets. The group finally arrived at the most luxurious buffet restaurant in the town. In the restaurant, Xia Fan saw Ash and his friend from Stuffed Cheeks, smiled, and then pushed a plate of cookies in front of the somewhat reserved Diancie. Diancie, this is delicious. Please try it. Thanks. Diancie nodded politely, then picked up a piece and took a bite. The next second, a smile as sweet as honey appeared on her face. It's delicious. Diancie looked at Xia Fan happily. If it tastes good, eat more. Xia Fan said with a smile. You're welcome. You should eat more. Ash agreed with beef in his mouth. Diancie began to taste the food on the table. After a while, he exclaimed, You guys are really good at eating. Every food here is delicious. Xia Fan smiled and shrugged without replying. In fact, I really want to say that this is, after all, a high-end restaurant that cost him $100,000. If the food is not delicious, he will rob the boss. Master, let me out. I feel like I'm in love again. Diancie's smile melts me. I want to find the most delicious food in the world for her. At this moment, the ancestor's voice suddenly sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and said decisively, Are you sure? I will relay what you just said to Meloetta and Cresselia now. The ancestor fell silent immediately. At this time, Ash suddenly asked Diancie, Diancie, where are you going after eating? Me? Diancie tasted the biscuit and looked up at the sky. I'm looking for Xerneas everywhere now. Xerneas? Ash wondered. That's a legendary Pokémon. Clement stopped eating and started to learn more. I remember the legend says it can give life to people. How amazing! Serena was surprised. But Diancie, what do you want to do with Xerneas? Clement asked. In fact, I still can't use my true power, and Xerneas' fairy aura can bring out my true power. Diancie looked at everyone, so I need to find it. Xerneas, I really want to meet it. Ash suddenly became yearning. So do I. Me too. Me too. Serena, Euligia, and Clement echoed together. After they finished speaking, they looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan smiled and said, Of course, I'm just like you. I am very interested in legendary Pokémon. In that case, Ash suddenly stood up from his seat. Diancie, can we go with you? Diancie nodded. Since you both say so, I will give you special permission to travel with me. The next morning, following Diancie's instructions, the group boarded a bus. Diancie, will we really find Xerneas in this direction? Pika. On the bus, Ash couldn't help but ask while holding Pikachu. I won't lie, Diancie replied seriously, because others told me that lying is a bad thing. Then why do you know to go in this direction? Euligia asked puzzledly, swinging her legs. Because I can feel the traces of the fairy atmosphere left by Xerneas. Diancie said firmly through the car window. So Xerneas must exist, and I can definitely find it. Yes, I believe you, Diancie. Xia Fan, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly turned around and agreed. Thank you. Diancie smiled gratefully and felt more favorable towards Xia Fan. So, under the guidance of Diancie, the group took a bus, a cruise ship, passed through forests, rivers, and most of the Kalos region, and arrived at the city of Sea Litmus, a technological city full of high-rise buildings. The group planned to rest here for a day before continuing their journey. Xia Fan looked at the city and raised his eyebrows. He felt that if he remembered correctly, the villain plot seemed to be triggered next, and those people would speed up Diancie's process of finding Xerneas. Thinking of this, Xia Fan said decisively, Ash, Serena, Euligia, Clement, take Diancie to walk around the city. I'm going to buy some items for our outdoor activities. We'll meet at the Pokémon Center at lunchtime. Oh, okay. When Ash and the others heard that Xia Fan was going to purchase, they did not suspect anything and agreed decisively. Just like that, after entering the city, Xia Fan and Ash separated. When passing by a toilet, he walked in and was divided into two inside. The clone took Jengar to go shopping, while the real one used invisibility to follow Ash and the others. Watching Ash and his friends taking Diancie to eat, drink, and have fun in the city shopping malls. Mew, who was hiding, looked at Ash and the others' stuffed cheeks, and his appetite was aroused. Master, I want to eat with him too. Be patient. I'll treat you to a feast once I've conquered Diancie, Xerneas, and Yveltal. Xia Fan smacked his lips, then couldn't help but touch his belly. To be honest, it's easy to get hungry just watching Ash and the others eat. I hope the villains will come soon. He could only complain, and then continued to wait with Mew. About half an hour later, when Serena and Euligia were taking Diancie to buy clothes, the accident finally happened. First, several Carbinks, Diancie's subjects, suddenly rushed out and tried to take Diancie away, resulting in a farce of chase and escape among the group in the mall. Then the villains called Thief from a few days ago appeared and fought with Ash. The battle continued as they moved away from the city. Finally, their battle was interrupted by a female trainer who was commanding Chespin's final evolution, Chestnut. The female trainer helped Ash and the others escape with Diancie. During the escape, Diancie became more and more sensitive to the fairy atmosphere of Xerneas. Without bothering to go back to look for Xia Fan, she led the group to the outside of a vast and dense colossal forest. Everyone, I sense a very strong fairy atmosphere in the forest ahead. Standing on a high mountain, Diancie looked at the forest excitedly. So, Xerneas is there, right? Ash also said excitedly, we are finally here, and we are finally going to see the legendary Xerneas. What a pity! If only Mr. Xia Fan hadn't gone shopping. He could have come here with us. Serena said regretfully. Yeah, He can only listen to our relay. Clement nodded, feeling sorry that Xia Fan couldn't come along. Xia Fan, who was hiding at the side, nodded and said with satisfaction, "You are thoughtful. You still remember that I didn't catch up with you." At this time, the elder minister who came with Diancie interrupted and said, "Princess, this forest is called the Forest of Orans. In the past, there was a great destruction here, which caused all the life in the Forest of Orans to be destroyed. Since then, this place has become a taboo place for all life. The initiator of that great destruction was a destructive incarnation named Yveltal. After all life was destroyed by it, Yveltal turned into a cocoon and existed in this forest. Yveltal, Ash wondered. As far as I can remember, it was a legendary Pokémon that was believed to take any life, Clement explained. Yes, Elder Carbink said, and there is a saying in the legend that anyone who hinders the cocoon of destruction from sleeping should bear the punishment of its rage. So, Princess, please be careful when we enter the forest later." "I see." Diancie nodded, and then led Ash and the others towards the forest. Not far away, Xia Fan watched them enter the forest and stayed where he was. "Master, aren't we following you anymore?" Mew asked doubtfully. "That's not necessary. Now that I know Yveltal and Xerneas are in this forest, I can find them myself." Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth, and a teleport flew in the sky of the forest, in the direction of Diancie's advance, and began to radiate the ground with the perception of the divine beast. About 10 minutes later, his mind began to change. A Pokémon with colorful light on its head came into his sight. Seeing this Pokémon, Xia Fan's mouth curled up. Isn't this one of the goals of his action this time? The next second, with a teleport, Xia Fan rushed to the opponent. "Hello, Xerneas." He reached out and gently stroked the other's back. "Are you human?" Xerneas, who was being touched, looked at Xia Fan, then looked back at the other person's previous position, his eyes full of disbelief. "Of course." Xia Fan shrugged. "Why would you, a human being, teleport? What do you want to do?" Seeing the other party calmly admit it, Xerneas took a step back cautiously. At the same time, the colorful light blooming above his head allowed Mew, who had transformed into Pikachu, to return to his true form, and allowed Meloetta, who had been following Xia Fan, to lift her invisibility. "Mew! Meloetta!" Xerneas immediately recognized the two mythical beasts and took another step back. At the same time, the color of his horns changed from the normal light blue to a colorful one. Xia Fan smiled and said, "If you want to know why I teleport, it's very simple. Become my partner, and you will know." As he said this, he pulled out a Pokeball from his waist. Xerneas saw this and attacked first. With one Psyshock, several powerful waves of confusion turned into swords and shot towards Xia Fan. At the same time, he jumped backwards into the air, preparing to escape. Xia Fan stood in place, calmly stretched out his right hand, and a colorful light screen appeared. The swords transformed by Psyshock were all blocked by it. While resisting, he spoke calmly. "Xiaohuan, teleport, disable." The next second, the Mew on Xia Fan's shoulder disappeared and appeared above Xerneas' head, with a beam of light shooting out from its short hands. Xerneas was frozen, motionless in midair, staring at Mew with a rage on his face. At the same time, he used Psychic to try to break free from the restraints. In the third second of being immobilized, Disable's power began to weaken. "It's too late. It's best to become my partner." Just as he was excited that he was about to regain his freedom, Xia Fan's teasing voice came from behind. There was a flash of red light, and Xerneas was put in the Pokeball. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Xerneas. Please select one of the skills as your skill. Fairy-type Pokemon Xerneas. Gender, none. Ability, Fairy Aura. When a Pokemon with this ability is on the field, the power of Fairy-type skills used by all Pokemon on both sides of the field is increased by 1/3. If there is an aura-destroying ability on the field, the effect is reversed and the power of Fairy-type skills is reduced by 1/3. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Aromatherapy. Let your companions smell the refreshing aroma, thereby healing the status condition of all our members. Gravity. For a period of time in the future, floating and flying-type Pokémon will be hit by ground-type moves, and moves that fly into the air will not be usable. Geomancy. Xerneas emits 7-color light from his head, sharing his eternal life with the surroundings, allowing all dead things to be reborn or creating an ancient forest. Afterwards, he will turn into a sacred tree and fall into a deep sleep. Choosing this skill will allow the skill caster to have enough vitality to release and will gain the same life source as Xerneas. Psyshock materializes the magical thought wave and attacks rival, causing physical damage. Moonblast borrows the power of the moon to attack rival, sometimes reducing rival's special attack. 30% probability. Mega Horn. Use the hard and contested horn to pierce rival fiercely to attack. Horn Leech. Stab the horn into rival. Absorb rival's vitality. Outrage. Attacks randomly for a period of time. Thrashing will cause the player to fall into chaos. Pokémon with the Outrage ability will not enter the Chaos Contest condition. If a Pokémon in the Chaos Contest condition gains the Outrage ability, the Chaos Contest condition will be removed. Destruction Ray fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Ingrain. Ingrain the earth. Absorb the earth's vitality to restore yourself. Looking at this long list of skills, Xia Fan said decisively without thinking, "System, I choose Xerneas' exclusive skill, Geomancy." The next second, a powerful vitality surged into his body. Xia Fan only felt that his body was once again undergoing an inhuman transformation. The whole person seemed to have gained eternal life, feeling incredibly comfortable. He put his hand in his mouth and bit it hard, and his finger was bitten off. Bright red blood instantly filled his mouth. Xia Fan frowned slightly. He didn't feel much pain. It was clearly his finger that was bitten off, but it was just like a mosquito bite. Then he saw the wound on the bitten-off finger healing automatically at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the broken bones were also automatically reset. Is this the origin of life? The corners of his mouth lifted up in delight, and he took out the Pokeball and released Xerneas again. Let me tell it the benefits of following him. Xerneas, do you have anything else to ask now? A few minutes later, Xia Fan asked Xerneas. There is none left. Xerneas shook his head. Then would you like to be my partner? Can I still say I don't want to? Xerneas rolled his eyes in a human way. So many legends of equal status were already under the command of the man in front of it. What right did it have to refuse? Very good. Then I will assign you a task later. Task? Xia Fan smiled and pointed in the direction Ash and Diancie were heading. Later, a Pokémon with a pink diamond on its head will come looking for you. It needs your fairy aura help. It has the ability to create diamonds that last forever. My mission for you is to agree to it and stay by its side. If anyone else comes to snatch it, you must drive them away until I conquer Yveltal. Yveltal? You knew it was here. Xerneas' bright deer eyes glared. Isn't it because I knew you were here that I came here? Xia Fan smiled slyly. Although I know Yveltal is here, I don't know where exactly in the forest it is. Do you know? Xerneas said, I know, but I need to warn you first. That guy is a violent one. Once you step into his territory and anger him, he will kill you. Xia Fan blinked. In just a few minutes, you seem to have forgotten how you became my partner and how Xiao Huan introduced me. Xerneas was stunned, then rolled his eyes again. Damn it, it actually forgot for a moment that the human in front of it was not an ordinary person. If Yveltal fought with him, he would just be asking for a fight. The next second, the fallen leaves on the ground formed an arrow, and Xerneas' voice sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Follow it. It will lead you to find Yveltal. But I hope you won't make too much noise when you capture Yveltal, so as not to destroy the forest. Rest assured. Xia Fan nodded and left with Mew and Meloetta. 5 minutes later, Xia Fan arrived at a dry forest, led by fallen leaves. Looking at the woods, Xia Fan knew he had come to the right place. After a while, the divine beast in my mind responded. Then a teleport arrived at a dark pit ahead of Leafage, who was leading the way. Standing at the edge of the pit and looking down, you could see a small lake right below. Yveltal, Xia Fan murmured, The divine beast perception told it that Yveltal was in the center of the lake. Wake up! Taking a step forward, Xia Fan floated above the lake, pointing to the sky with one hand in a very cool manner. Boom! The next second, a bolt of thunder passed by his side and hit the lake violently. With just this one blast, the lake quickly changed color, turning blood red, with layers of waves spreading from the center. At the same time, soaring in the sky seemed to be affected by some kind of regular force. A large mass of dark clouds came, plunging the sky and the earth into darkness. 10 seconds later, the water in the center of the lake began to boil. A huge black cocoon slowly emerged from inside. It is accompanied by blood-red visions and harsh growls. 20 seconds later, Black's cocoon faded away, revealing a giant bird-shaped Pokémon. It is like a pitch-black condor normal suddenly opening its dual wing beat. It is so large that it occupies the entire small lake. The roar was deafening. Then Rage looked at Xia Fan. It can be said that without hesitation, he directly spit out the Oblivion Wing, which can instantly petrify a life. Whoosh! Xia Fan dodged with a teleport. When he appeared again, he was 100 meters to the west, and said jokingly, Yveltal, do you have to be so grumpy when you wake up? I think we should put some pressure on it. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. 12 dimensional holes appeared one after another around Yveltal. Looking at these dimensional holes, Rage's Yveltal was stunned. Then it became angry and used Oblivion Wing directly towards these dimensional holes. But just as Oblivion Wing was aimed at the first dimensional hole, a dragon roar immediately came from inside. Then Rayquaza rushed out with golden light on his head and destructive death light coming out of his mouth. He stared at Yveltal with cold eyes, and the destructive death light in his mouth collided with the Oblivion Wing in midair, gradually gaining the upper hand. Yveltal looked at Rayquaza, who suddenly rushed out from inside, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. It is very puzzled why the patron saint of Fengyuan region suddenly came to its territory. It became even more confused. Because of another dimensional hole, other legends began to emerge one after another. Ho'olijigadin Kogerpakiajuratina Dialgarejijigas Kirum Zikrum Rishiram. These legends came out and landed on the huge pit, staring quietly at Yveltal, who was fighting against Rayquaza. Yveltal was naturally panicked by these looks, and in his nervousness, he was directly blasted into the lake in the deep pit by Rayquaza's destructive death light, waiting to fly out from the lake. It was facing 12 legends that were releasing their exclusive skills towards it. Still fighting, Xia Fan stood on top of Rayquaza with a playful look on his face. Yveltal looked terrified and shocked when faced with those 12 skills. Who are you? Yveltal's telepathy sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Your master. Xia Fan responded with a smile and snapped his fingers towards the sky. The next second, Ho-Oh and the others canceled the skill release. The pressure around Yveltal suddenly dropped, and it breathed a sigh of relief. But he still looked at Xia Fan in confusion. My master? Yes, your master, the master in 1 minute. Xia Fan walked down from Rayquaza's head, walked through the void to Yveltal's side, and took out a Pokeball from his waist. Looking at the Pokeball, Yveltal's pupils trembled, and he instantly understood Xia Fan's thoughts. Then Rage condensed a dark red energy beam and shot it towards Xia Fan, while also using telepathy. You want me to be your human Pokemon? Dream on. But just as the beam was about to hit Xia Fan disappeared. Yveltal's pupils shrank, and he looked around quickly. Your head. Xia Fan's frivolous voice came from above his head. It looked up and saw that Xia Fan was indeed standing above its head, but he had already thrown the Pokeball in his hand. A red light flashed, and before Yveltal could react, he was taken in. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Yveltal. Please select one of the skills as your skill. Dark-type Flying-type Pokemon Yveltal. Gender none. Ability, Dark Aura. When a Pokemon with this ability is on the field, the power of Dark-type skills used by all Pokemon on both sides of the field is increased by 1/3. If there is an aura-destroying ability on the field, the effect is reversed and the power of Dark-type skills is reduced by 1/3. Carrying item, Big Root. After releasing Oblivion Wing, Yveltal who carries this item can absorb 97% of the opponent's vitality. Skills are as follows. Hurricane attacks rival with a strong wind. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into chaos, 30% chance. Sky Attack. After charging, attack rival with unimaginable speed and destructive power. Dragon Rush. Releases terrifying murderous aura, intimidating rival while tackle rival, with a chance of causing the enemy to fall into a fearful contest condition. Oblivion Wing. Sends out a huge energy beam that can destroy all life. Any creature touched by the energy beam will be quickly petrified, and half of their vitality will be lost and returned to the person who cast the skill. Psychic. Sends a powerful confusion attack to rival. Sometimes it will reduce rival's special defense. Focus Blast. Increases momentum and releases all of its power, sometimes reducing rival's special defense. Normal Pokémon has a 10% chance of reducing special defense when using this skill, but Yveltal has a 50% chance. Foul Play. Use the power of rival to attack. The higher the attack power of the rival you are fighting, the more powerful this skill will be. Disable. Rival hit by Disable will be stationary and unable to move for a period of time in the future. Destruction Ray. Fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Dark Pulse. A terrifying aura filled with malicious intent is emitted from the body, which sometimes causes rival to flinch, 20% probability. Looking at these skills, Xia Fan said decisively again. System. I choose Yveltal's exclusive skill, Oblivion Wing. The next second, a dark energy surged into his body, which was the source of evil. Xia Fan's body underwent inhuman transformation for the second time today. 10 seconds later, he opened his eyes. Master, your hair. As soon as he opened his eyes, the telepathic sounds of Ho-Oh and others echoed in his mind one after another. Hair, Xia Fan wondered. Then Psychic condensed a mirror facing himself. I saw that the originally black hair had now turned into a dark red color, which symbolizes death. The whole person has a sense of evil charm. Yes, it's handsome. Xia Fan nodded with satisfaction. It's just that with this Oblivion Wing, who should I try out my skills on? Xia Fan turned his gaze towards the 12 legends above his head. The next second, Ho-Oh, Lugia, and the others took a decisive and quick step back, then looked up at the sky, as if to ask what you were talking about. Only Regigigas was chosen by Xia Fan due to his large size and slow reaction. Thank you for your hard work, Regigigas. Don't worry, it will only take a moment. Xia Fan fired an Oblivion Wing with one hand, and before Regigigas could refuse, he was petrified. Then a powerful vitality flowed into Xia Fan's body. Xia Fan felt like she was floating on air. But Regigigas is still a powerful legendary Pokémon after all. In the 5th second of being petrified, he forced himself out of the petrification. But his body size had shrunk a bit. Apparently he had been numbed by Xia Fan. He kept calling out to Xia Fan Kikas, asking him to give him back his vitality. Right away, Xia Fan agreed with a smile, and then pointed at the other party again. Colorful light bloomed from between his fingers, and Regigigas' vitality that had just been absorbed was immediately restored, and his body shape also returned to normal. After doing all this, he released Yveltal. Who of you will tell it the rules? A few minutes later, faced with many legends, Yveltal changed from a rebellious Pokémon to a sensible Pokémon who knew how to call his master. Very good, I understand. Xia Fan stood next to Yveltal and deliberately stroked the other's head. Although Yveltal felt uncomfortable, he endured it. Okay, let's all go back. Xia Fan snapped his fingers, and the next second, more than a dozen dimensional holes appeared. Ho-Oh, Lugia, Rayquaza, and the others all entered and returned to their own territories. It's time to tame Diancie. After Rayquaza and the others left, Xia Fan turned his head and looked towards the northwest. Now, Diancie is with Xerneas, and with Xerneas' help, she has awakened her true power. Xerneas, leave Diancie alone, and the others leave. Xia Fan shares the world Tao through spirit. The next second, he got a reply. Understood, master. Then, Xia Fan saw Ash and the others saying goodbye to Diancie through visual sharing. You stay here and continue to sleep. Xia Fan patted Yveltal's head, said goodbye to him, and walked towards Xerneas's location with Mew and Meloetta. On the other side, after leaving with Ash and the others, Diancie asked Xerneas in confusion. Xerneas, who do you want to take me to? Just now, Xerneas, who could not lie, directly said that an important person wanted to see it, so Ash and the others avoided it. My lord, Xerneas replied. Owner. Diancie's eyes widened in disbelief. You still have a master? I am his master. As Diancie was in disbelief, Xia Fan came out of the woods. Xia Fan. Seeing Xia Fan, Diancie's eyes, which were originally wide open, suddenly widened even wider. What did you just say? You are the master of Xerneas. Xia Fan spread his hands, his expression filled with pride and confidence. Yes, I am not only the master of Xerneas, but also the master of Yveltal and other legends. I will soon be your master and partner. Diancie, follow me. Diancie looked at him, then glanced at Xerneas next to him. Yes, the master is right. He is the master of many of our legends. Xerneas said, Diancie, following him will be your wisest choice. At the same time, if you need help in the future, we will be the first to know and rush to you. As Xerneas spoke, the Pikachu on Xia Fan's shoulder cried out, leaped into the air, and transformed into Mew, coming to Diancie's side. Meow, follow the master. This will be your wisest choice. And the master will not restrict your freedom. Meloetta, who was in the invisible contest condition, also lifted her invisibility and surrounded Diancie with Mew. Diancie saw Mew and looked surprised. Why do I always feel that you are different from Ash's Pikachu? Mew was cheerful and joked with Meloetta. After a while, Diancie was infected by this atmosphere and took the initiative to come to Xia Fan and ask to be conquered. However, just as Xia Fan took out the Pokeball, several unexpected people appeared. It was the Miko and Ninja Man who wanted to kidnap Diancie before. I never thought that I would be able to see the legendary Mew in my lifetime. The Ninja Man said excitedly, I'm going to make a fortune this time. Miko, I'll give you Diancie, but I'll take this Mew. Okay. The witch nodded excitedly and ordered her Delphox to attack. Madness. Xia Fan Solation raised his right hand and an Oblivion Wing shot out from between his fingers. Oblivion Wing and Delphox's flamethrower collided in midair, and Flamethrower was instantly crushed. Oblivion Wing shot into Delphox's body. Delphox petrification. Delphox. The witch screamed, and then she and the Ninja Man looked at Xia Fan as if they had seen a ghost. Are you a human or a Pokémon? The Ninja Man asked in horror. I am your father. Xia Fan sneered and threw the Pokeball he had just taken out at Diancie. Then 3 teleports came to the Miko, the Ninja Man, and the Ninja Man's Greninja. Directly, 3 Oblivion Wings were fired, turning all 3 people into stone. At the same time they were petrified, Diancie was taken into the ball. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Diancie. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Phantom Pokemon of Rock type and Fairy type. Diancie. Gender none. Ability. Eternal Purity. Pokemon with this ability will not have their abilities and strength reduced by the opponent. Carrying things. None. Mega Evolution Mega Diancie. Ability. Magic Mirror. Can be unaffected by rivals' change moves and bounce them back. Skills are as follows. Sharpen. Increase the angles of the body, making it more angular, thereby improving one's attack. Moonblast. Borrows the power of the moon to attack rival, sometimes reducing rival's special attack. 30% probability. Trick Room. Creates a strange space where the slower the Pokemon is, the faster it will be. Diamond Storm. Launches a huge Diamond Storm to attack rival, which sometimes greatly increases your defense, with a 50% chance. Choosing the skill will give you the ability to create diamonds. Safeguard. Protected by magical power for a period of time, so that you will not be affected by status condition. Guard Split. Use Psychic to add your own and rival's defense and special defense, and then divide them equally. System, I choose Diance's exclusive skill, Diamond Storm. After looking at the skills, Xia Fan said without hesitation, "Just kidding. With this skill, becoming the richest man in the world is easy. Any hesitation for even a second is disrespectful to money." And he also has a 50% chance of significantly improving his defensive capabilities. 2 seconds later, with the transformation of the system, Xia Fan has a new skill, Diamond Storm. I saw him clasp his hands together. Soon, countless pink flower spikes came towards him. They closed together and condense. 2 seconds later, hundreds of pink diamonds floated above Xia Fan's head. "Okay, from now on, please call me Xia Shofu." Looking at these diamonds, Xia Fan was overjoyed. With this skill, he would never have to worry about money again. Take out the Pokeball and release Diancie. After letting Mew explain some of his abilities to him, he said goodbye to Xerneas. Take Mew and Meloetta back to see Litmus City. Ash and the others were preparing to go back and meet him. He had to go back to acting. Just like that, 2 hours later, Ash and his friends met Xia Fan in a cafe in Haishima City. As soon as they met, Ash told Xia Fan about their experiences, saying how they had gone through so much trouble to see the legendary Xerneas, and how holy and awesome Xerneas was. After hearing this, Xia Fan immediately expressed great regret. "I kept regretting that I didn't see the legendary Pokémon, Xerneas, during my purchase. Oh, what a pity, what a pity. I was wondering why I couldn't find your people. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to purchase." Xia Fan sighed madly, and Ash, who played the role of Ash, kept comforting them. "It's all right, Mr. Xia Fan. Travel with me, and I'm sure you'll see more legendary Pokémon in the future," Ash said with a grin. "I hope so." Xia Fan nodded with a look of regret, but he couldn't help laughing in his heart. "Since we have completed our mission, let's continue on our way." "I don't want to come here again," Xia Fan suggested, and then continued on a new journey with Ash and the others. Time passed. 2 months later, Xia Fan and his group came to a Pokémon Center in the desert to rest. At this moment, Ash and Eligio were swimming in the Pokémon Center, while Xia Fan and Clement were cooling off on the shore. Clang, clang. "It's ready, come and eat." After a while, Serena came out of the Pokémon Center with 2 plates of donuts in her hands, and the group gathered together to taste them. "It's delicious," Ash praised immediately after finishing one. "Yes, it's delicious," Eligio agreed. Serena smiled happily. "Yeah, that's great, right? You want to eat more delicious donuts, right?" "Yeah, I want to eat more." Ash nodded frantically. Serena picked up her seat, took out her Pokédex, and introduced a city to the few people. "I heard that the desert city ahead is rich in donuts. And here, there are tourist spots related to phantom Pokémon." Xia Fan, who was still leisurely savoring his donut, was stunned by the smell. "Desert City, phantom Pokémon? Wait, Hoopa!" Xia Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of the phantom legend Hoopa that could cause a war among the gods. Ash and the others were also very excited. "Phantom Pokémon. It seems interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. However, it seems that we have to cross the desert to reach Desert City. This is easy. Just go to the river and take a boat to get there." At this moment, Xia Fan frowned slightly. The perception of the divine beast in his mind suddenly fluctuated. He turned his head and saw a golden ring appearing behind Chase-Bin, who was concentrating on eating a donut. A small hand reached out from inside, took away Chespin's donut, and put down a spicy eggplant instead. It was very fast, and the golden ring disappeared within just 2 seconds. When Chase-Bin turned around and picked up the eggplant, Xia Fan hurriedly said, "Chase-Bin." Chase-Bin looked up at him and put the capsicum fruit into his mouth. The next second, a mouthful of flamethrower came out of the mouth of this grass-type Pokémon. Chase-Bin used flamethrower. Eureka screamed. "How is this possible?" Clement's face was full of disbelief. "It looks like it ate the tomato." Serena picked up the Pokémon fruit that Chase-Bin threw away. Who was playing a prank? Ash looked at Xia Fan. "Mr. Xia Fan, did you see that just now?" Xia Fan didn't say anything, but looked at the golden ring that appeared again behind Ash. Without saying a word, he rushed forward, grabbed that little hand, At the same time, Ash was awakened by his behavior, and seeing Xia Fan's actions, he rushed forward to help. The next second, Xia Fan, Ash, Pikachu, and Mew were pulled in by those little hands. When they came to their senses again, they saw a pleasant-looking Pokémon floating in the air with a playful expression. "Are you scared?" The Pokémon didn't show any fear when it saw them. Xia Fan smiled. "Touch. It's you. Who are you?" Ash looked at the strange Pokémon in front of him with surprise. Hoopa replied in a soft voice. "Touch. Hoopa. Pokémon? Mr. Xia Fan. It can speak just like Meowth." Ash turned his head and looked at Xia Fan in surprise. It looks like a very unique Pokémon. Xia Fan pretended not to know it. "Pika Pika." At this time, Ash's Pikachu screamed and motioned for Ash to look to the right. Ash turned his head and saw the architectural attractions of Desert City that Serena had shown on the Pokédex. "This is Desert City," he exclaimed. Then he pointed at the golden rings on Hoopa's horns with a look of astonishment. "Mr. Xia Fan, his halo actually brought us to Desert City." At this time, Hoopa surrounded Ash and Xia Fan, pointing at Pikachu and Mew. This is the first time Hoopa has seen it. "It's Pikachu," Ash explained. "Pika." Hoopa wondered. "No, it's Pikachu." Ash introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Ash. Small intelligence." "It's Ash." Hoopa ignored him and looked at Xia Fan again. "What's your name?" "My name is Xia Fan. It's also a Pikachu, but I call it Xiaohuan. It's good with rice, Xiaohuan." Xia Fan's mouth twitched. "It's Xia Fan." But Hoopa ignored them and kept shouting around Xia Fan and Ash. "Xia Fan. Xiaoji. Pika. Xiaohuan. My favorite." After yelling, it faced the two people, spread its hands, and two golden rings floated out from its horns, spinning in midair. Soon, Pikachu emerged from the two golden rings one after another. In just a dozen seconds, nearly 100 Pikachu surrounded Xia Fan and Ash was knocked down by several Pikachu because he couldn't dodge in time. "This is like summoning all the wild Pikachu in the forest," Xia Fan said admiringly. At this moment, he vaguely realized that something was wrong. Sparks flashed on the cheeks of several Pikachus, preparing to discharge. Then he decisively moved away from these Pikachus. In the next second, after just walking out of Pikachu's range, nearly 100 Pikachus were seen thunderbolting at the same time. Ash's miserable growl sounded. "What's going on?" At this time, a beautiful girl with exotic looks holding a donut came from a distance. She looked at the densely packed Pikachu and asked Hoopa directly. "Hoopa, why are there so many Pikachu?" Hoopa looked like he was taking credit for it. "Mayali, it was Hoopa who wanted to come." The girl's face darkened. "How dare you tell me you came here? Send it back quickly, or I won't give you any donuts." "No, Hoopa wants donuts." Hoopa quickly shook his head, then began to float in the air again, forming his golden ring into a dimensional hole. These wild Pikachu began to jump in one after another. After all the Pikachu were sent back, the girl Mayali looked at Xia Fan and Ash. "By the way, who are you?" "The other side." The Pokemon Center is dozens of miles away from Desert City. Euligia, Serena, and Clement are frantically searching for Xia Fan and Ash. It's almost like turning the floor over. "Where did they go?" Serena asked worriedly. At this moment, a golden ring emerged from behind Serena. Ash stuck his head out and said with a smile, "Hello." Then he pulled Serena in. Euligia, Clement was confused, and when he tried to put his hand in, he was pulled in the next second. When a few people came to their senses, they arrived at Desert City. Looking at the scene in front of me, I was full of amazement. Ash stepped forward and briefed them on everything that had just happened, as well as Hoopa and Mayali. The group gradually became friends while chatting and laughing. It is also known that although Hoopa has the ability to transmit everything through the ring, he cannot let himself pass through the ring. About 2 hours after Xia Fan and his friends arrived at Hoopa's courtyard, Mayali's brother Balza is back. Holding in his hand is an ancient pot full of historical atmosphere. Xia Fan's pupil shrank. He knew that this was the pot of punishment which imprisoned the other half of Hoopa's power. The current Hoopa is still in incomplete contest condition. Only by opening the ancient pot can Hoopa return to its original appearance. Therefore, when Balza appeared in front of everyone, he opened the pot of punishment without saying a word and faced Hoopa. After that, a thick black gas was seen flowing out of the pot and shooting into Hoopa's body. Hoopa screamed. It gradually grew bigger under the gaze of everyone. Has it evolved? Clement was surprised at Hoopa's sudden change. No, this is its original appearance. My brother, and I hope it will return to its original appearance. Mayali smiled and shook her head, then looked at the giant Hoopa. Hoopa, this is great. You have returned to your original appearance. Hoopa laughed and stretched out 6 hands in the air. This is power. Hoopa is strong. However, his laughter did not last long as his body was suddenly covered with black air. Just like the dark version of normal, he attacked everyone. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Just as Hoopa picked up a boulder and threw it at everyone, Ash hurriedly gave the order. Spark Flint, the boulder shattered in midair. Hoopa, what happened? Serena asked in surprise. Everyone stay away from me. Hoopa's target is the pot of punishment. Balza said with embarrassment. He raised the punishment pot in his hand and said, It seems it is too early. It cannot bear its true power now. With that, he was about to open the pot of punishment, but it was taken away by her sister Melia. Brother, leave it to me. Melia took the pot of punishment and pointed it at Hoopa, who was in darkness and out of control in midair. A burst of fluorescent light shot out from the bottle, and Hoopa screamed. The strength drained from his body, and his huge body shrank visibly. After a while it returned to its original state, and Ash quickly ran to catch it. How terrible, how terrible! Hoopa said in horror as he fell into Ash's arms. After taking back Hoopa's power, the punishment pot in Mayali's hand exploded with gravity and fell from Mayali's hand. Mayali was worried about Hoopa and didn't go to pick it up. Xia Fan, who was standing by, looked at the punishment pot on the ground, raised his eyebrows, and suddenly thought of something. If I remember correctly, the giant Hoopa and the small Hoopa in the punishment pot are of the same origin, but they can also exist separately. If he tames both of them separately, does that mean he will have 2 chances to choose skills? Thinking of this, Xia Fan bent down and wanted to pick up the pot of punishment, pretending to be controlled, and released the huge Hoopa again. Don't move. There is an evil object in there. I am controlled by it. But just as Xia Fan was about to touch the pot of punishment, he heard a shout from behind. He turned his head and saw Balza, walking towards him with a serious face. The reason why Hoopa is making such a fuss might be because of this reason. If you touch it, it might take away your mind, so we can't touch it now. So, just leave it here. Serena wondered. Leave it to me. Clement hummed twice and took a step forward excitedly. This is the time to let science create the future. Clement, engine start. After saying that, a mechanical tentacle stretched out from its backpack, picked up the pot of punishment, and put it in a glass bottle. Everyone began to focus their attention back on Hoopa. Hoopa is very weak now. Let's take it to the Pokémon Center, Serena said worriedly, then took out the Pokédex and looked for the nearest Pokémon Center. Then everyone walked toward the Pokémon Center. On the way, Melia worriedly said, If Hoopa starts making trouble again, it will be the same as 100 years ago. 100 years ago? Ash wondered. Hoopa destroyed this city 100 years ago. Balzac began to tell the story. 100 years ago, when Desert City was still a small town, Hoopa came here. At that time, it brought wealth to the town with its own power, provided people with a place to live and food, and even fulfilled their wishes. But until one day, a human asked Hoopa, who was resting, whether it could win the competition with other Pokémon. It was this question that sparked Hoopa's competitive spirit, and it began to fight various Pokémon. It easily defeated many of the Pokémon that people in the world considered powerful, such as Dragonite and Steelix, and people began to admire it more and more. But it also made Hoopa more covetous in battle, and he even started summoning legendary Pokémon, Regigigas, Reshiram, and Zekrom. Finally, in order to demonstrate its power, it began to lose control and nearly razed Desert City to the ground. And it was then that our grandfather used the pot of punishment to imprison Hoopa's power. Then it became what we see now. Clement was surprised after hearing this and said, "So, your two great-grandfathers had amazing powers." Balza and Melia smiled slightly and showed a pendant on their chest. "What do you think the shape looks like?" Balzac asked. "What's that shape?" Ash frowned slightly. "I feel like I've seen it somewhere." "The ring of Arceus." Xia Fan answered quickly. "That's right." Balza glanced at Xia Fan with praise. "It is said that our ancestors were connected to Arceus, so they were granted its power, and our great-grandfather was able to control this power with ease. What about you guys?" Eulogia asked in confusion. "We can't yet." Balza and Melia smiled awkwardly. By this time, everyone had arrived at the Pokémon Center. A few hours later, Hoopa recovered and the group went outside to eat together. During dinner, Fan's eyes always drifted towards the punishment pot. According to the plot, the next opening of the pot of punishment was originally intended to be opened by Team Rocket. But now that Team Rocket has joined his pantheon, there is no way they will appear here. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to release the evil power of Hoopa late at night, then proceed to conquer. Late night arrived. Everyone rests in the guest room of the Pokémon Center. Xia Fan suddenly opened his eyes from his sleep. He slowly stood up and looked around the guest room. At this moment, except for him, everyone else was still asleep. Hoopa sleeps with Ash's Pikachu and his Mew. The pot of punishment was placed alone on the table in the middle of the room. Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth, and the next second his body split into two. The clone continued to lie down, while the main body entered the invisible contest condition, and a teleport came to the punishment pot. At this time, Mew, who was resting, felt the fluctuation of psychic and looked at the pot of punishment in confusion. It sent someone over there. "It's me." The next second, Xia Fan's voice rang in its mind. When Mew heard it, he understood it immediately and pretended to sleep. Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth and returned his gaze to the punishment pot. He reached out, opened the glass bottle that contained it, and took out the pot of punishment from it. However, the moment Xia Fan touched the pot of punishment, a dark force instantly flowed out of the pot, enveloping his whole body and filling his brain. His eyes went dark, and his pupils turned blood red. In his mind, Xia Fan only felt that he had suddenly arrived in a dark world filled with haze. There's a giant Pokémon in this dark world. That is the gigantic Hoopa, the liberated Hoopa, the true form of Hoopa. It beat its chest at Xia Fan rage and shouted, "Hoopa, very strong." As the shout reached his ears, Xia Fan immediately felt a supernatural force that began to force him to open the pot of punishment on little Hoopa. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth, and the next second, the supernatural power that invaded him dissipated. He watched as Hoopa was liberated, and a teleport appeared above its head. "I'll let you out because I want to subdue you, not because you manipulate me and force me to let you out. The position of master and servant between us needs to be clearly defined." After saying that, Xia Fan grasped the horns of Hoopa's liberation. Used the skills obtained from Regigigas. Crush Grip. His right hand suddenly burst out with tremendous force. Bang! Liberate Hoopa and collapse. The dark world collapses. Outside world. Xia Fan's bloodshot eyes regained clarity. He looked at the punishment pot, which remained calm as usual, and a smile appeared on his lips. Then pointed at the sleeping little Hoopa. The bottle is uncorked. The next second, the dark power found an outlet and instantly enveloped little Hoopa. "Ah!" Little Hoopa screamed. Everyone in the house woke up instantly. "Hoopa, what's wrong with you?" Ash screamed. "How come the pot of punishment opened by itself?" Balza also screamed. The others turned their heads. I saw that the punishment pot was floating in the air alone, and the cork was opened. "Quick, close the pot of punishment quickly," Mayali said nervously. Then he rushed over with Ash Clement Serena and Xia Fan's clone. But when they were within 1 meter of the punishment pot, they seemed to have hit a transparent copper wall, iron defense, and bounced back violently. What on earth is going on?" Ash was puzzled and screamed. Clement didn't believe it and rushed forward again, but was bounced back. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Ash ordered decisively. In an instant, a saffron-colored lightning struck the punishment pot, but still dissipated within a 1-meter range. Why is this happening? Everyone stood there in a daze, unable to accept this result. No, no, no. Hoopa doesn't want to disappear. It wasn't until Hoopa's even more shrill screams that woke them up. Hurry, Melia, help Hoopa. We can't let it be swallowed by that power. Balza reacted the fastest and quickly opened his hands. A force of saffron burst out from his palms and directed towards little Hoopa. Melia followed closely behind, standing opposite Balza and unleashing the power of saffron. The Arceus rings on their chests began to shake. As the dark power enveloping Hoopa grew stronger, the Arceus rings on their chests began to shake more violently. Come on, Hoopa! Don't lose to it. Drive that power out of your body. At this time, Xia Fan's clone suddenly shouted. A few seconds later, 2 strong streams of saffron power burst out from the Arceus rings on Balza and Melia's chests. Everyone only felt a flash of golden light, and when they could see the layout of the house clearly again, the punishment pot that was just floating in the air had already shattered. Little Hoopa was panting and also falling from midair, but Xia Fan's clone was quick to catch him. Xia Fan, Hoopa wins. Little Hoopa forced a smile and looked at Xia Fan's clone. Yes, you win. Xia Fan's clone gently stroked little Hoopa's face, then turned his head to look at the roof. At this time, a dark force surrounded the roof. Bang! The roof was blown off by the dark forces. Come outside. Everyone quickly opened the window and jumped out. The dark force was seen transforming into the giant Hoopa in the daytime and soaring in the sky. But compared to the one in the daytime, the one in front of him had a more hideous face and a more real body. The dark power surrounding them became even stronger. That's it. Mayali covered her mouth. It's rage. The will to engulf Hoopa is the power itself. The rage that imprisoned has felt for 100 years. Balza explained. So, rage wants to devour the real Hoopa, but it is the power of Hoopa. Mayali couldn't understand. Because it wants to replace Hoopa, to turn itself into the original. It has the appearance of Hoopa, but it is not Hoopa. You can say that it is Hoopa's clone. Balza continued to explain. But the next second, Balza frowned because he found that the Hoopa clone did not look at the little Hoopa, but the air behind them. He doesn't understand. Is there anything there? In mid-air, facing the gaze of the liberated Hoopa, Xia Fan, who was invisible in contest condition, raised his eyebrows. Do you sense me? Just as I was thinking this, the liberation Hoopa on the opposite side roared. Go to hell, human. I will never be controlled by you again. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden ring appeared behind Xia Fan. A pair of hands squeezed towards him. Whoosh! But he failed. Xia Fan sent a teleport and disappeared from the spot. When it reappears, stand on top of the liberated Hoopa. Xia Fan smiled and said, If you want me to die, then follow me. After saying that, he left again via teleport. Liberate Hoopa and look at the direction he left. He glanced at the little Hoopa in Xia Fan's clone's arms. After weighing the pros and cons, we finally decided to destroy Xia Fan first, because he felt the same threat from Xia Fan as from the B*********D human who imprisoned it 100 years ago. Then, under the puzzled gazes of Ash Balza and the others, he liberated Hoopa and ran away. What's going on? Didn't want to devour little Hoopa? Why did it leave? Serena asked puzzledly. Is there something that attracted his attention? Mayali asked doubtfully. If you didn't notice, it seemed to be attacking the air just now. Yes, I noticed that too. Ash asked in confusion. But this doesn't seem to be the point. The point is what we should do next. Although the evil Hoopa has been distracted, it will always come back to Hoopa again. Ash is right. Balza said seriously. So, I think we should remake the pot of punishment next. Brother, can this be remade? Mayali asked puzzled. Of course. Balza took out the broken pieces of the punishment pot from his pocket. As long as we have these, we can remake the punishment pot in the desert tower. Really? Ash was surprised. Balza nodded. The desert tower is where the punishment pot was made. There is still power left there. Mayali's eyes lit up. That's right, my great-grandfather used earth, fire, and water, the three forces that permeate nature, to make the punishment pot. Balza continued, so, as long as we find these three types of Pokémon, even we brothers and sisters should be able to recreate the pot of punishment. If that's the case, I have Frogadier, which can provide the power of water. Ash took out the Pokeball and released Frogadier. For the power of fire, you can use my Braixen. Serena also took out a Pokeball and released her Pokemon. But there are no ground-type Pokemon among our partners, Clement asked in confusion. Earth-type Pokemon are not simple. Xia Fan's clone interrupted with a smile, showing the little Hoopa in his arms. After a while, a Hippopotas was pulled out of the golden ring by Hoopa. Xia Fan's clone suggested again, "This place is far from the desert tower. We can ask Hoopa to take everyone there." "What about Hoopa? It can't follow us through the ring." Clement was puzzled. "It's very simple. You guys go ahead, and I'll stay here to protect it." Xia Fan's clone took a step forward. "I don't think you will doubt my strength." Ash nodded. "That's right, Mr. Xia Fan. If you come to protect Hoopa, it is indeed the best way. As long as you release Deoxys, the evil Hoopa should not cause any trouble to you for a while." "That's right." Serena, Clement, and the others also nodded. Only Mayali and Balzo were left puzzled. Finally, Serena Ash briefly introduced the Pokémon owned by Xia Fan, and the two of them felt relieved. "Mr. Xia Fan, I'll leave the important task of protecting Hoopa to you." After passing through the Golden Circle and arriving in front of the Desert Tower, Balza said solemnly, "Don't worry, Hoopa will definitely not get hurt as long as he follows me." Xia Fan's clone also said with care. After Ash and the others all passed through the Golden Ring and left, he smiled. Stroking little Hoopa's horns, he looked into the distance. "Hoopa, don't worry, I will protect you. Follow me, and you will have a prosperous future." The other side, after being liberated, Hoopa followed Xia Fan's main body and rushed to the outside of the desert city. At this time, Xia Fan had already released his invisibility. "Human, stop!" The liberated Hoopa roared, then stopped in midair with 6 arms extending from its body. Each arm has a golden ring through which its arms pass. The next second, they appeared around Xia Fan. But just when the hammer was about to hit Xia Fan used teleport and ran away again. "Ah, damn human, you forced me to do this." Seeing that Xia Fan escaped again, Hoopa was furious. After he let out a long roar towards the sky, the thick black energy in his body became stronger again. The 6 rings floated toward its head. Immediately afterwards, waves of pressure were seen coming from within the circle. Legend after legend rushed out from it. They are Dialga, the god of time, Palkia, the god of space, Giratina, the controller of the reverse world, Kyurem, one of the 3 dragons of Tao, and Groudon and Kyogre, the guardians of the Fengyuan region. 6 legendary Pokémon appeared in front of Xia Fan. Liberate Hoopa with a wave of the hand. Brothers, kill this damned human villain. The other side, Desert Tower. The news of the summoning legend that released Hoopa reached here. "Oh my god, what's going on? It's a legendary Pokémon." In the Desert Tower, Ash looked through the glass window and saw 6 legends appearing in the distance on soaring in the sky, and he cried out in surprise. Upon hearing this, the others immediately stepped forward. I was also shocked when I saw the scene outside the window. How is this possible? Evil Hoopa actually summoned legends from other regions. Balza was surprised. What is it doing? Who made it so angry? However, within 2 seconds, something even more surprising happened to them. All I saw were the 6 legendary Pokémon summoned by the evil Hoopa. He actually turned around. The energy gathered in his mouth seemed to be turning to attack the evil Hoopa himself. "What are you doing? How can you call him master? He is a human being. You should attack this damn human. He is your target." Outside Desert City, the liberated Hoopa glared and roared. It couldn't believe that the thugs it had just summoned actually shouted "Master" to the human in front of it after it waved its hand in order to attack. Then he immediately turned around and tried to attack it. Seeing Hoopa's face full of disbelief, Xia Fan crossed his arms and stepped through the void to the top of Giratina's head. What are they doing? Of course, I'm helping their master beat you. If you don't want to get beaten, you can follow them and call me master, he said with a smile. Liberated Hoopa Rage said, Damn human, you are dreaming. Although I don't know why they don't obey my orders and escape from my control, they're not the only ones I choose. Okay, if you want to continue summoning, then go ahead. Xia Fan shrugged, then stretched out his right hand and waved it. The next second, the energy condensed in Giratina's mouths immediately dissipated. When Hoopa Liberation saw this, he immediately roared. It could not accept the thugs it summoned and became as obedient as a dog in their hands. Aya! As it roared, 6 bracelets on 6 arms floated out again. From the first and second circles, the guardian gods of Chengdu region and Kanto region, Ho-Oh and Lugia, flew out one after another. In the third circle, a dragon roar was heard first, and then Rayquaza, the patron saint of the Hoenn region, rushed out. The fourth circle, the Pillar King Regigigas walked out from it. In the fifth and sixth rings, 2 other legendary dragons of the Unova region, Reshiram and Zekrom, rushed out with fire and lightning. As the 6 legends came out, their eyes glowed blood red like the liberation of Hoopa. Repeating the previous action, Hoopa waved his hand and yelled the same lines again. Brothers, kill this damned human villain. However, the next second, Xia Fan above Giratina's head snapped his fingers crisply. The bloodshot eyes of Ho-Oh, Lugia, Rayquaza, Regigigas, Reshiram, and Zekrom suddenly cleared. Owner! Seeing Xia Fan, he immediately shouted respectfully. Then he changed direction and stood on the same front with Xia Fan. Rage's liberation made Hoopa freeze for a moment. How is this possible? It looked at Xia Fan with blank eyes and muttered. It could not accept the thugs it summoned twice. They all rebelled as soon as they came out, and all called the human their master. At this time, Xia Fan used a teleport from above Rattata's head to 1 meter before the liberation of Hoopa. Wanna why? He smiled. Why? Jiafeng Hoopa asked without hesitation and nodded. Become my Pokémon and you'll know why. Xia Fan took out a Pokeball. When seeing this ball, Hoopa's expression suddenly became fierce, as if he remembered the days when he was trapped in the pot of punishment. You are dreaming. You don't deserve it. It raged. Then use your own unique skills. Hyperspace Fury. 6 pairs of arms instantly passed through the ring floating in the air, swinging their fists countless times and smashing towards Xia Fan. Wherever Xia Fan teleports, it will follow and smash there. It seems that if you don't cure your resentment, it will be difficult to accept it. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, and the next teleport flashed directly 1,000 meters away. Then he waved his hand to liberate Hoopa. Hit it. Then, the 12 legends launched their attacking pressure at the same time. The people of the entire desert city looked at this scene in shock. At the same time, this will become an unforgettable scene in their lives. 1 minute later, the liberated Hoopa fell on the desert like a corpse. Xia Fan appeared next to it, throwing a Pokeball. Behind him are many legends. Do you still think I'm dreaming? Do you think I'm worthy of conquering you? Xia Fan said jokingly. Liberated Hoopa looked at him and said nothing. Because it was severely injured, it couldn't open its mouth even if it wanted to. Since you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Immediately afterwards, the liberated Hoopa saw a red light that it could not resist coming towards it. A red light flashed, and the liberated Hoopa was taken in. Xia Fan smiled. I didn't expect my plan to be successful. A legendary was captured twice. Ding! Successfully captured Pokémon Hoopa. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Psychic type and Dark type Phantom Pokémon. Hoopa, liberated form. Incomplete liberation form. Gender, none. Ability, Magician. Take away the rival item hit by your own moves. Carrying items, Golden Ring. You can travel around the world through this ring and drag everything out. Skills are as follows. Trick Room. Creates a strange space where the slower the Pokémon is, the faster it will be. Destiny Bond. After performing a move, if you are hit by Rival and fall into a state of near death, Rival will also die. If you use it continuously, you will fail. Ally Switch. Use the magical power of teleport to swap the positions of yourself and your companions. Magic Code. When Rival uses a move that turns into a status condition or leech seed, Rival's move will be reflected back. Wonder Room. Creates a strange space that swaps the defense and special defense of all Pokémon for a period of time in the future. Hyperspace Fury. Use many arms to attack continuously, ignoring Rival's protect or detect and other defensive moves. Your own defense will be reduced a little. Since this skill needs to be used with the gold ring, if you choose this skill, the system will copy 2 gold rings. Scream. Attack Rival with a sudden, astonishing method, such as a sharp growl, sometimes causing Rival to flinch, 30% chance. Psychic. Sends a powerful confusion attack to Rival. Sometimes it will reduce Rival's special defense. System. I choose Hyperspace Fury. Looking at the large number of psychic skills in the skills, Xia Fan said decisively. After a while, the option Hyperspace Fury appeared in the skill bar in his mind. At the same time, 2 golden rings appeared in his hands. Xia Fan's mind moved, and 2 golden rings floated in the air. The next second, his fist swung out like a phantom and swung into the golden ring. 2 golden rings appeared in the desert 100 miles away. Bang! Xia Fan's phantom-like punch hit the dust, instantly causing the ground to shake. Very good, this ring is nice. Xia Fan was very satisfied with the experimentation with his skills. I just don't know if I can summon legendary Pokémon like Hoopa. Xia Fan's mind flashed with the image of NTI. Chengdu region. Violet City. In a dense forest on Route 32. NTI was lying on a boulder with a comfortable look on his face. Below are various Pokémon living happily together. The next second, a golden ring suddenly emerged from under it. Before NEI could react, the world in front of it changed. The Pokémon that were originally protected by it have become the big bosses of each region. NEI was so frightened that he quickly stood up in the air. Looking around, I found Xia Fan next to me. Owner. NTI bowed his head to Xia Fan. Xia Fan smiled and hummed, then continued to focus all his attention on the 2 golden rings. If I can actually summon legendary Pokémon, then why would I travel? I could just summon them one by one and throw the ball at them. Come out, Wuji Taina. An image of a gigantic legendary Pokémon from the Galar region came to Xia Fan's mind. However, 3 seconds later, the golden ring floated in the air and there was no movement. Not a single Pokémon came out of it. Xia Fan's excited expression gradually froze. After waiting for a minute, he gave up waiting. Legend has it that Wuji Taina comes from the universe and does not belong to this planet. Maybe that's why I can't summon it. Xia Fan muttered softly. It should be fine if we just change it to a legendary summon. Come out, Song Xiang. The golden ring did not move. Come out, Zangrit. Come out, Melmetal. Come out, Zeraora. Come out, Lunala. Come out, Solgaleo. Come out, Zigard. F***K. What's the use of you? After calling out the names of several legendary Pokémon in a row, there was no movement, and Xia Fan was speechless. This means that apart from summoning the legendary Pokémon he has seen, it can only allow him to use Hoopa's exclusive skill Hyperspace Fury and ultra-long distance teleportation, and it has no other use. No, there should be another use. It shouldn't be a problem to steal money from the bank. Xia Fan thought about it. The next second, a pile of banknotes were thrown out from the golden circle. In just 4 or 5 seconds, it piled up into a small hill. The corner of his mouth twitched when he saw it. He waved his right hand, put away the golden ring, and then looked at the mountain of banknotes below. Take out the Pokeball and release Jengar, letting it swallow the pile of money. Anyway, I'm not a good person. Having already stolen something, returning it would somewhat damage my reputation as a robber. Wait until Jengar has swallowed all the money. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and released the Liberation Hoopa. Let's try to summon the legends from the Galar region. Of course, facing Xia Fan's instructions, liberated Hoopa refused to obey at first, until Xia Fan let other legends teach it a lesson again and showed off their various abilities. Only then did it obediently follow Xia Fan's instructions and begin to summon the legend that Xia Fan could not summon. However, the result is the same as Xia Fan. Whether it was Tsang Xiang, Zhang Marant, or Solgaleo, it couldn't summon them. In this regard, the explanation of Jiafeng Hoopa is, for some reason, when it summoned those legends, there was always an unknown force of heaven blocking it, which suddenly blurred the figures of those legends in its mind and made it unable to summon them. After hearing this, Xia Fan suddenly cursed. Damn it! Then he had to abandon the idea of summoning the remaining region legends through the golden ring and conquering them. Then he turned his attention to the little Hoopa who was being subdued. Now the little guy is still in the arms of its clone. And the other side, inside a cafe in Desert City, Xia Fan's clone was sitting on the outdoor balcony holding little Hoopa, sipping coffee, and witnessed the famous scene where Hoopa was beaten up by the legend he summoned. Xia Fan, this big guy is so stupid. Little Hoopa nestled in Xia Fan's arms, gloating over Jiafeng Hoopa being beaten up for no reason. Yeah, it's so stupid. Xia Fan's clone took a sip of coffee. But, Hoopa, I have a question for you. If this idiot no longer wants to devour you and merge with you, but coexists peacefully with you, are you willing? Live in peace with me? Stop devouring me. Little Hoopa frowned cutely and fell in a thought. After a while, he nodded quickly. Yes, I do. Hoopa doesn't want to be controlled by that painful power anymore. Xia Fan's clone smiled. Very good. Then, Hoopa, I will give you a chance to coexist peacefully with this idiot. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden ring appeared under his feet. Xia Fan's clone fell out holding Hoopa. Little Hoopa looked confused as he looked at the many legends around him. Especially the guy who had just called a fool, glared at it. It looked around and was surprised to find two Xia Fans here. The other Xia Fan was looking at it with a smile. This, little Hoopa's confused eyes moved back and forth between the two of them. He is my clone, just like you and this idiot. He and I are one. Xia Fan explained with a smile. Then in the eyes of little Hoopa, he and his clone became one. Xia Fan, you are not human. Little Hoopa said in surprise. I am human, just a little different from the humans you know. Xia Fan shrugged. It's hard to explain it to you right away, but what I can tell you is, Hoopa, follow me. I can make this big guy stop harassing you from now on. You can continue to live a peaceful life with Mei Yali and Balza, and let them take you to travel around the world. Little Hoopa hesitated. I started to feel a little scared. Seeing this, Xia Fan didn't bother to talk anymore and just threw the ball first. Now that the matter has been settled, it will be much easier to explain. Then, the next second, he appeared behind little Hoopa with a teleport and threw out a Pokeball. A red light flashed, and little Hoopa was taken in. Ding! Successfully captured Pokémon Hoopa. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Psychic and Ghost-type Phantom Pokémon. Hoopa, punishment form. Gender, none. Ability, Magician. Take away the rival item hit by your own moves. Carrying items, Golden Ring. You could travel around the world through this ring and drag everything out. Skills are as follows. Trick Room. Creates a strange space where the slower the Pokémon is, the faster it will be. Calm Mind. Calm your mind and focus your attention to improve your special attack and special defense. Torment. Torment to rival, preventing him from using the same skill twice in a short period of time. Magic Coat. When rival uses a move that turns into a status condition or leech seed, rival's move will be reflected back. Embargo. Rival will not be able to use items carried by Pokémon for a period of time in the future, and trainer will not be able to use items on that Pokémon. Hyperspace Hole. Through the Hyperspace Hole, suddenly appear next to rival and attack. You can also ignore rival's defensive skills, such as Protect and Detect, since the skill needs to be used with the Golden Ring. If you select this skill, the system will copy 2 Golden Rings. Scream. Attack rival with a sudden, astonishing method, such as a sharp growl, sometimes causing rival to flinch, 30% chance. Psyshock. Confusion attacks rival in a materialized form, causing physical damage to rival. The skills of Little Hoopa are basically the same as Big Hoopa. Even the so-called exclusive skills are essentially not much different, but they are better than others after all. After Xia Fan read it, he said, "System, I choose Hoopa's exclusive skill, Dimension." However, just as the last word whole was about to come out of his mouth, Xia Fan stopped talking and stared at the effect of the skill embargo. Rival will not be able to use Pokémon items for some time to come. Xia Fan muttered. The first thing that came to my mind was what would happen if I were on the opposite side of Arceus. Could this skill make those horrible creation slates ineffective? No. If I really do this, I will definitely die miserably. Xia Fan suddenly realized something was wrong. The skill embargo is a dark-type skill. If you remember correctly, there was a dark-type tablet in Arceus's Genesis tablet. Therefore, if he used the skill embargo on Arceus, it would most likely not render Arceus's Genesis slate ineffective, but his skill would become ineffective because of the dark-type Genesis slate. Arceus then came to his senses and slapped him to death. You can keep this idea, but you have to plan it carefully. At least you have to make Arceus dark-type slate ineffective first, otherwise I'll be on the verge of death. Xia Fan thought for a while and finally decided to choose the skill embargo. Although this skill may not be used in the future, compared with the other skills, this skill brings great hope. Once he has the possibility to use it, he will be very excited. Moreover, Little Hoopa's special skills are essentially the same as those of Unleashed Hoopa, except that there are 2 more golden rings. But what's the use of this for him? It can't help him summon other legendary Pokémon. So it is better to choose the skill embargo and bet on a future that will allow Arceus to call him master. System, I choose the skill embargo. Xia Fan murmured. After a while, this skill that could render Pokémon items ineffective appeared in his mind. Take out the Pokeball and release the Little Hoopa. The Little Hoopa that came out was very angry, looking at Xia Fan with great rage. Xia Fan waved his hand and asked Mew and other legends to give it guidance. These legends are probably more credible, and the result was just as Xia Fan expected, under the guidance of Mew. Especially when Hoopa was beaten up by several legends again, he swore that he would never dare to have any bad intentions towards them again. Little Hoopa was happy, started to call Xia Fan master. Xia Fan nodded. That's right. He never lies to children. If I say you won't be bullied anymore, I really won't let you be bullied anymore. After Little Hoopa called the master, Xia Fan began to send these legends back one by one. Then he carried Little Hoopa back to ground and waited for Ash and the others to contact him. As for liberating Hoopa, Xia Fan just let it go. You can go wherever you want and have freedom, as long as you don't cause trouble and disrupt the order of the Pokémon world. If one's own evil thoughts can no longer be suppressed, and one wants to devour Little Hoopa, or wants to disrupt order, then one can call upon those powerful legends through the spiritual shared world to come and beat them up. Suppress evil thoughts with your fists. Otherwise, if Little Hoopa asks for help or disrupts the Pokémon world, let him know. Then it's over. First there will be a legendary beating, and then you will lose your freedom immediately. Mirai stayed quietly in his Pokeball. However, at this moment, soaring in the sky suddenly became darker than before. Half an hour later, Ash Balza and the others went to Xia Fan with the restored pot of punishment. He had an expression on his face, not knowing whether he should be happy or depressed, because they originally wanted to use this punishment pot to put the evil Hoopa inside. But half an hour ago, for some reason, the evil Hoopa left and no one knew where he went. I didn't even think about devouring Hoopa. Well, don't be depressed. It's good that you've recovered, just in case. No one knows. What if the evil Hoopa suddenly comes to your door one day? Xia Fan comforted. That's right. Xia Fan is right. If that bad guy suddenly comes back one day, I will still need your protection. Little Hoopa smiled and agreed with Xia Fan's words. After hearing what the two said, Balza thought about it and felt that what they said made sense. It's best that Hoopa is safe now. This pot of punishment is kept just in case. I just hope that the evil Hoopa that escaped won't do evil things outside and disrupt the world order. Just like that, the group returned to the Pokémon Center and checked in again with Nurse Joy. After staying in Desert City for another 2 days, Ash Serena and the others saw that the evil Hoopa really was not coming. The group set out on their journey again. 2 months later, in a forest, Xia Fan and his group sat in the woods to rest. A few days ago, Ash obtained the 7th gym badge in Onistar City in the Kalos region. The group is now on their way to Snowbell City to obtain the last gym badge. As long as Ash defeats Snowbell Gym, he will be eligible to join the Kalos Alliance. According to the plot, it should be almost time for Zygarde to show up. Sitting on the ground, feeling the breeze, he muttered softly. Ever since Ash received the medal from the Onistar City Gym, he has been waiting for the legendary Little Soft to appear every moment these past few days. Mr. Xia Fan, what's wrong with you these days? I feel like you're always mumbling to yourself. At this time, Ash, who was sitting on the side, suddenly spoke. He was puzzled by Xia Fan's behavior in the past few days. Magic? Do I? Xia Fan frowned slightly. Have. Serena Clement said in unison. Well, maybe I didn't sleep well. Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly, and he made up an excuse to get away with it. 10 minutes later, the group finished their rest and prepared to continue their journey. However, at this moment, Euligia, who was playing not far away, suddenly exclaimed, Hey, what Pokémon is this? Xia Fan, Ash, and the others heard growl and turned to look. Then I saw a tiny green Pokémon lying in Eulica's backpack. And Euligia's growl just happened to startle the young Pokémon. When he turned around and saw everyone, he broke out in a cold sweat and became terrified. Zygarde! Xia Fan's pupils shrank. Finally waited for you. The 3 guardian legends of the Kalos region, the Z in XYZ. Although the one in front of him is not the Real Z God Zygarde, it is also one of the most important cores for Zygarde to be complete. Only when the Z God core and the Z God cells scattered throughout the Kalos region are all integrated, the complete form of Zygarde will appear. At this time, because Euligia's actions frightened the core of God Z, the other party jumped out of the bag in fear. Eureka chased after her, scaring her so much that she jumped onto Serena's face, then spun around and leaped into the air. Seeing this, Xia Fan decisively and quickly predicted where the Z God core would land, and then caught the other party. He had to establish a good relationship with the Z God core first. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Xia Fan held the Z God core in both hands and said gently. The body also faintly exudes the life force obtained from Xerneas. Feeling a breath of legend, Z God core looked at Fan in surprise. Then the panic in his expression immediately lessened a little. It likes this breath of life very much. Hurry, Mr. Xia Fan, give it to me. Euligia wants to hug it. Euligia ran over excitedly and said, The doo-doo. The Z God core immediately shook his head frantically. It can't stand this crazy girl. Euligia, it seems to be scared by you and now wants to stay in Mr. Xia Fan's arms. Serena said. Eulica lowered her head in frustration. This is a Pokémon I've never seen before. Clement looked at the Z God core in Xia Fan's arms and said in surprise, Right, why don't we use the latest Pokédex now to see what Pokémon this is? Ash pulled out a new Pokédex from his pocket and scanned it. 2 seconds later, the Pokédex showed no data. Try mine. Serena also took out her Pokédex, but the result is the same. That is to say, this is a new species of Pokémon. Clement stared at the Z God core in Xia Fan's arms in amazement. Great. This is a great discovery. Ash said excitedly. Can we take care of it then? I want to take care of it. Euligia still stared at the Z God core without giving up. Take care of it. But we know nothing about it. Clement said worriedly. I think it's okay. You'll understand after you take care of her. Xia Fan echoed Euligia's words. Yes, you'll understand once you start taking care of me. Since it has no name, how about we give a name? Euligia continued. Let me think about what name will be better for it. Xia Fan spoke up decisively at this time and took over the important task of naming. Its body feels soft to the touch. How about we call it Little Soft? Little Soft? That's really good. Ash nodded repeatedly. Showerwan, please give me your guidance. Serena said with a smile. I didn't expect Mr. Xia Fan to be so straightforward in naming, Clement exclaimed. It's good enough that I didn't name it Midori. Xia Fan complained in his heart. At this time, Eulogia saw that everyone agreed with the name Xia Fan and could only pout helplessly. Xiaowan, say hello to everyone. Xia Fan put Xiaowan down. If he remembered correctly, something unexpected would happen next. When Eulogia saw Xiaowan being put down by Xia Fan, she excitedly went to hug him. At the same time, he told Pikachu and Didin to take good care of each other. But who knew just picked up? The ground vibrates. Everyone looked back. A large group of Dodrio, looking panicked, came out of the woods and ran towards the group. Following behind is a Grovyle. Everyone get out of the way, Xia Fan said. The group quickly dodged. At the same time, he saw Xiaowan break free from Eulogia's arms out of the corner of his eye. He took the opportunity to jump onto the back of a Dodrio and ran away. With a raised eyebrow, Xia Fan also used the substitute technique while everyone was not paying attention. The moment the main body separated, a teleport disappeared from its original location. When the chaos settled, a young man with a green watermelon head ran out, gasping for breath. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Ash said in surprise, "Sawyer, this is one of his strongest rivals in the Kalos region. What happened just now?" Serena asked puzzledly. "I wanted to subjugate Dodrio," Sawyer panted. "Oh, that's why you chased them," Ash said as if he understood. The next second, there was a sound of Eulogia's startled growl. Xiaowan is gone." On the other side, Xiaowan was running desperately through the mountains and forests. But what it didn't notice was that on a tree trunk not far away, Xia Fan was looking at it with his arms folded across his chest. He runs so slowly, no wonder he's easily caught. Xia Fan sighed. Then he turned his head and looked towards the cliff in the distance. Several people in tight red uniforms, holding high-tech binoculars. Looking this way, it's time to use the villain organization to improve the legend's favorability. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth. The other side, on the edge of the cliff, there were several people standing there in red tight uniforms. They looked down. The leader was a voluptuous woman, holding a high-tech telescope and pointing it at the fleeing Xiaowan. She murmured excitedly, "Damn, I finally found Z." Then he turned around and waved his right hand, giving orders to others. "Spread out quickly and surround it." "Yes, sir." The others dispersed immediately. The woman proudly pulled out a communicator and showed off her discovery to her fellow executive who was on the same level as her. "This is Claire. Mabel, please answer." After a while, an impatient female voice came from the communicator. "This is Mabel. What's up? How's the capture going on Z2? Claire teased. "It escaped," said the other end angrily. "Damn, what a pity." Claire gloated. "Looks like Team Flare still has to rely on me. Mabel, I'm going to go capture Z1 first." After saying that, Claire hung up the communicator. Humming a tune, he got on the off-road vehicle and intercepted Xiaowan in the direction of his escape. 5 minutes later, two fierce-looking houndours, a Skorupi and a Drapian, suddenly appeared around Xiaowan. It was immediately startled. He looked up to Drapian's side. Claire crossed her arms and spoke charmingly. "Oh my, you actually want to run away. You were so mean, Xiao Zi." After saying this, the woman's expression changed instantly, and she issued an attack order in a cold tone. "Drapian, use pin missile." "I'll Scorpion." Drapian instantly jumped up from where he was. In midair, it did a 180-degree tail swing, throwing out 4 pin missiles wrapped in green toxins. Not far away, Xia Fan and Mew the cat were standing behind a rock, watching the scene quietly. "Master, are we not going to take action yet?" Mew saw Little Soft being knocked flying and crashing into rock, and sent out telepathic messages. "No hurry, it's not the right time yet," Xia Fan said calmly. He wasn't bragging about gaining legendary favorability. In this world, he dares to claim to be second, and no one dares to claim to be first. How to brush in this situation? It's very simple. Unless it's a critical moment, Elite, don't show up even if you come. Unless Arceus. The next second, Xia Fan frowned slightly. Ash and the others who were with his clone were startled by the fighting noise of Team Flare just now. Rushing over here, Xiao Huan, let Ash and the others get lost in the bottom lane. Xia Fan waved his hand. Things like heroes saving beauties would be boring if there were too many people. Although Xia Fan is not a beauty, in the world of Pokémon, beauties are obviously not as important as her. Meow. Mew nodded and transformed from Pikachu into his true form. Then it floated in the air, stretched out its two short little arms, and waved in the air. The next second, an illusion array constructed by Psychic began to cover the path that Ash and his team are on. Xia Fan also took the opportunity to let his clones disperse in the maze. Otherwise, when Ash and the others are released from the maze, they will obviously realize something is wrong when they see two of them. After doing all this, he turned back. Continue to watch Team Flare capture Xia Fan. At this time, Xia Fan had been clamped by Drapian's large pincers. He cried to the sky and the earth, but no one answered. Very well now. Seeing this scene, Xia Fan's pupils shrank. If we wait any longer, Ryzen, one of the core members of Zygarde, will probably be forced to deploy a defense mechanism. Summons nearby Zygarde cells and fuses them into a Zygarde 10% form. In that case, it would be too late for him to be a hero and save the beauty. Others resolved the crisis themselves. So timing is very important. Not too early, not too late. Get out from behind rock. Xia Fan shouted loudly with a righteous look on his face. Let it go. Hearing the scolding, several members of Team Flare turned around. Claire crossed her arms as she looked at the handsome young man who suddenly appeared in front of her. What do you want, handsome? This is my child. It's up to me to decide whether to let him go or not. Your child. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, looking at the little creature that was jumping wildly in Drapian's pincers, but unable to move at all, and took out a Pokeball from his waist. Yes, it's my child. Why, handsome guy, do you want to rob? Claire looked at Xia Fan taking out the Pokeball and spoke jokingly, teasing Xia Fan. But his expression was as if to say, boy, don't seek death. Bingo. You're right. I really want to rob. Xia Fan snapped his fingers, preparing to throw the Pokeball. But the next second, he stopped and thought of something. I quickly took back the Pokeball that I was about to throw out and replaced it with a new one. A red light flashed. Deoxys came out. The voice of the ancestor Jengar immediately sounded in my mind. Xia Fan, what do you mean? Take the ancestor out and put it back. Nothing, I just feel that this kind of rubbish rival is not worthy of you, old ancestor, to fight against it. Xia Fan said calmly. He originally wanted to release the ancestor to work as a laborer, but just now he suddenly thought of this guy's unruly appearance and shrill laughter and gave up. If things go wrong, it might cause his favorability in front of Xia Fan to decrease instead of improving. After all, this guy is more like a villain than the villain organization. When the ancestor of Jengar heard Xia Fan's flattery, he was instantly happy. Oh, so that's how it is. You're right. This bunch of rubbish is not even worthy of smelling the old ancestor's fart. Hee hee. The second-generation honest man, Deoxys, who had just been released to fight, looked back at Fan with some dissatisfaction. What does it mean? If the ancestor doesn't deserve it, then it deserves it. Excluding aliens, right? Seeing this, Xia Fan quickly opened a separate mental sharing channel and told Deoxys the real reason. When Deoxys heard this, his mood immediately improved. That's true. My image is indeed much better than that lustful, arrogant fat man. You can tell at first glance that he is a serious person, right? What Pokemon is this? At this time, Claire on the opposite side looked at Deoxys with a puzzled look. It was the first time she had seen a Pokemon with such a unique appearance. It should be very rare. Why not take it back with Z1? Claire muttered softly. The next second, she waved her hand. Drapian uses virulent poison. A scorpion. Drapian then grabbed the little soft creature with one hand and spat a thick venom at Deoxys. Deoxys, psychic. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and said lightly. Then, Drapian's toxin stopped in midair. Then Drapian, Skorupi, and the two Houndours were attacked by the powerful confusion and fell to the ground instantly. How is this possible? Claire and several Team Flare members behind her were stunned. I never expected that my Pokemon would fall to the ground like this. Claire looked at Deoxys with fear in her eyes. What kind of Pokemon is this? How can it be so powerful? This is a Pokémon from outer space called Deoxys, Xia Fan explained with a smile. Then he waved his right hand. Deoxys understood what he meant and stretched out several tentacles towards the fallen Drapion, taking the little creature back from its pincers. Claire wanted to stop it, but finally gave up the idea. They can't afford to mess with this Pokémon called Deoxys. It's so horrible. Don't panic, Xiaowan. Everything is fine now. After Xia Fan took the little robot from Deoxys, he immediately used the life source he got from Xerneas to warm the other party. Xiaowan's fear gradually dissipated. She became calmer in Xia Fan's arms. At the same time, my favorable impression of Xia Fan increased a little. Master, they're trying to run away. At this time, Deoxys told Xia Fan, through mind, sharing that the people from Team Flare were going to escape. Run, let them run. We will have to rely on these villain organizations to continue to gain favor and summon Zygarde. Xia Fan said lightly. But the next second, he changed his tone. However, the robbery that needs to be fought still needs to be fought. After saying that, he turned around while holding Xiaowan to prevent it from seeing Deoxys and Mew's joint robbery. 1 minute later, Deoxys and Mew returned to Xia Fan. The 4 members of Team Flare fell to the ground unconscious. This wave of robbery just now earned Xia Fan nearly $500,000. The expenses in the future will be recovered. It's time to go back and meet up with Ash and the others. Xia Fan held Xiaowan in her arms and walked towards Ash and the others. Meow. Floating in the air, it stretched out its 2 short little arms and waved them in the air. The illusion array constructed by Psychic suddenly collapsed. Mew then transformed from his original form back into Pikachu and stood on Xia Fan's shoulders. Xiaowan was confused by what she saw. Keep your eyes on Mew. 2 or 3 minutes later, Ash and the others ran out from the woods. I was relieved to see Xiaowan in Xia Fan's arms. Xia Fan then told Xiaowan what had happened to her. Everyone felt relieved after hearing this. Fortunately, Mr. Xia Fan, you came out before us, otherwise Xiaowan would have been captured by those bad guys. Yes. Fortunately, Mr. Xia Fan is here. Oh, please stop praising me. I'll feel embarrassed. Xia Fan sighed as he listened to these flatters. But the next second, he was met with Mew's sidelong glance. As expected, a shameless person is invincible. Faced with this sidelong glance, Xia Fan remained calm. Let's continue on our way. 3 hours later. Dusk is coming. The group stopped in the forest. Let's stay here, Clement suggested. Everyone nodded and released their Pokémon one after another. Xia Fan also asked the ancestor to spit out the food from the extra-dimensional space in his stomach, and then took it back. Everyone's Pokémon started to stuff cheeks in the woods. Xiaowan doesn't want to eat? The only one who couldn't eat was Xiaowan in Eulogia's arms. No matter what fruits people handed him, he ignored them. Finally, it jumped out of Eulogia's arms, jumped onto the rock, facing the sunset. Growl felt comfortable and lay down. Is the sun its food? It's really convenient, Serena said in surprise. Then let's not disturb it and let it eat quietly, Xia Fan said. He naturally knew that Xiaowan used sunlight as energy. But it was not convenient to tell Ash and the others directly just now. Ash and the others listened to Xia Fan and stopped bothering Xiaowan. Start chatting. Ash and his Kalos rival Sawyer talked about the gym badges they each had. I have 5 gym badges now. How about you, Ash? I have 7 medals now. That's amazing. There's only 1 left to collect. I'm going to challenge Onistar Gym next. What about you, Ash? I'm Snowbell Gym. Hearing Snowbell Gym, Sawyer suddenly perked up and took out a map from his backpack. On the way to Snowbell City, you will pass Terminus Cave. I highly recommend this place. Upon hearing this, Serena took out her Pokédex and searched it. Then showed it to everyone. It's here, right? Sawyer pointed to the Pokédex. Yes, it's here. You can see many Pokémon here that you can't see anywhere else. Ash, this is a good opportunity to tame them. Ash became interested when he heard this. That sounds interesting. At this time, Xiaowan, who was absorbing sunlight and food not far away, heard the conversation of everyone and immediately jumped off the rock. At the Terminus Cave point on the map, jump around like crazy. Xiaowan, what are you doing? Eulogia asked puzzledly. Maybe it wants to go there. Xia Fan smiled. If you remember correctly, Terminus Cave hid another Z-God core, Z2. When Xiaowan heard Xia Fan's words, she nodded repeatedly at him. Then let's head towards Terminus Cave. It's late at night. Xia Fan and Ash are resting in their sleeping bags. I don't know how much time passed. Xia Fan was suddenly awakened by a whip from Mew's tail. He looked at Mew in surprise. What's wrong, Xiaowan? Master, someone is approaching us. It seems to be the group from the daytime. Team Flare still dares to come. Damn, are they really brave? Or have they found some powerful backup? Xia Fan turned his head and looked into the tent of Euligia and Serena. Xiaowan slept between the two girls. But now, the little guy looked into the distance with a serious face. Obviously, he sensed something as well. After all, this guy in the Kalos region jokingly said that when he closed his eyes, there were eyes everywhere. Seeing this expression, Xia Fan muttered softly, "It looks like Team Flare is really here." According to the storyline, Team Flare will indeed attack again at night. Can be used to improve his favorability. But he originally thought that this plot might not happen because of his behavior during the day. After all, his Deoxys just asks you whether it is fierce or strong. Just then, Xia Fan saw Xiaowan jumping out of the tent. It seemed that he was planning to lead the Team Flare members away by himself without causing any trouble to others. However, this noise was enough to wake up Euligia, Ash, and the others who were sleeping. Xiaowan, use hypnosis quickly, Xia Fan said hurriedly while Ash and the others were still in a trance. Since the plot to increase favorability still appears, it would be better if Ash and the others did not appear. Then, Mew changed from Pikachu's appearance back to his original form. Use your growl as a cue to cast hypnosis. Ash's eyes, which had just opened completely, closed tightly again. Let's go follow them. Xia Fan climbed out of the sleeping bag and started following Xiaowan. The other side, in the forest, a Team Flare executive named Bala, who also had a voluptuous figure and green hair, was searching in the forest with her subordinates. While searching, he smiled and teased Claire with his subordinates. Claire is really hilarious. She said something like Z1 is protected by a powerful trainer who has Pokémon from outer space. So don't rashly go looking for Z1 during this period of time. It's easy to get hurt. Not only will he be beaten up, he will also be robbed. The hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings of him and his subordinates were looted by that B D trainer. What? I think she just failed the mission and was afraid of being punished by the boss, so she made up this lie. And what about his own Drapion and his subordinates Skorupi and Houndour? They fell to the ground in an instant when facing that outer space Pokémon called Dio or something, without any room for resistance at all. Haha, if this is really that powerful, Bala will see Claire walking on her knees from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people ran into Xiaowan, who was running away. Bala was stunned for a moment, but then she looked happy. Without having time to continue teasing Claire with his subordinates, he decisively threw out his Pokeball. Bisharp Iron Head. There was a flash of red light, and a Bisharp emerged from the Pokeball. A cyclone gathered above his head and tackled Xiaowan directly. Xiaowan's face tightened. Just as it was about to collide, a pair of tentacles blocked its way. Blocked Bisharp. Then Deoxys appeared right in front of Xiaowan and protected him behind him. Why are you running, little guy? Isn't the sense of security I bring to you enough? I heard Xia Fan's teasing voice from behind. Xiaowan looked back and saw Xia Fan approaching it with a playful look on his face. Won't pick it up. But the next second, his face froze, because Xiaowan didn't seem to appreciate his kindness. He turned around and ran in the other direction into the woods. Mew's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. Master, there seems to be another team of Team Flare members in the direction it's running. In that case, let them suffer a little more at the hands of the other team before we step in. Xia Fan sighed. Not far away, Bara looked at Deoxys with a frown on her face. His eyes kept examining Deoxys, the strange-looking Pokémon. Are you the trainer that Claire mentioned who is powerful but robs others? Bara asked. Robbery, Xia Fan said in surprise, and turned to look at Mew, who had turned into Pikachu on his shoulder. I admit that I'm powerful, but beauty, I never rob people, okay? No robbery. Bara smiled. In my heart, I believed that Claire had been lying all day, and I cried miserably. At this time, Xia Fan said sincerely, "Besides, do I look like someone who would rob people on the road?" Bala raised her eyebrows and glanced at Xia Fan, not far away in the moonlight, although I can't see it very clearly. But you can vaguely see that he is a sunny and handsome guy. He doesn't look like the kind of person who would do something like robbery. But just as she was thinking this, Xia Fan changed his tone again. The only thing I know how to do is fight people for bounties. Deoxys, psychic. Next second, a powerful confusion came toward Bala. Before Bara could react to what was happening, her Bisharp and her subordinate Pokémon instantly fell to the ground. Sigma, degree. Her eyes widened, and she looked at Xia Fan in disbelief. Xia Fan said calmly, "Xiaowan, Deoxys, collect the money." 1 minute later, Bara and her subordinates collapsed to the ground. He looked at Xia Fan, not far away, with a look of panic. She now completely believed what Claire said. From personal experience, she confirmed that she was indeed robbed by a powerful B****** D named Trainer. Have you ever seen a bounty battle where one person is forced to bet their entire fortune without the other party's consent? On the other side, after receiving the money, Xia Fan looked at the extra 700,000 yuan happily, smiled, and waved goodbye to Bala. "Goodbye, everyone. I'll look forward to seeing you again." Then he grabbed one of Deoxys' tentacles with one hand and teleported from the spot in front of Bara's sight. When it reappeared, it was already 1 kilometer away. Xia Fan, Mew, and Deoxys stood on a tree trunk beside the pond, watching Xiaowan escape along the stone path beside the pond. After a while, several figures in red uniforms appeared on Xiaowan's escape path. Leading the group was Aliana, an orange-haired Team Flare executive. He was followed by 2 subordinates. 2 red lights flashed by. A Sneasel and a Houndour were released, blocking Xiaowan's retreat. Xiaowan was shocked. "Don't even think about running away, Z1. You still have many experiments to do." Aliana looked at Xiaowan teasingly and threw out her own Pokeball. There was a flash of red light, and a Druddigan was released. "Druddigan Dragon Claw," she ordered. The next second, a dragon roar was heard, and a sharp cold light suddenly appeared in the moonlight. After drawing a beautiful crescent in the air, it chopped toward Xiaowan. It seemed as if the blow would seriously injure it. Faced with this pressing sense of oppression, Xiaowan's body suddenly became abnormal. I saw it uttering incomprehensible words, and then its whole body glowed with green light. Immediately afterwards, countless green beams of light suddenly appeared from all directions. They are gathered in small, soft bodies. By the time Druddigan arrived with his slash, the squib it was facing had transformed from a squishy little cell into a Pokémon that resembled a Doberman, emitting a majestic aura. A domineering look made Druddigan, who was hacking at him, freeze in place. Zygarde's 10% form is still quite handsome. On a tree trunk in the distance, Xia Fan looked at the little soft being that condensed 1/10 of Zygarde's cells and smiled. "But I still prefer your perfect form of Gundam." On the other side, Aliana was stunned when she saw Z1, who was strange, majestic, and not someone to be trifled with. "What the hell is this? I have not received any such report. How could Z1 suddenly become like this?" Aliana's face was full of disbelief. At this moment, Z1 let out a long roar towards the sky. The ground shook violently the next second. Countless green rays of light burst out from the ground. For a moment, it even lit up half the sky. Countless Pokémon in the forest were frightened by the noise and fled madly. The closest ones are Druddigan, Sneasel, and Houndour. The first to be affected was the big seedlings. It was shot out thousands of meters away by several green lights. "Run! Run!" When Aliana saw this, she no longer cared about catching the criminals and took the lead in running away. Moreover, even if you want to catch it, you can't. All the Pokémon were taken away to who knows where by Z1. Just didn't run far. Aliana and her subordinates were stopped. "Hey, beautiful lady in front, don't you want Pokémon anymore?" Aliana looked back. A strange young man with a Pikachu standing on his shoulder was leaning against a tree and looking at them with a smile. There was also an unfamiliar tentacle Pokémon standing behind the young man. Druddigan, Sneasel, and Houndour, who were just sent flying, were caught by the tentacles of that Pokémon. "Thank you, handsome." Aliana and her subordinates took out Pokeballs and collected their Pokémon that had lost their ability to fight. Xia Fan did not stop them, but waited until they took back their respective Pokémon before speaking again with a smile. "You're welcome. Just pay me for my service. Labor fee? You still need to pay labor fee. Beauty! Picking up corpses is also very hard work, okay? Underscore. How much? Not much, just all you have." 1 minute later, Aliana and her subordinates left in grief. Xia Fan watched them leave. He stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. The next second, the ancestors' lifelong enemy Darkrai appeared from a dimensional hole. "Follow them and tell me everything their organization does," Xia Fan said calmly. "Good master." Darkrai agreed decisively and merged into the shadows of Aliana and the others the next second. Xia Fan nodded in satisfaction, muttering quietly, "Jengar, did you see that? This is action. Working for the master, never bargaining, not asking for any benefits. Unlike you, a pervert." After saying that, he directly closed Jengar's shared spiritual space. "Avoid making it angry and making its ears hurt. Return to the place where Xiaowan fought just now." Xiaowan has changed from his previous 10% form back to his original weak state. Covered with wounds, he fell to the ground in pain, unable to move. Xia Fan came up to it and picked it up. "Use the life source in your body to heal it. Little guy, I told you not to run, but you insisted on running. Now you feel uncomfortable, don't you?" A few minutes later, Xiaowan recovered his health. The look he gave Xia Fan became more and more curious. But he only looked at it for a few seconds before looking away, closing his eyes and resting in Xia Fan's arms. "It seems like I'm feeling very comfortable being nurtured by the source of life. Go back." Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and took Deoxys back. Then he carried Xiaowan and Mew back to the rest camp. When they returned to the camp, Ash and the others were still sleeping soundly because of Mew's hypnosis. Xia Fan put Xiaowan back between Euligia and Serena. He squeezed back into his sleeping bag with Mew. "Go to sleep, Xiaowan. I'm a little sleepy too." The other side, Team Flaresborough and Aliana met in front of a communications vehicle in the forest. They hugged each other and cried, telling each other what had just happened. Then they informed the headquarters one by one the reasons for their mission failure. Deoxys? Another form of Z. After hearing the two people's responses, the person on the other end of the line fell into deep thought. After a while, he spoke. "Since Z1 is now protected by a powerful trainer, we should temporarily stop our actions against it and focus on conquering Z2 first. You two should go back to the headquarters and rest up." "Yes, boss." The communications vehicle took the Team Flare members away. No one noticed that a Darkrai was lurking on the roof. A few days later, on the way to Terminus Cave, Xia Fan and his group learned that there would be a Leonid meteor shower tonight. We bypassed the Pokemon Center in the forest and set up a camp on a small slope. At this time, all 5 of them were lying comfortably on their sleeping bags. "Hey, why doesn't the meteor appear soon?" Ash said. "Tonight is a new moon, so we're sure to get a nice meteor shower," said Clemont. "Euligia, we need to quickly think of a wish to make," Serena said. "Why?" Euligia wondered. "Because as long as you make a wish to this shooting star, your wish will come true," Xia Fan said with a smile. He finished speaking. The starry sky suddenly became bright. I saw dozens of meteors streaking across the sky. Ash and the others immediately sat up from their sleeping bags in surprise. Everyone's Pokemon also began to jump excitedly towards the starry sky. "Stop yelling, everyone, and make a wish quickly," Xia Fan reminded with a smile. Well, I hope to meet a lot of great trainers." Ash quickly clasped his hands together. "I hope I can get the 3rd gold key in the Triple Crown Satellite Tournament," Serena said with her hands clasped together. "I hope I can become a trainer soon and let Xiaowan become my Pokemon." Euligia clasped her hands together and said anxiously, Also, I hope there will be a lovely and serious wife who will accept my brother. Eulogia. Clement's face turned red. Brother, you should make a wish quickly too. Do you need me to make everything for you? Eulogia said angrily. Clement was sweating. That. I hope everyone's wishes can come true. The scene was silent. Eulogia stood up and glanced at her brother who was sitting there. What a stupid wish, so boring. How can you say that, Eulogia? Clement looked at Xia Fan. What wish did you make, Mr. Xia Fan? You didn't say a word. I won't tell you the wish I made, so you can guess. Xia Fan shrugged. Nothing I say will work. You'd better make another wish in your heart before the meteor shower ends. What? You were so sneaky, Mr. Xia Fan. Why didn't you tell me this crucial information earlier? The four of them hurriedly made a wish. Xia Fan looked at them, smiled, and shook his head. Also look around. If he remembered correctly, according to the development of the plot, on this night of the meteor shower, a passing dark ray will come and cause trouble. He had to let this dark ray do his job. But now, after waiting for a long time, the perception of the divine beast in my mind has not responded. I don't know if I have to wait until they are all asleep before showing up. An hour later, the five of them prepared to rest. Good night, everyone. Ash called yawn and was about to go to sleep when he found Clement fiddling with a small toy beside him. What is that? He asked puzzledly. This is something I try to make. It's an alarm clock that can definitely wake people up. I named it the noisy Xiaozao alarm clock. With this, you can definitely wake up within the specified time. Clement said proudly, it won't be like the last few days where several people slept until noon and didn't respond. That's really exciting. Ash stretched and fell asleep. After a while, everyone and the Pokémon fell asleep one after another. Only Xia Fan, the sixth child, squinted his eyes and pretended to be asleep. A few minutes passed. Perhaps the other Pokémon in the camp were grinding their teeth too loudly, so Little Soft was awakened and jumped from the grass to a nearby tree to rest. At this time, a dark ray flew here, stayed just above the Little Soft one, looking down at the people sleeping right below. Without saying a word, a nightmare began. What he didn't notice was that after the nightmare, a figure disappeared from the sleeping bag, then appeared behind it. He tapped it gently on the head. Little Darkrai, let's discuss something. Darkrai turned around. Looking at Xia Fan, who suddenly appeared behind him, he turned back to look at the empty sleeping bag below. The aloof eyes immediately flashed with a hint of disorder. Why did this human appear behind it? Are the humans and Pokémon below caught in a nightmare? Or is it itself caught in a nightmare? Don't panic, it's just a small matter for you. Xia Fan comforted the other party and told him a plan of his. Let the other party help you modify Xiaowan's dream. In the original plot, Xiaowan told Ash's Pikachu and Team Rocket's Meowth through dreams. I need their help. An evil force is destroying the Kalos region and is out to capture it. However, due to some reasons, Xiaowan's true strength cannot be restored for a while, so he needs to hide back in his hometown to avoid being caught. During this time, Pikachu and Meowth are needed to protect it. And for him to be a fan, Darkrai needs to modify Xiaowan's dream so that the protector becomes himself. Just let him perform some crazy, cool, and awesome operations in Xiaowan's dream. He smashed the fireball representing Team Flare into pieces with a slap. Let Xiaowan know that he is its best protector in the Kalos region. Human, why should I listen to you? Do you know who you were talking to? Since you don't want to fall asleep, I'll help you. Darkrai looked unhappy after hearing what Xia Fan said. At this moment, a breeze blew by, blowing away its thick bangs. The bright blue eyes met Xia Fan's gaze. Go to sleep, human. It uses telepathy as an inducement to release hypnosis. But Xia Fan did not respond. Instead, he signaled it with his eyes to look behind him again. It looked back. I was startled for a moment. Chief, Darkrai was horrified. He never expected that the patriarch of his clan would appear behind him. It is my master. Follow the master's words as your instructions. Do you understand? Xia Fan's Darkrai gave orders to his tribe members in a haughty manner. It was transmitted by Xia Fan through the golden ring. Understand. The Darkrai nodded nervously, no longer as aloof as before. I began to obediently follow Xia Fan's arrangements. Xia Fan's dark ray passed through the golden ring and was sent back to Team Flare headquarters. 1 minute later, Xia Fan fell asleep. The dark ray followed his orders and connected his dream with Xiaowan's dream. Therefore, the moment Xia Fan fell asleep also became the moment he opened his eyes. When you open your eyes, the dark night turned into a clear sky. The bright sunshine shines on everyone. But Asherina and the others were still sleeping. At this time, a breeze blew. The wind was blowing, and I looked towards the southwest of the forest. He knew it was Darkrai giving him a hint. He climbed out of his sleeping bag and carefully stepped past Ash and the others. Follow the winds, lead into the forest. A few minutes later, Xia Fan found Xiaowan. It was cornered by a blazing fire and was trembling in fear. The emergence of Xia Fan just happened to be its only life-saving straw. Jump right into his arms. Run, run. Don't let me be caught by them. In the dream, Xiaowan spoke excitedly. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt. Xia Fan didn't seem surprised. He just held it and ran for his life. The flames behind him were chasing closely. But in the end, the flames were thrown away by his long legs. After escaping, Xiaowan jumped out of Xia Fan's arms. Standing on a rock, he said excitedly, You did a great job, Xia Fan. I want to commend you. How to praise? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. No amount of praise can make me feel as comfortable as calling you master. Receive my blessing. But this blessing will take some time to fulfill. Because I'm being snipe shot by an evil force right now. I hope you could take me back to my hometown. Xiaowan said seriously. Xia Fan, hometown? Yes, my hometown. My strength has not yet recovered. If something happens during this period, the order of the Kalos region will be in chaos. So I need to go to my hometown to hide now. Xia Fan, are you willing to help me save Kalos from crisis? Xia Fan frowned slightly, pretending to be shy and thoughtful. Xiaowan saw this and became a little anxious. You may think I'm talking nonsense, so Xia Fan, put your hands on me again. Xia Fan put his hand on Xiaowan's head after hearing this. The next second, dazzling white light burst out from Xiaowan's body, until the white light made his eyes close involuntarily. There was an extra picture in my mind. That's Xiaowan. It is slowly getting bigger, from 10% Doberman to 50% Cobra. In the end, it turned into a huge Gundam with dual wing beat on its back. It looks down at the ant-like Xia Fan from a high position. This is my true appearance. Please help me, Xia Fan. It's my pleasure to serve you. The words fell. The picture is broken. The Zygarde in front of Xia Fan turned into a small soft again. Darkrai, the dream can be resolved now. Reached an agreement with Xiaowan in the dream. Xia Fan looked at the sun above his head and murmured softly. The next second, the scene in front of my eyes changed from a clear sky to deep night. Ash and the others are still sleeping. Only he and Xiaowan woke up. Xia Fan looked at Xiaowan and said with a smile, Don't worry, I will protect you. Xiaowan glanced at him, then jumped down from the tree trunk and jumped into Xia Fan's sleeping bag to rest together. This sleep lasted until the next morning. Everyone is awakened by Clement's invention. By this time, the Darkrai had already left. After washing up, the group continued their journey. Half a month later, the group came to a primal forest. Ash is in a Pokémon battle with Clement. Xia Fan sat aside and watched. Euligia and Serena were washing clothes by the river. At this time, Ash was full of fighting spirit because Frogadier evolved into Greninja a few days ago and gained the power of bonds. I look forward to the day when you become the champion. Xia Fan thought to himself as he looked at the high-spirited Ash. But after a few seconds, Xia Fan frowned slightly, because the perception of the divine beast in his mind suddenly responded. He looked up following his sensation. Then, a huge monster covered in white smoke was seen falling from the sky. His pupils shrank, and he quickly stood up and shouted, Everyone, disperse. If this hits someone, it will either kill or cripple him. But Ash and Clement's battle is at a critical juncture. I didn't hear him at all. Next second, a loud noise was heard. The giant fell into the center of the battle between the two men. The shock of the fall and the tackle caused dust to fly all around. Wait until everything returns to calm. A Pokémon with a strange appearance and its entire body made of red Oreburgh appeared in front of Xia Fan. Volcanion. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He never expected that the legendary Pokémon that fell from the sky would be this Pokémon. Isn't that the plot? Xia Fan muttered softly. Seeing Volcanion means that another legendary Magiarna will also appear. Ah! At this time, Ash's cry of pain was heard not far away. Pikachu, are you okay? He looked up and saw Pikachu lying somewhere else, so he ran over. But before they had gotten far, something strange happened. A strange power was triggered from his waist, pulling Ash directly back to Volcanion's feet. Volcanion was also a little confused. Looking at the human in front of him, he felt a little disgusted. He raised his right hand and fired a water gun, knocking Ash 7 or 8 meters away. As long as he was more than 7 or 8 meters away, the strange power would be triggered again, pulling Ash back to Volcanion. Then, Ash was like a yo-yo. Knock it away once, pull it back once. Finally, Volcanion looked at Ash impatiently. Hey, human, how many times do you want to hit me before I give up? Talk. Ash looked innocent and confused. It's telepathy. Xia Fan walked forward and pointed at a circle on Ash's waist and Volcanion's right front paw. This is an electronic pulse lock. You are now locked in by it and cannot be separated. Electronic pulse lock? What is this? Ash tried hard to break free, but was helpless. Xia Fan explained. That is to say, you and it are now connected by an invisible force, and as long as you exceed a certain distance, you will be immediately pulled back together. Upon hearing this, Volcanion also took a few bites at the circle, but it was useless, so he could only say viciously, I can't waste any more time. I have to get out of here. After saying that, it ran away without caring whether Ash agreed or not, and Ash could only follow behind. Finally, he fell several times and screamed, Help! Stop! Do you hear me? I'm running to my death. Volcanion looks back. Shut up. I don't care if it hurts you or not. After saying that, he accelerated again, pulling Ash down with him and causing him to fall again. How miserable! Seeing this scene, Xia Fan could only express sympathy. In my heart, I told Ash to hold on for a while. Now is not the time for him to conquer Volcanion. Everyone, don't get lost. I'm going to go after Ash. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball. There was a flash of red light, and Deoxys was released. It grabbed Xia Fan with its tentacles. Then a white light flashed, and it transformed from normal form to speed form. In the blink of an eye, he brought Xia Fan to the back of Ash and Volcanion. After a while, Xia Fan saw a prosperous and huge city. All around the city, there were many huge gears turning in all directions. And Volcanion brought Ash to the gear in the center of the city. There, it seemed that some kind of ceremony had just been completed. A mechanical Pokémon that resembled a princess walked down from the ceremony. Magiarna. When Xia Fan saw this, his pupils shrank. It is a Steel-type and Fairy-type Phantom Pokémon. Very good. Today will be a harvest day. After recognizing Magiarna, Xia Fan's mouth curled up. At the same time, the appearance of Volcanion alerted the people around Magiarna. A sturdy man, a young girl, and a middle-aged man with a cane stood in front of Magiarna and confronted Volcanion, and throw out their respective Pokémon. They are a Glalie, a Flash Jengar who has the same silver-white skin as the ancestor Jengar, and an Alakazam. The three were led by the middle-aged man with a cane. He raised his cane. He calmly shouted, Mega Evolution Wave, and 3 dark beams of energy burst out from his staff. It enveloped Glalie, Flash Jengar, and the Alakazam. The next second, the 3 Pokémon growled in pain. Then, 3 Pokémon completed Mega Evolution with 1 Mega Evolution Stone. Mystery Science? Xia Fan frowned slightly when he saw this scene. If he remembered correctly, this thing was a technology that was circulated in the kingdom of Azoth hundreds of years ago. The guy in front of me holding a cane should have inherited that technology and modified it. Allows the trainer to ignore the friendship between Pokémon and force several Pokémon to Mega Evolve at the same time. This thing is a little tricky and can be taken into my pantheon. However, if we want to develop it vigorously, we still have to reduce the side effects. Xia Fan muttered. Illusion. Freeze Ray. At this time, the 3 Pokémon that completed Mega Evolution attacked Volcanion. The sluggish Volcanion was frozen in mid-air in an instant, leaving Ash alone hanging in the air holding an iron rope. Alas, it's a bit weak, but the skills are okay. Xia Fan looked at the frozen Volcanion and sighed. Although I knew it would be unfrozen soon, I was still a little disappointed that it was frozen as soon as it appeared. After Volcanion was frozen, a young man dressed in prince's clothes came forward. Your name is Volcanion, right? Magyarna is very important to this country, and I hope you understand that. Ash looked at the prince and said unhappily, Hey, you guys are like this and you still wanted to understand? Are you kidding me? The prince looked at Ash and smiled. Nice to meet you. My name is Rakel, and I am the prince of this country. Excuse me, what are your names? When the prince asked this, he glanced at Xia Fan, who was floating in the air, being pulled by Deoxys. He saw that Xia Fan and Volcanion were not in the same group. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refused to help when Volcanion was beaten. I'm Ash from Pallet Town, a Pokémon trainer. Ash held the rope in his right hand and pointed at Xia Fan with his left hand. His name is Xia Fan, he's my friend. Rakel nodded and trotted over to Magyarna again. It was like meeting 2 new friends and excitedly sharing my story with them. Then let me tell you, Magyarna was created by a lost occult science. In other words, it's an artificial Pokémon. Magyarna's birth can be traced back to 500 years ago. Moreover, it is the only one in the world. A long time ago, in the kingdom of Azoth, there lived a master of mystical science named Eliphas. By studying the abilities of Pokémon, he successfully completed many inventions, making the country very wealthy. Magyarna is a Pokémon created by Eliphas as a gift to the royal family. It is said that Magyarna lived with the princess at the time. However, due to the turbulent times, Magyarna's whereabouts are unknown during the war. After a long search, we have finally found it. Raquel became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had become a national hero. But Xia Fan looked at him with eyes full of sympathy. If you remember correctly, this kid was exactly the middle-aged man with a cane behind him, Jarvis's puppet. In the end, he almost tore his country apart. It was just at this time, Volcanion breaks free from the ice. First, thick water vapor gushed out from the body. Then he raised his right hand and threw out an Ash brand yo-yo. Throw Ash in front of Magyarna. Let the man and the beast hug each other. Wait until Rakel and the others react. Magyarna was already standing next to Volcanion with Ash. Jingar Shadow Ball, Glalie, Freeze Ray, Alakazam Psybeam. The prince and Minister Jarvis quickly gave the order. I saw 3 attacks coming towards Ash and Volcanion. But just when he was about to hit her, Xia Fan attacked with Deoxys. One Protect blocked them all. Then he signaled Volcanion to run away with his little wife Magyarna, because if he didn't run far away, he would feel embarrassed to throw the ball to catch him. 10 minutes later, Volcanion took Magyarna and Ash and fled to a remote sewer in the city. Xia Fan, who helped them get rid of Jarvis, followed closely with Deoxys. Are you okay, Ash? Jumping off Deoxys, Xia Fan walked over to Ash. Ash didn't say anything, but looked at Volcanion and Magyarna with a frown. At this moment, the 2 Pokémons were showing their love to each other. Magyarna held Volcanion's head affectionately and rubbed it. Volcanion said righteously, As long as it's for you, I will go even if it means going through mountains of swords and seas of fire. Xia Fan comment, I. Those who show affection quickly die. Is it right to bully someone I don't like? Is it necessary to deliberately make what you're thinking heard by everyone through telepathy? Can't you just tell this to your Magyarna alone? No, I can't let you continue to show your affection. Ahem. Xia Fan coughed and walked forward to interrupt the pair of phantom Pokémon who were showing their affection. Your name is Volcanion, right? Hello, my name is Xia Fan. Volcanion glanced at Xia Fan and said disdainfully, So what? But just as it finished speaking, Magyarna stretched out his hand and gestured to Volcanion to be polite. Magyarna, a unique Pokémon in the world. Ash then joined in on the conversation. Hello, Magiarna. My name is Ash, and this is my partner Pikachu. Nice to meet you. Ash extended his hand to Magiarna in a friendly manner. But just as he was about to touch Magiarna, Volcanion became angry. A claw pushed Ash away. Don't touch Magiarna. Human. After saying that, it wanted to fire a water gun warning at Ash, but since there was no water in its body, the attack failed. Volcanion walked to the pond and drank water. What are you doing? Ash asked in confusion. I need water for attacking and flying. Volcanion answered. If those guys attack you next time, I can help you subdue them together with Mr. Xia Fan. Ash said. Volcanion glanced at Xia Fan and Ash. Then he said disdainfully again, I don't need help from humans. Found it, Mr. Xia Fan and Ash. At this time, the voices of Clement, Euligia, and Serena were heard not far away. After a while, the three of them came to Xia Fan and Ash, panting. He looked at Magiarna, whom he had never seen before, with a puzzled look on his face. Ash and Xia Fan patiently explained to them what had just happened. Clement asked after hearing the explanation. So what should we do next? This electronic pulse lock cannot be opened for the time being. Ash and Volcanion will have to stay together. When Ash was explaining just now, he tried to open the lock with his own technological invention, but it didn't work. Magiarna and I are going to the Nibel Plateau. At this time, Volcanion spoke. You humans don't hold us back. With that, steam erupted from its body, and it flew out of the city with Magiarna and Ash in tow. Xia Fan asked Deoxys to use his clone to take him, Euligia and the others to follow behind. Along the way, Ash and Volcanion quarreled, and he met the princess of the kingdom of Azoth, Chimia, who was also the sister of Prince Rakel. She was grateful to Volcanion, Xia Fan, and others, because they protected Magiarna. She didn't want Magiarna to fall into the hands of the kingdom's minister, Jarvis, as she thought he had some conspiracy. 2 days later, the group arrived at the Nibel Plateau. On the way up the plateau, they encountered a wounded Amora. It cried out to Volcanion for help and pain. What happened to it? Ash looked at the fallen Amora worriedly. It's just you humans. After hearing Amora's cry for help, Volcanion glared at Ash angrily. But just as it finished speaking, a shell suddenly hit it. Below the Volcanion 7 or 8 meters away. A middle-aged man wearing a black beret and holding a cigar in his mouth drove a zip car to the crowd. It's a Pokémon hunter. Ash recognized the other person's attire and said angrily, Oh my god, I think I saw a prey that is more valuable than Amora. The man looked at Volcanion excitedly, and then he noticed Deoxys behind Xia Fan. Oh no, there are two. There's even a Deoxys. Ha 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 ha, I made a fortune today. After saying that, he raised a bazooka and was about to aim at Deoxys. But the moment his shell was fired, he was stunned, because Deoxys used a teleport to get in front of it and use a defensive form to perfectly block its bazooka. Then a tentacle fanned him out of the car. Finally, a figure appeared before him. Brother, it's not you who made a fortune today, it's me. As a Pokémon hunter, you should be very rich. 5 minutes later, the group continued to climb the plateau. The Pokémon hunter was robbed by Xia Fan and hung on a tree. Does this happen often here? On the way, Ash asked Volcanion. The Pokémon hunter's bazooka just now didn't cause much damage to it. Yes, but there is no way, because my power is limited after all. So every time I encounter such a thing, I can only use the fog to drive them away, Volcanion replied. Half an hour later, led by Volcanion, the group came down to the plateau. I saw many Pokémon there. There are Psyduck, Litleo, Munchlax, Slippery, Gulpin. But those Pokémon looked scared when they saw everyone. As soon as you get close, it will hide immediately. Why are they so afraid of us? Ash asked, puzzled. Volcanion glanced at Ash and said, Just to be clear, you are humans, and these are Pokémon that have been harmed by humans. But humans are divided into good and bad. You can't just kill them all with one blow. Xia Fan frowned slightly. Serena, treat Amora. Now that we have reached the Nibel Plateau, there is no need to travel any further. Now that he had reached his destination, he could plan to conquer Volcanion and Magiarna. Okay, Yulika, come and help. Okay. Serena and Euligia heard Xia Fan's words and took Amora off Volcanian's back and bandaged her. Are you really okay with this? Don't mess around. Volcanian was somewhat distrustful. Trust in humans, buddy. Xia Fan calmed it down and took out a pokeball from her waist. A red light flashed, and the dream god Cresselia was released by Xia Fan. As soon as he came out, a holy aura instantly swept the entire place. The Pokémon that were hiding in the bushes and were originally afraid of humans immediately showed their heads. He looked at Cresselia with a pilgrim look on his face. This is... Volcanian's face turned slightly red. If it weren't in front of Magiarna, it might have been even more shy. Xia Fan looked at Volcanian with a smile on his face. We are all men, he understands. It's Cresselia, the legendary Pokémon from the Sinnoh region and one of my companions. Cresselia, come get acquainted with everyone. Cresselia, the goddess of dreams, nodded slightly and floated in the air. The next second, an aura, even holier than before, spread from the body. The sun was shining brightly, but countless starlight was spreading from its body. Attract all the surrounding Pokémon to gather together. Even when Xia Fan deliberately walked next to them, there was no reaction. Xia Fan, old thief, let me out now. These guys don't deserve to be with Cresselia, especially Volcanian, the old scum. In Xia Fan's mind, the voice of the Jengar ancestor sounded. The slightly red face of Volcanian just now made the ancestor in the Pokeball alert. It cannot allow that in the legend, in addition to Darkrai, the love rival, there should be another Volcanian. But Xia Fan ignored him and looked at Ash. Ash, Serena, you should release your Pokemon as well. Everyone is having fun. Ash and the others then released their Pokemon. Just like that, the originally somewhat depressing atmosphere immediately eased. Xia Fan's Pokemon diplomacy strategy was successful. All he had to do now was to detach the electronic pulse lock on Ash and Volcanian's waist. You could let Gulpin try. Its acid spray is highly corrosive, Xia Fan suggested. He remembered that this was how the pulse lock was opened in the plot. Finally, his proposal was adopted. After a while, Gulpin spit acid spray at the electronic pulse lock on Ash's waist, as Xia Fan said. The electronic pulse lock was unlocked. Ash and Volcanian are free again. Volcanian wanted to drive Xia Fan and the others away. But when he saw Cresselia, he was too embarrassed to speak. Afraid that Xia Fan would leave, Cresselia followed him. And now Magiarna seems to be familiar with Cresselia. Let's find a place to talk alone. Xia Fan came to Volcanian while he was thinking. Volcanian glanced at him and agreed. It just doesn't know that. After it took Xia Fan to a remote hot spring. Xia Fan, the sixth player, suddenly threw a Pokeball at it. A red light flashed. Volcanian was taken in. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Volcanian. Please select one of the skills as your skill. Fire and Water-type Phantom Pokemon Volcanian. Gender, none. Ability, Water Storage. When attacked by Water-type moves, it will not be damaged but will be restored. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Steam Eruption. Continuously gather strength between the two arms. When the arms are opened, they will release energy that can destroy a mountain. Sometimes rival will be burned, 30% probability. Flare Blitz. Cover the whole body with flames and take down towards rival. You will also suffer considerable damage. Sometimes, rival will fall into the burn contest condition, 10% probability. Flame Charge. Cover your entire body with flames and attack rival. Accumulate stockpile and increase your speed. Explosion. Trigger an explosion, attacking all Pokemon around you. You will die after using it. Body Slam. Use the whole body to press down on rival and attack. Sometimes rival will fall into paralysis contest condition, 30% probability. Overheat. Use all your strength to attack rival. After using this, your special attack will be greatly reduced due to the reaction force. Mist. A ball of mist is generated from the body, spreading around, and all Pokemon will lose their attack targets. Haze. Raises a ball of haze, returning all the abilities of the Pokemon currently fighting on the field to their original positions, and all items and skills that increase the abilities, hit rate, and evasion rate of Pokémon become ineffective. Scald sprays boiling water at rival to attack, sometimes causing rival to fall into a burning contest condition, 30% chance. System: I choose its exclusive skill Steam Eruption. Volcanion skills are nothing special. Xia Fan glanced from top to bottom and felt that the exclusive skills were somewhat useful. Therefore, 2 seconds later, the skill Steam Eruption appeared in Xia Fan's mind. Then he did not choose to test his skills immediately to avoid blowing up the hot spring. Instead, he snapped his fingers. The next second, a dimensional hole emerged from behind him. Then, Pokémon emitting 4 dazzling lights, orange, red, purple, and aqua blue, walked out. It is like auspicious normal. The hot spring mouth was instantly illuminated. Owner Xerneas nodded slightly towards Xia Fan as a sign of respect. Thank you for being such a lobbyist. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball. There was a flash of red light, and Volcanion was released. Human you. After being released, Volcanion looked at Xia Fan angrily. His expression looked as if he wanted to eat him alive. But Xia Fan looked calm. The man and the beast formed a sharp contrast. But just as Volcanion was about to knock Xia Fan away with an elbow, a force of life suppressed it. It looked back, a moment of stagnation. Lord Xerneas, why are you here? Volcanion looked at Xerneas behind him in surprise. Because I am its owner, Xia Fan explained with a smile. But Volcanion immediately responded with anger. Shut up, you despicable human. How could Lord Xerneas be someone you could touch? Xia Fan shrugged. Xerneas said, he is right. He is indeed my master. Volcanion's face froze. He glanced at Xia Fan, then at Xerneas. It was a feeling that all 3 views were instantly shattered. Master Xerneas, what did you call him just now? Volcanion asked tentatively. Master, Xerneas replied seriously. Volcanion was speechless for a moment. The human who behaved so rudely to it turned out to be the master of Lord Xerneas. A minute later it asked, Why, Master Xerneas, would you submit to a human? Does Master Yveltal know about this? It knows this, Xerneas said after a long silence. Because it is also the master's partner. Volcanion was confused again, looked at Xia Fan stiffly. Xia Fan shrugged comfortably. He just likes to see Pokemon's incredible expressions. If you don't believe me, I can ask Yveltal to say hello to you. Xia Fan began to greet Yveltal and other legends and Volcanion through the spiritual shared world. Let have a general understanding of its own background. Half an hour later, Volcanion surrendered to Fan. Xia Fan said, Go and call Magiarna over. It has become my Pokemon. From now on, no matter how far away you are, you can still get in touch through my power. And your future will be guaranteed by me from now on. I will mobilize a group of my men to guard the bottom of the Nibel Plateau. If the Pokemon hunters come to disturb you again, those people will rob them. Volcanion nodded. A few minutes later, Magiarna was brought from Ash and his group to Xia Fan. This time, Xia Fan also threw the ball first and then explained. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Magiarna. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Steel and Fairy-type Phantom Pokemon. Magiarna. Gender, none. Ability. Soul Heart. Ability. Soul Heart. Whenever a nearby Pokemon becomes a dying contest condition, special attack will increase. Carrying item. Soul Heart. This item contains huge energy. Once it is taken out, Magiarna will fall into death. Skills are as follows. Crafty Shield. Uses magical power to block attacks from changing moves, but cannot block attacks from damaging moves. Gear Up. Activate the gear to increase the attack and special attack of Pokemon with positive and negative abilities. Gear Shift. Turning the gears will not only increase your attack, but also greatly increase your speed. Help. Help Partner. The Pokemon that is helped will have its moves more powerful than usual, with the power increased by 50%. Lucky Chant. Make a wish to the sky. Under the protection of luck, any enemy attack in the next minute will be difficult to hit you. Fleur Cannon. After releasing a powerful beam, your special attack will be greatly reduced. This is a Magiarna exclusive skill. When this skill is selected, The host body will undergo mechanized transformation. Iron defense. Make your skin as hard as iron, greatly improving your defense. Mind reader. Feel rival's actions carefully, and your next attack will definitely hit rival. Pain split. Add your life force and rival together, then divide it equally between yourself and the opponent. System. I choose the skill Mind Reader. Magiarna's skills are even less optional than Volcanian's, except for Lucky Chant. But Lucky Chant had already chosen from his elf the 3 sacred mushrooms, so there was no need to choose. Magiarna's exclusive skill, Fleur Cannon, is quite powerful, but its special attack will be reduced, and if you choose it, your body will be transformed into a robot. Xia Fan took a look and gave up decisively. So with no other choice, he could only choose Mind Reader. And it just so happens that he hasn't chosen this kind of skill that increases hit rate yet. The next second after the words fell, Xia Fan gained the skill of Mind Reader in his mind. Come on, it's up to you to explain. Take out the Pokeball. A red light flashed, and Xia Fan released Magiarna. As soon as Magiarna came out, he looked at Xia Fan in panic. He was obviously surprised that he had just been thrown the ball by this human. Magiarna, don't panic. He's not a bad guy. Lord Xerneas was with him. Volcanian walked over to Magiarna and helped Xia Fan explain. After almost 10 minutes of explanation, Magiarna finally accepted Xia Fan like Volcanian did. After Magiarna accepted him as his master, Xia Fan said calmly, "Since I have become your master, you two can live here peacefully from now on. I can ensure that you will not be disturbed and Magiarna will not be targeted by anyone." If he remembered correctly, according to the plot, the kingdom's Minister Jarvis would come here in a spaceship in the next 2 days to grab Magiarna. He stripped the soul from Magiarna's body to satisfy his ambition to rule the kingdom. Now that he's become a master of these 2 legends, he can easily solve this little trouble so that Magiarna will not be killed as soon as he leaves, and he will not be slapped in the face. Forget it. I might as well go and help you solve your problem now. I have nothing to do anyway. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and used the skill substitute. Just as he was about to use teleport to leave the hot spring, Volcanian called him. "Can I go with you?" Volcanian asked. "Sure." Xia Fan smiled and nodded. He wanted more than anything else to have someone watching him show off. Then he put his hand on Volcanian's arm, and the next second, Xia Fan disappeared from the hot spring with it. An hour later, Xia Fan came to the kingdom of Azoth on the back of Volcanian. Just happened to meet a spaceship that had just taken off. Sitting inside were Prince Rakel of the Azoth Kingdom, Minister Jarvis, and many of Jarvis's men. Outside the spaceship, there are many powerful Pokémon following. Flash, Jengaragran, Steelix, Scammerdeup, Glalie-Vidolacesm, Swampert, Houndoom, Duranitor. All of them are Pokémon that have evolved to their final form and can Mega-Evolve. "It's you." Jarvis, standing on the spaceship, was surprised to see Xia Fan and Volcanian. He was about to lead his Pokémon army to Sucker Punch, but the prey came to him. Jarvis laughed. "Hand over Magiarna quickly, and we can avoid a war." Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. "Is it okay not to give it to me?" Jarvis taunted. "If you don't give it to me, you will be beaten. Do you think you can fight us?" As he spoke, he raised his scepter. Mega Evolution Wave. The next second, several dark energy beams burst out from his cane. It enveloped the Pokémon below. After a while, all the Pokémon below were Mega-Evolved. He looked at Xia Fan and Volcanian with a ferocious face. Jarvis taunted, "Give up resistance. Can't you defeat the enemy with a small number of people?" "Who said that? I think I can do it." Xia Fan looked at Jarvis with a smile and snapped his fingers at soaring in the sky. The next second, a dimensional hole appeared under his feet. A breath of death poured out from it. Then a giant bird Pokémon flew out, standing proudly on soaring in the sky, overlooking the dozen or so Mega-Evolved Pokémon on ground. "Do you think it's qualified?" Xia Fan pointed at Yveltal and asked Jarvis with a smile. "Ah, this." With his mouth open, Jarvis was stunned as he looked at the Pokémon standing proudly and soaring in the sky. He is not a fool. As a minister of the Kingdom of Azoth, the legend of Kalos region is still recognizable. But he couldn't understand how the young man could summon Yveltal, the symbol of death, with just a snap of his fingers. But after a few seconds, the nervous Jarvis shook his head again. No, I can't be afraid. Legends are just legends after all. No one knows how powerful they really are. And I've gotten so many Pokémon to Mega Evolution now. It allowed them to briefly possess the power to break through the limits of their race. 11 Mega Evolutions versus 1 Legend. Outnumbered, the advantage is mine. Thinking of this, Jarvis's nervousness immediately subsided a lot. At this time, one of Jarvis's subordinates, not knowing whether he was confused or did not recognize Yveltal, or perhaps he heard Jarvis's voice, actually ordered an attack directly. Tyranitar, destroy the Death Ray. Then a Mega Evolved Tyranitar took a step forward and focused a dark red energy beam towards Yveltal. Is there really anyone who is not afraid of death? This time it was Fan, who was a little confused. He looked in surprise at the Mega Evolved Tyranitar that was betrayed by its master, spitting out a destructive death ray at Yveltal, and then angered Yveltal, who responded with an Oblivion Wing. 2 dark red energy beams collided in midair. However, the destructive death ray of the Mega Evolved Tyranitar was like paper, and it couldn't even withstand it for a moment before it was pierced by Yveltal's Oblivion Wing. Then the Mega Evolved Tyranitar is directly petrified. As a result, 2 unlucky ghosts standing nearby also suffered. A Mega Evolved Swampert and a Mega Evolved Houndoom. Due to being hit by the residual force of the Oblivion Wing's attack, he was petrified along with the Mega Evolved Tyranitar without doing anything. Looking at this scene, Jarvis, who was still thinking about fighting with Yveltal, felt his heart rise to his throat again. How to fight this? This is too outrageous. The destructive death ray of the Mega Evolved Tyranitar could not be resisted for even a second. Jarvis, what should we do now? Give up Magiarna. At this time, Prince Rakel tugged at Jarvis' sleeve. Yveltal's terror frightened him. Give up Magiarna? Rakel's words hit the nail on the head for Jarvis. He had finally found Magiarna and awakened it. Now he just had to capture it and peel off its soul. Then his dream of ruling the kingdom would be realized, and he could lead the kingdom to a new peak. No, we can't give up. But can we defeat that Pokémon? Who said we can't beat them? Jarvis' courage suddenly returned, and he looked at Rakel seriously. Although we lost 3 Pokémon, we still have 8 Mega Evolved Pokémon. It's 8-1. If we attack together, we still have the advantage. Jarvis raised his cane and pointed it at Yveltal. Let's defeat it together and establish the glory of my Azoth kingdom. With that, it ordered its own Mega Evolved Flash Jengar to attack. Jengar, Dark Pulse. His subordinate saw this and quickly commanded other Mega Evolved Pokémon and Flash Jengar to attack Yveltal together. On the other side, Xia Fan, standing on Volcanian's back, frowned slightly as he looked at Jarvis, who was inexplicably excited. He couldn't understand how Jarvis could say such crazy words as 8-1, the advantage is mine, when facing Yveltal. You're crazy. You must have ruined your brain by studying mysterious science. A few seconds later, as Xia Fan expected, facing the siege of 8 Mega Evolved Pokémon, Yveltal easily dealt with it with 1 Oblivion Wing. Directly petrified the 8 Pokémon on the spot. Jarvis was so stunned that he stood there frozen in place, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, Xia Fan jumped from Volcanian's back onto the spaceship and walked in front of Jarvis. Raising an eyebrow, he said, "Come on, please continue your performance where you have the upper hand over me." Jarvis said nothing, because he was already shocked by Yveltal's strength. Xia Fan patted Jarvis on the shoulder and said, "Don't be so timid. Look to the future. Follow me in the future." After saying that, Xia Fan took out the golden ring obtained from Hoopa, brought a group of members from the Temple of the Gods here. Let them recruit Jarvis and let Jarvis' mysterious science serve their pantheon in the future. At the same time, provide Prince Rakel with power and resources to help him develop his kingdom. Just join their pantheon. At first, Jarvis and Rakel were a little hesitant. But when Xia Fan used the golden ring to casually summon the sea god Lugia and Ho-Oh. He obeyed, sincerely obeyed, especially after learning from the executive of the Pantheon that in addition to Lugia and Ho-Oh, the Pantheon also controls the legends of other regions. The status of the Pantheon in my heart immediately reached an unprecedented level. In this way, Xia Fan successfully incorporated the Kingdom of Azoth into the base of the Pantheon in the Kalos region. Then he took Volcanion back to the Nibel Plateau. Ash and the others were completely unaware of what was happening during this time. After spending a day peacefully with the Pokémon here, the 5 of them continued their journey. Go to Snowbell City to get the last gym badge. On the way to Snowbell City, the 5 of them met Ash's rival Sawyer again in a small town. Out of boredom, Ash and Sawyer started a 3v3 battle in the town's park. There, Shelgon versus Hawlucha, Honedge versus Pikachu, and Grovyle versus Greninja. The result of the battle was that Sawyer was defeated miserably. Hawlucha used a Sky Attack to kill Shelgon. Pikachu used an Iron Tail, followed by a Thunderbolt, to kill Honedge instantly. Only the final battle between Grovyle and Greninja was a close one because of the attribute restraint. But Ash is a master of reverse attributes after all, and when he was about to be defeated, he successfully completed the Bond evolution with Greninja. A spinning attack destroyed Grovyle. Ash, what did you just do? How did you do it? You don't have a Mega Evolution Stone, but you suddenly have power comparable to Mega Evolution. Can you teach me? Sawyer was not depressed after losing, but took out his notebook with a studious look on his face. I'm not sure about this myself. Ash scratched his head. Anyway, there was a snap in front of my eyes, and then Greninja changed. What are you saying? I don't understand anything. Sawyer turned his gaze to Xia Fan, who was watching on the sidelines. He knew that Xia Fan was strong, had many powerful Pokémon, and was not only the champion of the Sinnoh region, but also the champion of the Unova region. Must be well informed. Don't look at me. I don't know either. But Xia Fan just shook her head when facing Sawyer's gaze. After saying that, Xia Fan noticed that there was a young man dressed in trendy clothes outside the battlefield, looking at this side. Signature black jacket and blue scarf. Alan. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and had some guesses about the identity of this young man. Ash's biggest rival in the Kalos region. After all, not everyone would dress so warmly when everyone else is wearing short sleeves. If you don't know, you might think there is something wrong with your body. And the boy also noticed Xia Fan. After a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, he turned and left. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the Pokémon Center to get the Pokémon they had just battled healed. Along the way, Sawyer kept holding a notebook and asking Ash how he felt during the battle just now. It's incredible. I remember when we were fighting just now, Ash and Greninja's movements were exactly the same. Sawyer said. After hearing what Sawyer said, Serena agreed. If that's the case, it seems that Ash and Greninja did the same thing when this happened before. Yeah, but situations like that don't happen often, Clement said. I can't explain why. Being watched by everyone, Ash scratched his face nervously, but the scene that Greninja saw and the actions it performed made me feel as if I had experienced it myself. You mean you guys merged? Sawyer said. I don't know. I just know that my body gets hot when I feel Greninja's perspective, and when the battle is over, my body gets extremely tired again. Ash said. So Ash, you turned into a Greninja? Sawyer guessed. Ash smiled. If it really turned into a Pokémon, I think it would be fun. That's a really bold hypothesis. Clement raised his glasses. Sawyer continued. I heard that the closer the friendship between a trainer and a Pokémon is, the more they will look alike. Maybe your transformation is a move that can only be learned by a Pokémon with a very close friendship with a trainer. I became a Greninja because of friendship. Ash looked towards the rooftop, lost in thought. A few minutes later, a notification sounded from the Pokémon Center. Tell Ash and Sawyer to retrieve their respective restored Pokémon. After Sawyer got his Pokémon back, he said goodbye to Xia Fan, Ash, and the others because he had to rush to challenge the gym. Xia Fan and his companions planned to stay in the town for another night as they needed to purchase supplies. At night, Alan showed up at the Pokémon Center with a Charizard, and after seeing them, he challenged them. But he not only challenged Ash, he also challenged Xia Fan. I recognize you. You are the champion of Sinnoh region and Unova region. Please give me a chance to challenge you. After challenging Ash, Alan looked at Xia Fan with fiery eyes. He's showing off. He was really afraid that Comrade Alan would become withdrawn after fighting him and would not have the confidence to fight Ash. Don't forget that all his fights are bounty fights. At this time, Ash was staring at Charizard behind Alan with his eyes wide open. He found that there was a bright Mega Evolution stone hanging around Charizard's neck. Ash was surprised. Is that the Mega Evolution stone? Charizard can Mega Evolution. Alan nodded. Yes, do you want to see it? Let your Greninja fight it. I saw your battle during the day. Then let's fight. Ash clenched his fists excitedly. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the battle area in the backyard of the Pokémon Center. Let's go, Charizard. Alan threw his Pokeball first. Greninja has decided that it's you. Ash followed closely behind and released Greninja. As for the referee, Clement volunteered to take on the role, and the battle began with his order. I'll attack first, Water Shuriken. Ash gave the order first. Greninja leaped into the air and threw 2 icy water shurikens at Charizard. Alan saw this and said calmly, use Dragon Claw. Then Charizard growled and stood still, swinging his claws. A light blue energy instantly overflowed from his claws, and he easily slashed out 2 water shurikens. Alan frowned and looked at Ash. You should be more than this. Ash did not respond, but continued to give Greninja an order with high morale. Greninja, 1-word slash. Betting. Greninja bounced in response, formed a dagger in his hand, and rushed towards Charizard. Charizard, get out of the way. Alan ordered. Charizard then started dancing with Greninja in the venue. You stab me, and I dodge. You spin and stab, and I jump and dodge. After fighting for a few seconds, Alan seized the opportunity to counterattack and gave the order. Flamethrower, a blazing fire spewed out of Charizard's mouth. He directly neutralized Greninja's attack and made it dodge in front of Ash to rest in pain. Stop dawdling and start a real fight. At this time, Alan became a little impatient and raised the Mega Evolution key in his hand. Respond to my heart and evolve the keystone. Mega Evolution beyond evolution. The next second, the Mega Evolution key on his left hand glowed, responding to Charizard on the battlefield. The roar of dragons began to resound throughout the battlefield. The light also covered the entire venue. When everything calmed down, a black and blue Mega Charizard X appeared in front of everyone. Blue flames continued to overflow from its mouth. This immediately caused Ash and the people outside to exclaim, Charizard Black. It looks so domineering and powerful. This is the first time I've seen it. What an amazing momentum. My fighting spirit is getting higher and higher. Greninja, we must win. On the other hand, Alan issued an attack order after Charizard completed its evolution. Charizard Dragon Claw. Immediately, an even more violent light blue energy overflowed from Charizard's claws, and Charizard swung it towards Greninja. Ash saw this and immediately gave the order to kill. The 2 Pokémon fought in the center of the field, but this time Greninja was clearly at a disadvantage, retreating 3 or 4 meters, while Charizard only retreated 1 meter. Double team. Ash gritted his teeth and ordered, preparing to implement the tactics. Flamethrower. Alan attacked. Light blue flames came out of Charizard's mouth, instantly dissolving all of Greninja's double team. However, Ash did not lose and continued to implement his tactics. While the dust produced by the fire has not yet dissipated and it is impossible to see what is going on inside, have Greninja use a spinning attack on Charizard Sucker Punch. But this tactic didn't work at all for Alan. Instead, he successfully used X-Spray's Lightning Palm and punched Greninja into a paralyzed contest condition. Okay, let me see your true strength. You won't win if you continue like this. Alan frowned. Okay, then let me show you how powerful we are. Ash shouted, Let's go, Greninja. Then, ground suddenly released a huge water column that enveloped Greninja. Greninja's momentum continued to rise. After the evolution was successful, under Ash's command, the spinning attack, and the X-Spray lightning palm finally became a deadlock. Finally, Alan was forced to command X-Spray to use his strongest move. Charizard, explode and burn. I saw the hot blue flames instantly covering X's whole body. With a dragon roar, he punched the ground, and the ground instantly broke into pieces. Flames shot up into the sky. Greninja's towering water column evaporated instantly. When the movement resumed, Greninja had fallen to the ground and lost his ability to fight, and Ash followed suit and sat on the ground exhausted, marveling at how powerful this Charizard was. Alan turned his attention to Xia Fan. "Are you ready to fight me now?" Xia Fan shrugged. "Okay, but you have to think about it. My fights against Normal are all bounty fights, where we both risk our entire fortunes." "Bounty fight? Betting your entire fortune?" Alan's burning fighting spirit was instantly reduced by half. He looked at Xia Fan with his pupils shrinking, never expecting that he would have to risk his entire fortune on a challenge. At this time, Xia Fan spoke seriously. "Yes, I'll bet everything on this. I think this kind of battle will make my blood boil and make both sides fight to the utmost." After saying that, Xia Fan saw a hint of regret in Alan's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose. "Are you scared?" Alan gritted his teeth and said, "I don't know how much money you have." The implication is that they are afraid of Xia Fan fishing and winning more money from him with less money. Xia Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry. If you beat me, you will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Alan looked at Ash and the others. Clement immediately spoke up. "I can prove this. Mr. Xia Fan is the richest man I have ever met." Serena nodded. "I can also prove that he never haggles when buying things. He just buys when he says he's going to buy. Boss Xia paid for all the expenses on our trip." Yuli Jia raised her hand and said, "I can also prove that Mr. Xia Fan also paid for my snacks. He was more generous than my father every time he paid." Ash also nodded repeatedly. "Every time we go to a big city, Mr. Xia Fan will take us to a big restaurant to spend money. He is really rich." Alan froze where he was after hearing this, looking at Xia Fan in astonishment. Xia Fan said calmly, "I have no choice. I am so poor that I only have money left, so I can only use money as a way to motivate me to fight. Alan, do you still want to challenge me now? If you win, you will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life." Alan gritted his teeth and hesitated for a while, then finally nodded. "Challenge, but I have to let my Charizard rest at Nurse Joy's place first." Xia Fan shrugged. "Of course, it's the way it should be." Just like that, half an hour later, Fan and Alan were replaced and stood on both sides of the battlefield. The referee is still Clement. "Xia Fan, can you let my Charizard fight against that Gengar of yours?" Just before the battle began, Alan suddenly spoke. "Fight against Gengar?" Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Alan said, "Yes, I remember your performance in Sinnoh Alliance very clearly. I always remember that it was called the Mad God by the audience. You even know the Mad God Gengar. It seems like you really know me very well." Xia Fan put the Deoxys Pokeball in his hand back and took out the Ancestor's Pokeball instead. At this moment, in his spiritual shared world, Comrade Laozu was laughing loudly because he heard what Alan said. "I didn't expect that after not appearing in major events for so long, there are still people who remember its glory." A red light flashed. The Ancestor was released. With his hands on his fat waist, he looked down at Alan. At the same time, a string of words condensed with haze appeared in front of Alan. "The boy has good vision and chose me instead of Deoxys." On the other hand, Alan was visibly relieved after seeing the Ancestor. In fact, it wasn't that he wanted to fight Charizard, but he just searched for information about Xia Fan in the Pokemon Center. The data shows that Xia Fan has only used Gengar and Deoxys in large-scale competitions, although there is no sign of defeat. However, the introduction of Deoxys is that it is a Pokemon that can fight against Rayquaza, the guardian of the Hoenn region. Comparing the two, anyone with a bare hand would know that Gengar is the better choice for rival. Of course, the rival that is most likely to win should be the Pikachu standing on Xia Fan's shoulder. But it's easy to be laughed at and bullied, So just forget it. Come out, Charizard. There was a flash of red light, and Charizard was released. Alan looked at Clement. Clement, the referee, understood and raised his right hand. You can use only one Pokémon in this battle. The winner is decided once. When one of the Pokémon loses the ability to fight, the game ends and the loser needs to pay the winner all the Pokémon he currently carries. Then let the game begin. As Clement landed a right hand, Alan directly made Charizard Mega Evolution. Respond to my heart and evolve the Keystone. Mega Evolution beyond evolution. Charizard's dragon roar began to resound throughout the entire battlefield. After a while, a blue and black Charizard X appeared in front of the old man. Looking at the ancestor with high morale, I saw that your Gengar also carries the evolution keystone. Let it Mega Evolve as well. Alan said, let it Mega Evolution. Xia Fan's mouth curled up slightly. Then let me see your strength clearly first. Alan decisively ordered. Charizard Dragon Claw. Charizard then displayed his sharp dragon claw, which was wrapped in light blue energy, and slashed at the ancestor. On the other hand, the ancestor did not need Xia Fan's order. He calmly raised his right hand and used Shadow Punch. I saw countless fist shadows bursting out from its right hand. The next second, the fat white guy and Charizard X collided in the center of the field. The outcome of the battle was decided in an instant. Facing the Shadow Punch of Gengar the Great, Charizard X was punched out of the battlefield and smashed into the wall, losing his combat capability. Charizard. Alan was stunned by the result. He glanced at Gengar, who was fine, then turned back to look at his unconscious Charizard. He couldn't believe the battle was over like this. This is just the beginning. One shot of Shadow Punch's own Charizard was defeated. How is this possible? This is impossible. Is this still a Gengar? At this time, Xia Fan crossed his arms and calmly walked to the side of Alan, who was in a trance. Accept the fact you lose. A few minutes later, after Alan transferred all his assets to Xia Fan, he left in despair. Originally, Xia Fan wanted to leave him 100, but this guy felt that Xia Fan was humiliating him and righteously refused. He didn't keep a single cent and transferred it all to Xia Fan. Looking at Alan's dejected back, Clement sighed. How miserable. Serena nodded. I guess Mr. Xia Fan will become his nightmare in the future. He will never want to fight Mr. Xia Fan again. Eulogia looked up. But why does Ash often fight with Mr. Xia Fan? And even after losing, he still smiles as if nothing happened. Clement asked, does he have money? Eulogia frowned. I understand, so that's how it is. Bare feet are not afraid of those wearing shoes. Ash on the side. On the other side, Alan returned to the Pokémon Center and took out his communicator. After hesitating for a while, he finally made a phone call with difficulty. He is his boss and the boss of the entire Team Flare. He is currently working for it. What's wrong, Alan? The phone was connected and a mellow middle-aged male voice was heard. Representative. Alan gritted his teeth and spoke, but after saying the word representative, he could no longer utter any words. Seeing that Alan was slow to speak, the person on the other side took the initiative to say, are you asking about Manon and Chasebin? Chasebin is still in a coma, and Manon is by his side. Alan heard this and said, I see. Thank you, Representative. But Representative, I'm not calling to ask them. I want to ask you something. What is it? Tell me. I will help you if I can. Representative, can you lend me $1,000? I have no money for food. Opposite. 3 days later, on the way to Snowbell City, Xia Fan and his group stayed in the woods again. It was noon, and after eating and drinking, Ash, Pikachu, and Deden lay on the grass to rest. Ah, it's so delicious. Pika Pika, Dong Xiang. Xia Fan held Xiaowan in his arms and basked in the sun on the rocks by the river. Xiaowan lay in Xia Fan's arms, purring comfortably. Not far away, Clement, Serena, and Eulogia were packing up. At this moment, the little thing on Xia Fan's belly suddenly stood up, looking into the distance seriously. What's wrong, Xiaowan? Xia Fan asked puzzledly. Xiaowan did not respond. Just at this moment, Darkrai, who was monitoring Team Flare outside Norman, suddenly sent him a message. What's wrong, Darkrai? Xia Fan said through the spiritual shared world. Team Flare has found Z2 and is preparing to capture him. Darkrai said, Master, should I stop them? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, glanced at Xiaowan, and understood why it suddenly became like this. No. If it's not caught, how can Zygarde's complete form appear? Share the footage with me. The next second, a picture appeared in Xia Fan's mind. A Pokémon that looks like a Squidward, but has a blue core, is being chased by a Weevil and a Druddigon. No matter how this Pokémon, which looks like the same Pokémon as the little soft, hides itself, it will eventually be found by Team Flare through the technological glasses. However, just as this Pokémon was about to be captured by Team Flare, it evolved. Like Xiaowan, countless Zygarde cells poured into its body from all directions. After a while, it evolved into the 10% form of Zygarde. Then, with just a volley of 1,000 arrows, Team Flare was repelled and they managed to escape. No way, Team Flare. Seeing this scene, Xia Fan's mouth corners raised. But the consciousness did not withdraw from the mental shared world because Z2 had been marked by the repelled Team Flare, and they were able to continue the pursuit. At the same time, in order to improve the capture capability, they began to contact Alan, help who was not far from them. Just like that, not long after, Z2 was caught up by Team Flare again. Under the attack of Alan's X-Spray and Team Flare, it evolved again. This time, it no longer evolved into Zygarde's 10% form, but evolved into 50%. A Dragon Pulse sent Team Flare fleeing in panic, and then 1,000 waves severely injured Alan's X-Spray. Finally, just as Z2 was about to use his unique skill to wipe out the bastards in front of him, Team Flare launched a sneak attack with a high-tech gun they had developed, forcing it back from its 50% form to the core form of Earl Dervish. Is that just the end of it? No, it didn't. When Team Flare's Celebrate finally succeeded in capturing it, a large group of people in blue cyan uniforms suddenly walked out from the surrounding mountains. Surrounded Team Flare. The leader was a red-haired young man. Team Flare, thank you for capturing Zygarde's Core Z2 for our Wuji Society. At the same time, on Xia Fan's side, a large group of people in blue uniforms just walked out of the woods. The leader was a middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked at everyone excitedly and said, Finally, I found you, Ash, Serena, Clement, Eulegia. Oh, yes, and the player named Xia Fan. Looking at the group of ill-intentioned guys in front of him, Ash immediately became alert. Who are you? We are from Wuji Society. My name is Wu Qingshan. The middle-aged man with a cigarette in his mouth smiled and responded, then pointed at Xia Fan. We are players like this guy. Player. Ash and the others looked at Xia Fan. What's the meaning? Wu Qingshan blew out a puff of smoke and continued. What it means is that we don't belong to this world. We come to this world to play around. And he followed you around just to use you to collect legendary Pokémon. Mr. Xia Fan, is what they said true? Serena asked Xia Fan. Yes, they are right. Xia Fan responded calmly. He calmly looked at the group of players who called themselves Wuji Society. So what are you doing here? Of course it's for the little soft one in your arms. Wu Qingshan spread his hands. Okay, Xia Fan, leave it to us. Stay with Ash. You have already captured a powerful Pokémon like Deoxys, so don't dream about Zygarde anymore. When Eulegia heard that the other party was here to steal Xiaowan, she immediately stopped, rushed to Xia Fan, and protected him. No, Xiaowan can't give it to you. Ash and the others followed closely behind. That's right, Xiaowan, we won't give it to you. After that, Ash, Serena, and the others released their Pokémon. Wu Qingshan's eyes lit up when he saw Ash's Greninja. Wow. As expected of Ash's Greninja, being able to Bond Evolve gives it a different aura. I just don't know how it compares to the legendary Pokémon. Come out, Darkrai Regice. There was a flash of red light, and a Darkrai and a Regice were released. Xia Fan's pupils shrank. This Darkrai is familiar. Isn't this the Darkrai that helped it use the nightmare routine to trick Xiaowan in another dense forest last time? I didn't expect to be captured by this group of guys. At the same time, the voice of his own Darkrai echoed in his mind. It transmitted the image to itself, which showed that the Wuji Society on its side was facing the resistance of Team Flare and also releasing Pokémon. Released are Zapdos and a Registeel. Amazing. There are actually 4 legends. Xia Fan was very surprised seeing this scene. The Wuji Society is quite powerful. He remembered when he first came to Kalos, he heard that there were many player organizations in this place, and they had not yet been unified, and Wuji Society was just one of them. Now, one of these has developed, right? Charizard, who had already been severely injured by Zygarde's 50% attack, was now electrocuted all over his body when facing Zapdos. Team Flare was beaten by Registeel and fled frantically. Master, should I show my face? Darkrai asked. No need. I have already shared my mind with Moltres, who is guarding the kingdom of Azoth, and brought several Pantheon executives to you. The distance is not far, and they will be there soon. Good master. Xia Fan and Darkrai then ended their conversation. At this time, Wu Qingshan on the opposite side began to shout at Xia Fan. Xia Fan, release your Deoxys and that different-colored Jengar. Since a battle is inevitable, I'm afraid it would be boring if I won too easily. Seeing him power trip, Xia Fan touched Pikachu on his shoulder and spoke softly. Want to fight, Xiaohuan? It seems like you haven't had a fair fight in a long time. Yes, Mew said without hesitation. Although it didn't like fighting before, it always felt itchy after watching others fight. Okay, then I'll leave this battle to you. Let them see the power of the legendary Pokémon ancestor. Xia Fan waved his hand, signaling Mew to go on the field. At this point, my identity as a player has been exposed to these guys in front of me. Then just reveal the other secrets as well. On the other side, Wu Qingshan saw Xia Fan sending out a Pikachu and looked strange. Pikachu? You actually let a Pikachu Darkrai fight Regice, Xia Fan. Did you also capture a Pikachu? Or is your brain a donkey? Wu Qingshan stopped talking halfway, his eyes widened, because that Pikachu turned into a pink, cat-like Pokémon that bleated. Mew! This Pikachu is actually Mew. Wu Qingshan screamed in disbelief. The other members of Wuji Society behind him were also jealous and wanted to eat Xia Fan alive. F***K. How did he subdue Mew? How could he subdue Mew? Damn it, Mew. This is Mew, and he actually conquered Mew. Ah, is this the benefit of staying with Master Yi? On the other side, Ash and the others watched Pikachu transform into Mew. His expression is even more interesting than Wu Qingshan and others. He looked at Mew with a mouth wide open, then looked at Xia Fan. I never expected that the Pikachu on Xia Fan's shoulder was actually the legendary Mew who possessed the genes of all Pokémon. Xia Fan looked at the surprised expressions of these people. Lips up. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Looking at Mew, Wu Qingshan suddenly didn't want to fight anymore and wanted Mew to become the top combat force of Wuji Society. Xia Fan, how about joining our Wuji Society and uniting the world with us to capture legendary Pokémon from all over the world? It's nothing. Xia Fan twisted his neck, calmly stretched out his right hand, and grasped the air, because I want it all by myself. A person who captured all the legendary Pokémon in the world. Wu Qingshan's eyes turned cold, and a trace of cruelty appeared on his face. It seems that you're even more greedy than me. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today, I will make this Mew the top fighting force of my Wuji Society. Since Xia Fan was unwilling to join their Wuji Society, he was prepared to kill Xia Fan and send him back to the novice village. As long as Xia Fan died, Mew would be able to return to the free contest conditions, and then he could capture him. Darkrai Dark Void. Wu Qingshan gave the order in a cold voice. The Darkrai immediately faced Mew and condensed a dark void with infinite suction power in his hands. Xiaohuan, Aura Sphere. Xia Fan said lightly. Meow. Mew drew a circle in the air and also condensed an Aura Sphere with the power of Wave Guide. The next second, Darkrai and Mew threw out their respective skills at the same time. Boom! The collision in the woods instantly caused a violent explosion. The blinding white light made everyone close their eyes. But when the white light flashed, the result was something Wu Qingshan could not accept. Because his Darkrai fell to the ground, he fell into a big pit and lost his ability to fight. How is this possible? Wu Qingshan and the Wuji Society members behind him all stared with wide eyes at Mew. who was unharmed, bending over, covering his mouth, and giggling in the air with a simple and honest look on his face. Both are legendary mythical Pokémon, but after a skill fight, it was their Darkrai who fell. Xia Fan looked at the group of people and explained with a smile. Because they are both legendary Pokémon, there are also differences in strength and status. Not to mention that yours is just a Darkrai that has not even reached the God-level power. What do you mean? God-level power? Wu Qingshan asked further, which touched upon an area of knowledge that was unfamiliar to him. What do you mean? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, holding Xiaowan in his left hand and pointing at Regice with his right hand. Xiaowan, use another aura sphere to deal with that Regice. Meow. Mew drew another circle in the air and once again used the power of wave guidance to condense an aura sphere. Wu Qingshan naturally would not be willing to be beaten and quickly ordered, Regis Zap Cannon. Queen. Regice yelled in response woodenly, raised her hands like icicle spears, and condensed a Zap Cannon. The next second, the Zap Cannon collided with Mew's aura sphere. There was another explosion, and when all the dust settled, everyone could see the situation on the field clearly. Wu Qingshan was in a mess and fell to his knees. His Regice was also defeated, killed instantly by Mew's aura sphere. When he was extremely puzzled, the Wuji Society member behind him suddenly exclaimed, "Look, why are there Darkrai and Regice behind him?" Wu Qingshan looked up and saw that there was a Darkrai and a Regice behind Xia Fan. At this time, Xia Fan looked at him with a smile. Don't you want to know why there is such a huge difference in the strength of legendary Pokémon? It's simple, because the strongest one is already mine. At this point, Xia Fan raised his right hand and pointed at the people of Wuji Society. Darkrai Dark Void. The next second, a huge dark void was thrown towards Wuji Society by Darkrai. All the Wuji Society members were enveloped by the dark void and instantly fell into coma. First, rob all of these guys, then erase their memories and kill them all. Xia Fan said coldly, "B asterisk 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 D. He wanted to kill him and take me away. Then don't blame him for being more ruthless." As for the remaining Pokémon after they were killed, especially Darkrai and Regice, he directly awarded it to the outstanding executives of the Pantheon. Mr. Xia Fan. At this time, Serena's hesitant voice came from Xia Fan's side. Xia Fan turned his head and looked. They were looking at him with strange eyes. There is fear, tension, and confusion. Xia Fan said gently, "Go to sleep, everyone." The sound is like a lullaby. The next second, Ash and the others fell asleep. "Modify your memory, Xiaowan." Xia Fan called Mew over. Let erase all of Ash and the others' memories. He came to Wu Qingshan and started to rob these bastards one by one. After the robbery was completed, he killed them. As for Team Flare, Alan and them have already been defeated. Z2 has been snatched away by the Wuji Society over there. As they were about to leave, a Moltres blocked the way of the Wuji Society team. When they saw Moltres, Wujish and others were stunned at first. Then noticed a woman with long red hair, a man with short blue hair, and a Meowth standing on Moltres' back. "There's someone standing on Moltres' back?" Someone from Wuji Society asked in surprise. The next second, the two men and the cat jumped off Moltres' back. "So who are you guys?" "From beyond the horizon. From the other side of the big thunder. There's a voice calling us. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Meow. The flower of evil blooms bravely. A strong yet sweet villain. Jesse, James, I am Meowth of Meowth, where there is the temple of the gods. Oh, the world, universe. Meow, I'm waiting for you." A red light flashed, and a blue Pokémon that looked like a tumbler appeared next to the two people and the cat. It shouted loudly, "So Nancy, the other side," watching the two humans and one cat jumping off Moltres' back, and a Wobbuffet running out of the Pokeball. Everyone in the Wuji Society was stunned. His eyes were bigger than Belle's. "Rocket, team?" The leading red-haired young man asked hesitantly. These iconic lines and the combination of members, they're so familiar. Okay? This time it was Jesse James' turn to be stunned. She didn't expect that when they came to the Kalos region from the distant Kanto region for the first time, someone would recognize their former organization. However, Meowth was the most aware and glanced at Moltres above his head. He immediately spoke. "Sorry, we're not familiar with Team Rocket. We're the invincible Pantheon executive." Jesse and James also reacted after hearing this and quickly agreed. "Yes, we are the executive of the Pantheon. Team Rocket? What kind of organization is that?" Now he eats the food of the Pantheon and enjoys the right of the Pantheon executive to command legendary Pokémon. How can he still be related to the former organization? Giovanni, boss? Sorry, not familiar. Temple of the Gods. The red-haired young man in the lead frowned slightly. "I never remembered that there was an organization called the Pantheon in the story of Pokémon." "What are you doing here?" asked the red-haired young man. Jesse said, "Of course it's for the Pokémon you're holding." The red-haired young man looked down at the Z2 trapped in the technological cage in his hand, then looked up at Moltres opposite him. He threw 2 Pokeballs. A red light flashed. A Zapdos and a Registeel were released. The red-haired young man sneered. "Jesse, James, Meowth, no matter you are from the Pantheon or Team Rocket, I don't mean to look down on you, but with just a Moltres, do you think you can snatch Z2 from him?" Jessie smiled, shook her red hair, and took a confident step forward. "Why not? Since joining the Pantheon, she, James, and Meowth have never been defeated." The red-haired young man persuaded. "1 legend versus 2 legends, and your Moltres is restrained by the Zapdos attribute. How can you fight such a battle? Give up, bring that Moltres to join our Wuji society, and we will give you better treatment." James retorted, "Ha! Why don't you bring Zapdos and Registeel to join our Pantheon? We will treat you better. Here, the legends of Ho-Oh and Lugia are not mysterious at all." Meowth raised his cat paw. "That's it, Meow. You think Moltres can't beat Zapdos. But look up. Why is your Zapdos so timid, Meow?" The red-haired young man looked up and was immediately stunned. It was just as Meowth said. Facing Moltres, his Zapdos, which had electrocuted Charizard X and left him with wounds all over his body, was actually trembling with his head down, obviously feeling suppressed. "Zapdos!" The red-haired young man shouted, trying to cheer it up. But the result was that Zapdos still flinched, not looking directly at Moltres, as if he had seen Lugia, suppressed by his bloodline. Moltres Sky Attack. At this time, Jesse issued an attack order. With a shrill bird cry, Moltres flapped his wings with great force, and the flames on his body suddenly burst into bloom, ready to gather energy and kill Zapdos with one blow. Seeing this, the red-haired young man also hurriedly gave the order. "Zapdos Zap Cannon. Registeel Flash Cannon." But Zapdos was oppressed by the momentum and released his skills a little slowly. Registeel fires the Flash Cannon normally. However, facing the Moltres flying at high speed and soaring in the sky, Flash Cannon was still difficult to hit. He could only watch Moltres dodge Flash Cannon and approach Zapdos in an instant. Then he used his wings, which were filled with scorching flames, to smash Zapdos's still condensing Zap Cannon with one blow, and Zapdos let out a scream, falling from soaring in the sky to the ground, losing the ability to fight. The red-haired young man looked on in confusion. At this time, James gave another order. "Moltres, flamethrower." Moltres then turned around and breathed out raging fire towards Registeel. The red-haired young man quickly gave the order to resist. Registeel, Flash Cannon. But when Flash Cannon and Flamethrower collided in midair, the result was that after 2 seconds of equal strength, Registeel was engulfed in flames. When the flames died down, Registeel fell. Faced with this outcome, everyone in the Wuji society was numb. I didn't expect that such an awesome lineup of mine would be taught a lesson by Jesse James and others. Looking at the astonished people of Wuji society, Jesse James and Meowth felt very relieved. Looking back on their days with the Rockets, who knows how miserable their lives were. For the sake of a Pikachu, he ran around everywhere, was electrocuted and beaten countless times. Later, betrayal occurred within the organization and boss Giovanni disappeared. They began to be hunted down madly again and couldn't even have a full meal all day. Now, since joining the Pantheon, I have not only been valued, but also have a lot of money. He also gained the right to command legendary Pokémon. No longer the one being beaten, but the one beating others. If you don't believe me, just look at the group of guys on the other side. They are now trembling in fear because of the beating they received from molters of their Pantheon. Jessie took a step forward with her arms folded across her chest and said jokingly, "Okay, give us that Pokémon you're holding." "Impossible. It belongs to our Wuji society." The red-haired young man gritted his teeth. As long as they took this Z2 away and combined it with the Z1 that their other team had taken away, they would most likely become the first player organization to successfully control the Region Guardian. It will be easy to rule the world then. So he would never hand over Z2 even if he was beaten to death. A red light flashed. The red-haired young man threw out 2 more Pokeballs. They are Blastoise and Electivire respectively. Among them, Blastoise carries the Mega Evolution Stone. Mega Evolution, Blastoise. The red-haired young man raised his right hand, and a blue light began to flash. Blastoise Mega evolves into Mega Blastoise. At the same time, the members of the Wuji Society behind him also began to throw out their Pokémon. There were a large number of them. At a glance, there were at least 30 Pokémon that had evolved to their final forms, some of which, like Blastoise, carried Mega Evolution Stones. Meowth took a step forward, tapped the ground with his left foot, and said, "Useless, useless, Meow." Facing the legendary Pokémon, these Pokémon of yours, no matter how many there are not rivals, Meow. James nodded and said, "Meowth is right. Facing a powerful force, your numbers are useless. It's better to just take that Pokémon and avoid getting beaten up." But the red-haired young man in the lead didn't listen at all and insisted on fighting. Blastoise Hydro Pump. Under his leadership, other members also began to issue orders to attack Molters. Watching these attacks, Jessie gave the order, "Molters, block them with Protect." But what is embarrassing is, this time Molters did not listen to her, because it feels that these attacks are not worthy of its defense. So after rolling his eyes at Jessie below, he used agility to dodge these skills one by one. At the same time, he spat out the scorching flamethrower towards Wuji Society. Jessie was embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only pretend nothing happened and watch Molters killing everyone. After 7 or 8 seconds, most of the Pokémon on Wujish's side fell. Half a minute later, all of Wujish's Pokémon fell down. The red-haired young man slumped on the ground, looking at Molters soaring in the sky in horror, whose arrogance had reached an extreme power trip. I don't understand why. As they are both the 3 sacred birds, his Zapdos is so much worse than Jessie James Molters. It's like heaven and earth. There is absolutely no comparison. When he captured Zapdos, he only brought a dozen people with him and captured him. But now facing Jessie James Molters, first the 2 legendaries were beaten up one after another, and then 30 Pokémon that evolved to their final forms were swept away. At this time, Jessie brought James and Meowth to the red-haired young man and looked down at him. "Can you give us the Pokémon in your hand now?" Jessie asked. The red-haired young man reluctantly handed the technology cage containing Z2 to Jessie. Jessie took the technology cage, took a look at the Z2 inside, and handed the cage to James. Then she pursed her lips and looked at the red-haired young man greedily. "What are you going to do?" The red-haired young man was startled, and his body suddenly felt creepy, thinking that Jessie was going to asterisk him. "Don't think too much. I don't like you at this level," Jessie said with a smile. "I just want you to pay the bill and transfer the money." Hearing that was not AR asterisk, the red-haired young man breathed a sigh of relief, but he felt inexplicably regretful. "Why should I transfer money to you?" he asked. Meowth said, "Because the battle we just fought was a bounty battle, a battle where we risked our entire fortunes. This is an unwritten rule that became popular in their pantheon at some point in time. When fighting with others, the loser needs to hand over all his property to the other party. If you don't give it to me," James pointed to soaring in the sky. Half an hour later, Jessie James and Meowth robbed the Wuji Society members and let them go. "Wait until they're all gone." The 2 people and the cat came in front of the executive of Team Flare. Following Xia Fan's instructions, he threw Z2 in front of them and left on Moltres. This left Team Flare and Alan confused. I wanted to ask why, but Jesse James and the others ignored me and left. Team Flare's executive Aliana looked at Jesse James and Meowth, who were leaving, and then looked at the Z2 that she had found and couldn't help but sigh. So what day is today? Legend Gathering Day. Z2 was taken away by a strange organization with a legendary Zapdos and Registeel, and then a group of people suddenly rushed out and led the legendary Moltres group to defeat them and return Z2 to us. Mabel, what do you think the representative's reaction will be after hearing this? He might think we were playing a trick on him. Another executive, Mabel, replied with a wry smile. As she spoke, she took out her communicator and called the headquarters to inform them that Z2 had been recovered by 2 people who claimed to be from the Pantheon organization. As Mabel had guessed, as soon as she finished explaining, she was questioned by the representative, Team Flare leader Lysandra. He suspected that they were telling him false information. Finally, Mabel asked Alan to explain, and Lysandra really believed what she said. Lysandra said, "We need to investigate this organization called the Temple of the Gods and the Wuji Society immediately to prevent them from disrupting us at the critical moment of the mission. Also, when investigating the Pantheon, try not to clash with them. Although I don't understand why they are willing to help us get back Z2, compared to the Wuji Society, they can be judged as friendly to us for the time being." Mabel nodded. "Understood, Representative. Send Z2 back, and we will start investigating these 2 organizations." The other side, Jesse James and Meowth, who were on Moltres' back, also began to contact Xia Fan. "Xia Xingzu, as you instructed, we have snatched the Pokémon and returned it to the organization called Team Flare," Jesse said. Xia Fan's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Okay, thank you, James and Meowth, for your hard work." Jesse asked hesitantly, "Xia Xingxing, what is that Pokémon you want us to grab? Why are so many people fighting for it?" The person on the other end of the phone said calmly, "That is the Guardian of the Kalos region, one of the 2 core splits of Zygarde. Region Guardian Zygarde." Jesse, James, and Meowth looked at each other in surprise. The idea of turning around and snatching Z2 back from Team Flare immediately popped into my mind. Jesse said, "Xia Xingxing, since you are the guardian of the region, why don't we control it ourselves?" The person on the other end of the phone explained, "Because the appearance of Zygarde requires the 2 cores to fuse together under certain conditions, and I need them to create these conditions." Hearing this, Jesse suddenly understood. Walking is still the same walking. This is about playing the long game to catch the big fish. The other end of the phone continued, "Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. Thank you for your hard work in this operation. I have prepared the reward. You will see it when we return to the kingdom of Azoth. It's my duty to work for the temple." Jesse replied immediately. After a while, the call was disconnected. Jesse, James, and Meowth looked at each other, and gradually their faces showed joy. Meowth said excitedly, "Jesse, James, did you hear that, Meow? Xia Xingxing said twice that we worked hard, and even prepared a reward for us, Meow." James nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I heard it. It shows that he is very satisfied with the completion of our mission." Jessie clapped her hands and said, "Very good. We must keep up the good work and complete the tasks assigned by Xia Xingzu perfectly like we did now, so that he will appreciate us even more." James took over the conversation. "Yes, you said that the reward for Xia Xingzu might be the command of other legendary Pokémon, such as Ho-Oh or Lugia. That would be great, Meow. I'd really be at the pinnacle of my life." Meowth and Jesse James began to fantasize about standing on the back of Ho-Oh or Lugia to do tasks, enjoying the awe-inspiring looks of countless people. As they thought about it, the 2 of them and the cat began to laugh out loud. Moltres, who was flying below, turned his head and rolled his eyes at them. "You can't even command it properly. You still want to command Lugia and Master Ho-Oh? Are you dreaming? At most, I'll let you choose one of those 3 idiots, Entei, Reiku, and Suicune, as your helper." The perspective returns to Xia Fan. Xia Fan was pointing to the sky with one hand, and there was a large group of people lying in front of him. The next second, Dark clouds rolled in, and dozens of yellow lightning bolts fell from the sky one after another. After a while, all the people lying there were sent back to the novice village by Xia Fan to choose their own Pokémon again. After doing all this, Xia Fan took out the golden ring he got from Hoopa and sent Darkrai and Regis Pokeball to the kingdom of Azoth. Finally, he turned his gaze back to Ash. A few minutes later, Ash and the others woke up from their sleep one after another, looking at the mine pit not far away with confusion. "Mr. Xia Fan, what happened? Why are there so many pits?" Ash asked in confusion. Xia Fan lied without blushing. "I don't know either. I just woke up half a minute earlier than you did. I saw this when I opened my eyes." Ash heard this and started discussing with Clemont. After discussing for a long time without reaching a conclusion, the group simply gave up and continued their journey. Half a month later, in the forest only 100 kilometers away from Snowbell City, Xia Fan, Clemont, Euligia, and Serena stood by the river, looking at a forest exit helplessly and speechlessly, in which Serena is holding Ash's Pikachu. Euligia put her hands on her hips and said with some dissatisfaction, "Ash and the others are really slow." Clemont put one hand on his waist and said, "He actually said he wanted to become a Pokémon. This idea is really amazing." "Pika Pika," Ash's Pikachu echoed in Serena's arms. Serena sighed, "Special training is good, but I hope he won't mess around." Only Xia Fan comforted everyone with a smile on his face. "We can't help it. This is Ash." In order to prevent his body from being overwhelmed when he and Greninja undergo the bond evolution, Ash began his own unique Ash training method. Mimic Greninja even played against Greninja. He trains the same way Greninja trains. It seems that he wants to train himself to be a Greninja. "Here they come." After a while, Euligia said excitedly. Several people looked at it intently. Then he saw the figures of Greninja and Ash running deep in the woods. One was relaxed and comfortable, while the other was sweating profusely as if he had lost half his life. A few seconds later, Greninja was the first to reach them. "Greninja has reached the finish line," Eureka shouted. "Come on, Ash, you're just a little bit closer." Serena encouraged Ash. Finally, Ash managed to reach everyone, but he collapsed to the ground as soon as he arrived and exclaimed that Greninja was too fast and he was dying of exhaustion. "You, a human, have to compete with Pokémon," Clemont complained. "Ash, this is for you." Serena handed over her cup of water considerately. "Thank you." Ash took it with a clear conscience. Clemont continued to complain. "So, Ash, have you become like Greninja?" "Yes." Ash took a big gulp of water. "Although it's only a little bit, but I think I'm starting to look like it." The words fell. Everyone felt a strong breeze blowing on their faces and a sharp buzzing sound. "Look up." A helicopter appeared above everyone's heads. Then, a beautiful woman dressed in all white, wearing hot white shorts and a white wing-shaped decoration on her back, descended from the sky with a leash in her hand and her back to the crowd, causing everyone to exclaim. Only Xia Fan, whose body had been continuously strengthened and whose eyesight had also improved a lot, had a strange look on his face and blushed slightly. Hesitantly, he asked, "White Silk?" "Long time no see, everyone." After landing, the woman turned around and looked at everyone with high spirits. Ash and the others saw each other clearly and said excitedly, "Ms. Diantha." The woman was none other than the Kalos region champion, Diantha, who was also the megastar of the Kalos region. They met at a Pokemon exhibition. Diantha noticed that Xia Fan's expression was a little strange and asked in confusion, "Long time no see, Xia Fan. You seem a little unhappy about my appearance?" Xia Fan laughed quickly. "How could that be? I'm just a little surprised that Miss Diantha came here." "Yes, Miss Diantha, why are you here?" Ash asked puzzledly. "What happened?" Clemont also asked. Diantha spread her hand slightly. "Are you still asking me why? Of course I came here specifically to see you. I heard about the prediction of Ms. Olympia from Oni Star Gym. Are you referring to the future crisis in Kalos?" Clemont frowned. When Ash challenges the Rika City Gym, the gym leader Olympia will predict that there will be a major crisis in the Kalos region, and that people like them will play an important role in it. "That's right." Diantha nodded, and looked at Xia Fan, because she got the latest crisis interpretation from Miss Olympia. In that interpretation of you, she saw Xia Fan. The original crisis interpretation ended with green flames engulfing all humans and Pokémon. Among them, the legendary Zygarde will emerge. But in the latest crisis interpretation, Xia Fan suddenly appeared behind Zygarde. This was something she and Miss Olympia could never understand. Could he be even more powerful than the legendary Zygarde? So she came here. Diantha asked, Ash, Xia Fan, has anything changed around you? Change. Several people looked at each other and thought. Finally, Eureka said excitedly, By the way, Ash's Greninja has become very powerful. Greninja? Diantha frowned slightly. Then he learned about Greninja's bond evolution from Eureka. Miss Olympia also predicted this at the time, saying that Greninja would enter a new peak that no one had ever seen before. Clement said. Diantha nodded and looked at Xia Fan again. Then Xia Fan, have you made any new changes? No, Xia Fan said decisively. No. Diantha's frown deepened. Clement spoke up. How can Mr. Xia Fan change? As the double champion of Sinnoh and Unova region, he doesn't train Pokémon, he just traveled with us every day. Yes. Serena, Eureka, and Ash all nodded. Seeing this, Diantha stopped asking questions and challenged Ash to a fight. In that case, then Ash, can you let me see the changes in you and Greninja? After saying that, he looked at Xia Fan again. And Xia Fan, to be honest, I have always been curious about your strength. You want to fight me too? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Is it not possible? Diantha looked directly at Xia Fan. I heard that Mr. Alder, the Alliance champion of the Unova region, also lost to you. It's not too much for me, the Alliance champion of the Kalos region, to challenge you. Not too much. Xia Fan shrugged. It's just that I have a habit. Apart from official tournaments, I always fight with people for bounties and informal matches. Now it was Diantha's turn to be surprised. Since she became the champion, no one had challenged her to a bounty match. She almost forgot about this thing. I didn't expect to hear it today. Diantha smiled and said, Okay, let's have a bounty fight. This kind of fight is also interesting. How much is the bounty? Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth. I only play the all-in, the kind that bets all of our assets. At this moment, Diantha's smile froze immediately. After a long hesitation, he slowly said, Pledge all your properties. Yes. Xia Fan nodded vigorously. In my opinion, this kind of battle is exciting. Both sides will try their best. Diantha felt like something was stuck in her throat. To be honest, she was a little panicked. She never expected that Xia Fan's bounty fight would be the kind that would involve betting all her fortune. If you lose, all the savings you have worked so hard to accumulate over the years will be gone. At this time, Serena saw that Diantha looked troubled and said, Ms. Diantha, please don't agree to this. Mr. Xia Fan likes to play this game. Those of us who have been with him all this time don't know his true strength. We have never seen him lose in a battle. Just fight Ash. Ash nodded. Yes, Mr. Xia Fan, I have been with him the longest, and I have never seen him lose a battle. Every game is a crushing victory. He fights all of the opponent's Pokémon with only one Pokémon and still wins. So, Miss Diantha, you can just fight me. Xia Fan frowned slightly and looked at Serena and Ash strangely. Why did he feel that Serena and Ash didn't seem to be trying to persuade Diantha not to fight, but rather to provoke her? The fact is just as Xia Fan thought. After listening to Serena and Ash's words of comfort, Diantha's panic faded away. The spirit of not wanting to admit defeat was aroused. Staring at the two of them, what do these two people mean? After all, I'm the Alliance champion of Kalos region. From childhood to adulthood, I have basically always been the winner in battles with others. How come you two say that I will definitely lose the battle against Xia Fan, as if there is no chance of winning at all? Am I that bad? Is he that strong? Diantha looked at Xia Fan seriously and said, Take it. Let's have a bounty battle and put all our assets on the line. Okay, once you're done fighting Ash, you can fight me. Xia Fan shrugged and decided not to compete with Ash for the experience of fighting the champion. After a while, Ash and Diantha stood on either side of the woods. Diantha released her own Pokémon, Gardevoir. What is that? Before the battle began, Diantha found Ash looking at a device on his right hand. It was Clement's invention, Ash explained. It's called the Battle Pulse Meter, Clement added. I use it to measure the synchronization rate between Ash and Greninja to see under what circumstances they will undergo that special evolution. I see. Diantha nodded. Well, let the battle begin now. Yulika acted as a referee. As she finished her words, Ash gave the order first. Greninja, use the one-word slash. Guga. Greninja ran as fast as the wind, slashing towards Gardevoir with a bright white lightsaber. Diantha on the opposite side did not give any orders, but gave Gardevoir a look. The next second, Gardevoir leaped into the air and dodged Greninja's attack. Greninja, water shuriken. Ash continued to order. Greninja then swung 2 water shurikens, but Gardevoir easily dodged them with a look from Diantha. After that, no matter how Ash ordered his attacks, Gardevoir could easily dodge them. This made Ash sweat profusely, and he was very unwilling. At this time, Ash and Greninja's waveforms matched. Greninja's unusual movement occurs. He successfully bonded and evolved in front of everyone, his entire body being enveloped by water. Greninja, one-word slash. Ash ordered excitedly. Greninja slashed at Gardevoir with great momentum. This time the speed was much faster than before, and 2 bright, white lightsabers condensed from his hands. Diantha's pupil shrank, and she finally spoke. Gardevoir, Shadow Ball. Then a Shadow Ball condensed from Gardevoir's hand. 2 Pokémon collided in the middle of the battlefield. A huge explosion sounded. Smoke and ash rose up, and Shadow Ball's energy scattered everywhere. Then Gardevoir flew back several feet before he could stand firm, and Greninja did the same, flying back several feet before he could stand firm. Diantha's face hardened. Start taking this battle seriously. Gardevoir, perform Mega Evolution. A saffron-colored light began to flicker. After a while, Gardevoir Mega Evolution was completed, and she looked even more like a proud princess than before. We finally made Gardevoir Mega Evolution. Ash clenched his fists, his fighting spirit high. Greninja, the battle is just beginning. The stronger the rival we encounter, the stronger we will become. Guga, go water shuriken. Ash made the same move as Greninja, and the momentum of the man and the beast began to grow stronger. Gardevoir, Shadow Ball. We need to get stronger. Greninja, turn and attack. Gardevoir, have reflection. Greninja, double team, one-word kill. Gardevoir, have reflection. As the battle between Ash and Diantha became increasingly intense, Xia Fan's heart inexplicably warmed up, and he couldn't help but sigh. It's on fire. Unfortunately, according to the plot, now is not the time for Ash's Greninja to truly communicate with each other and evolve into a perfect bond. Just as Xia Fan finished speaking, an unexpected event occurred during the intense and difficult battle. Ash suddenly turned pale and fell down. Greninja's evolution also ended, and he fell down. Ash! Everyone rushed forward. A few minutes later, Ash woke up from his sleep. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. After Diantha praised Ash, she turned her attention to Xia Fan. Xia Fan shrugged. You should let Gardevoir rest before considering the battle with me. 10 minutes later, Gardevoir took a super potion and recovered his contest condition. This time Fan was replaced and stood opposite Diantha. Xia Fan said, Miss Diantha, do you want to have a few on several battle? Diantha frowned, thought for a moment, and said slowly, how about a 6-on-6 battle? This is a battle in which you have to stake your entire fortune. She feels unsafe whether it is 1v1 or 3v3, and she would feel more at ease with 6v6. Okay, then it's 6 against 6. Xia Fan looked calm and agreed directly. Although I currently carry less than 6 Pokémon that can be used in battle. But does it matter to him? It doesn't matter, because no one can make him send out a second Pokémon. Clement acted as the referee in this fight and raised his right hand. There are 6 Pokémon that can be used in this battle. Pokémon can be replaced freely. When all Pokémon of one side lose their ability to fight, the game ends, and the loser needs to pay the winner all the assets he currently carries. Do you have any objections? No. No. Then, both sides please send out your first Pokémon. Come out, Gudra. There was a flash of red light, and Diantha sent out the Dragon-type Pokémon, the only quasi-god race in the Kalos region. Come out, Deoxys. A red light flashed, and Xia Fan sent out Deoxys. Deoxys, Diantha's pupils shrank. She didn't expect Xia Fan to send out the strongest Pokémon as the first one. As far as she knows, the only Pokémon Xia Fan knows are Deoxys, a Gengar of a different color, and a Pikachu on her shoulder. Although the first two are very strong. But she thinks that among them, Deoxys, which can fight against legends, should be Xia Fan's strongest Pokémon. So she had thought that Deoxys would be used by Xia Fan as the finale, and Gengar or the Pikachu on his shoulder would be used as the Pokémon to test her bottom line. Unexpectedly, Xia Fan threw out Deoxys directly. At this time, Clement saw that both sides had put down their strongest weapons and lowered his raised right hand. Then the duel officially begins. As soon as Clement finished speaking, Diantha gave the order. Gudra Dragon Breath. Then Gudra's mouth bulged to the size of football, and he suddenly spit out a beam of fiery energy. Just as he was about to vomit Deoxys, Xia Fan said slowly, Deoxys, teleport. Dragon Breath missed. Diantha and Gudra began a frantic search for Deoxys. Finally, Deoxys suddenly appeared behind Gudra. Xia Fan said calmly, Psychic. The meteorite on Deoxys' chest glows. The next second, Gudra seemed to be under a heavy pressure from nowhere. His eyes rolled back instantly, and he fell to the ground. Diantha immediately sent out the most common words that all trainers said after the match with Xia Fan. How is this possible? Diantha looked at Deoxys in disbelief. I never expected that from the beginning to the end. It took less than 3 seconds, and my Gudra was defeated. She is the champion of Kalos. How could she be defeated so quickly? In the audience, Ash and the others were also surprised. They didn't expect that the first Pokémon collision would end like this. Diantha is the champion. It seems that Mr. Xia Fan's Deoxys has become stronger again. Ash couldn't help but sigh. Referee Clement raised his hand and said, Since Gudra lost, Ms. Diantha, please send out your second Pokémon. Diantha took out the Pokeball and took Gudra back. Thank you for your hard work, Gudra. Then take a deep breath and adjust your mindset. Psychic types are countered by Ghost, Bug types, and Dark types. This time, I will make sure this Deoxys is defeated. Come out, Gourgeist! A red light flashed, and Diantha released the Ghost plus Grass-type Gourgeist. Clement waved his hand. The duel begins. As soon as the words fell, Diantha once again took the lead in giving orders. Gourgeist Phantom Force. Pumpkin. Gourgeist merged into the alien dimension before everyone's eyes. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and gave an order. Switch speed mode. Deoxys' body then became slimmer, and a long cone appeared on the back of his head. Wait quietly for the Gourgeist to appear. Pumpkin. 5 seconds later, Gourgeist appeared behind Deoxys with a ghostly force. But just when he was about to meet Deoxys, Deoxys used a speed comparable to teleport and appeared behind Gourgeist in an instant. Psychic. Xia Fan. The next second, Gourgeist's eyes turned white like Gudra before him, and he fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. Why is it like this? Diantha's pupils shrank, and a look in her eyes as she looked at Deoxys began to be filled with fear. After a while, she shook her head again. No, I'm a champion of Kalos. I can't give up easily. Even if I end up losing this duel, I will defeat this Deoxys. Diantha took out the Pokeball and took the Gourgeist back. Instead, release your strongest Pokémon. Please, Gardevoir. Gardevoir, perform Mega Evolution. As soon as he appears, Gardevoir directly performs Mega Evolution. Then, Diantha commanded Mega Gardevoir and used what she thought was the only way to defeat Deoxys. Guardian Imprisonment. Then Gardevoir began to sing, and a mysterious force of rules enveloped it and Deoxys. Both Pokémon have a skill that neither can use as long as Gardevoir is present. Therefore, the Psychic and Teleport that Deoxys just used to kill all the enemies will now be in imprisoned contest condition and cannot be used. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and spoke with a smile. Deoxys Psycho Boost. That's right, Psychic and Teleport are no longer available. However, Deoxys' most powerful super skill is its exclusive skill. That is a skill many times more powerful than Psychic. On the other side, Diantha was shocked when she heard the strange skills ordered by Xia Fan. Immediately issue a defend order. Gardevoir Safeguard. However, due to imprison, the skill failed to be used. But because of the failure to use this skill, Deoxys' attack was already approaching. 2 seconds later, Mega Gardevoir falls to the ground. Diantha also followed suit and knelt on the ground with her legs closed, like a little woman. Xia Fan said calmly, "Miss Diantha, do you think it is necessary to continue the battle?" Diantha's pupils trembled. She looked at the calm-looking man opposite her with panicked eyes. She couldn't understand how she would one day fail so miserably. I never expected that Deoxys, who is also a psychic, actually has a psychic skill that is even stronger than psychic. At this time, Clement came to Diantha and asked softly, "Ms. Diantha, should the battle continue?" Diantha looked up at Clement. When I saw the sympathy I had never seen before in the other person's eyes, she suddenly felt ashamed. This was an emotion she had never felt since she was a child. The unyielding spirit in my bones was immediately aroused again. "Go on," Diantha said firmly. "She is the champion of Kalos. Even if you lose, you must lose to the opponent in a fair manner, rather than giving in out of fear. This is her honor and something she should insist on. Thank you for your hard work, Gardevoir." Diantha took out the Pokeball and put Gardevoir away, then took out a new Pokeball. "Come out, Aurorus." A red light flashed, and a huge Aurorus, nearly 3 meters tall, appeared. Because of its ability to snow, the weather suddenly turned cold and it started to snow. Ash and the others who were watching the fight on the sidelines started to chatter. Clement hurried back to the referee's seat and waved his hand. "The duel begins." This time, Diantha did not issue the attack order first like before. Instead, they chose to wait for Xia Fan to issue an attack order before launching counterattack. Xia Fan saw what she was thinking and said, "Deoxys Psychic." Due to Gardevoir's defeat, the skill Imprison is ineffective, and Deoxys can continue to use those basic skills. However, this time when Psychic was used, there was a slight delay in Deoxys' movement, and the meteorite on his chest flashed for a little longer. Diantha, who was originally planning to command Aurorus to use Light Screen to block the attack, immediately discovered this problem. Is it because of his Psycho Boost just now that caused exhaustion? Diantha thought to herself. She knew that some of Pokemon's powerful moves would have short-term side effects once used. Diantha decisively gave up the Light Screen command and let Aurorus use his ultimate move instead. Aurorus, Blizzard, Ice and Snow. Aurorus tilted his head back, and suddenly a blizzard that could freeze everything instantly came out of his mouth, and even the surroundings became several degrees colder. Just as this cold wind was about to envelop Deoxys, Deoxys Psychic was successfully activated. It was as if there was an invisible barrier that instantly isolated Blizzard within 1 meter of it. Then it pushes back at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. Just 2 seconds later, Aurorus lost its combat effectiveness along with its previous colleagues. Miss Diantha looked at the scene with her mouth open. She originally thought that she could finally make a 1-for-1 trade by taking advantage of Deoxys' weakness, but she didn't expect to be crushed anyway. At this time, Xia Fan smiled and said, "Ms. Diantha, there are 2 Pokemon left. I accept the 1-on-2 fight. After all, Deoxys is comparable to the legendary Pokemon. Although Psycho Boost has the side effect of reducing Deoxys' special attack for a short period of time. But don't forget that this side effect is more than enough for a Pokemon that can fight Rayquaza and whose strength continues to increase over time to defeat non-God level Pokemon. Come out, Tyrantrum. Holucha." A red light flashed, and Diantha followed Xia Fan's advice and released the last two Pokémon. I don't want to defeat it. I just want to hurt this Deoxys. Diantha took a deep breath and kept compressing her requirements for this duel in her mind. She truly felt the power of Deoxys. In this battle, there's a 99% chance that we will lose. The duel begins. Clement raised his arm. Hawlucha, Sky Attack. Diantha gave the order again. Hawlucha received the order, jumped into the air, and stockpiled in midair. Deoxys Psychic. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth, as always, letting Deoxys conquer the world with Psychic. Upon hearing this, Diantha immediately gave Tyrantrum an order, Crocodile Dragon, use Bide to help Hawlucha block this attack. This is the only way she can think of to hurt Deoxys at the moment, taking advantage of the high defense of the Crocodile Dragon to create an attack opportunity for Hawlucha. But she was overthinking it. Facing Psychic, a psychic skill that can both target a single target and beat up targets. The result was that when Psychic arrived, the strange Crocodile Dragon and the Hawlucha, who was gathering energy, both fell to the ground. At the same time, they lose the ability to fight. Deoxys completed a 1-on-6 duel. Clement looked at Diantha sympathetically and announced the final outcome. The duel is over. Xia Fan wins. Diantha took out the Pokeball in a daze and put away Crocodile and Hawlucha. In the end, she failed to hit Deoxys with even one attack. Xia Fan walked up to Diantha and said, "Failure is the mother of success. Come on, you will beat me one day." Diantha looked at Xia Fan, who came to comfort her, and suddenly wanted to bite this guy to death. Damn it, Deoxys is so strong. Is there any chance for her to win in this lifetime? Give me the account number. Diantha can afford to lose. Tomorrow at the latest, I will transfer all my property in cash to you. Diantha said viciously. Xia Fan scratched his head, pretending to be silly. Okay, thank you very much. Then he decisively handed over the account to the other party. This time, I definitely made a lot of money. As the champion of Kalos, he is also a superstar. It should be no problem to make at least a few $100 million from this battle. 10 minutes later, the helicopter that brought Diantha to everyone stopped in front of everyone. Diantha's agent stood outside the cabin door and shouted to Diantha, "Ms. Diantha, the commercial shoot is almost over. Please follow me." Diantha had mixed feelings because she bought this helicopter privately. So, logically speaking, it belongs to Xia Fan now. "Please let your Dragonite out." Diantha walked up to the agent's sister. "Why?" The agent looked puzzled. "Why sit on a Pokemon's back instead of taking a helicopter? Although Dragonite is very fast, it doesn't have to catch up to this point in time, and many things are inconvenient." Faced with questioning, Diantha stammered and was speechless. Jia, who was always talking without restraint, added, "Because Miss Diantha had a bounty battle with Xia Fan and lost all her property to Xia Fan. This plane now belongs to Xia Fan." Jia. Clement was anxious and rushed forward to cover the outspoken Jia. But it was too late. The agent stared at Diantha with wide eyes. "Bounty fight? Lost all your property?" Then he stared at Xia Fan with wide eyes. He looked left and right and walked forward to take a closer look. It was unbelievable that the young man in front of him could actually defeat Diantha. This made Xia Fan feel embarrassed. Scratching his head, he said, "I'll just let you guys use the helicopter for a while. So go shoot the commercial." "No need. Diantha can afford to lose." Diantha turned around and glared at Xia Fan. She could lose in battle, but she, Diantha, could never lose in spirit again. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and said, "But if you don't go to shoot the commercial, it will be considered a breach of contract. If you breach the contract, you will have to pay a large sum of money. By then, Diantha, you may not be penniless, but in debt." Diantha blanched. "Xiaonan, let's go." He decisively and quickly dragged his agent onto the helicopter. After a while, he left from everyone's sight. After the two left, Xia Fan and his friends packed up and continued their journey. About 5 days later, the group arrived at Snowbell City, and Ash completed the first challenge. Unfortunately, Ash lost the first challenge as usual, but a lot happened in these 5 days. The most important thing is that Team Flare contacted Xia Fan's Pantheon and decided to cooperate. After Jesse James helped Team Flare take back Z2 from Wuji Society under the order of Xia Fan, Team Flare began to investigate the Temple of the Gods frantically. Therefore, 3 days ago, Team Flare took the initiative to contact the branch of the Pantheon in the Kingdom of Azoth. After a friendly conversation, also with Xia Fan's consent, the two parties cooperated. Pantheon helped Team Flare implement their plan. For example, helping them gain a little power from Xerneas and Yveltal, and blocking other forces from attacking Z2's Snatch. What they got was Team Flare's promise that when the complete Zygarde appeared, they would use their ultimate weapon, the help Pantheon, to control Zygarde. However, for Xia Fan, the originator of Black Eating Black, this kind of promise is obviously bullshit from Team Flare leader, Lysandra. If this guy revives the ultimate weapon, he will really help their Pantheon control Zygarde. His name Xia Fan will be written backwards from now on. It is definitely the other way around to clean up their Pantheon. So his plan was to wait until Team Flare had successfully come up with everything, and then the Pantheon, would turn against Team Flare and stab them, steal the final weapon, and then conquer the complete Zygarde by yourself, to achieve my goal of having it all. And after this incident, Ash and Greninja truly have a telepathic connection and are able to perfectly perform a true bond evolution. And I learned that the venue of this Kalos alliance is Lumiose City. However, Xia Fan, who originally had no intention of showing up in Kalos alliance, will appear on TV as an invited guest of this alliance. The reason? Inside the Pokémon Center, Xia Fan stood in front of the computer, looking speechlessly at Diantha, who had dressed herself up very beautifully on the screen. On the other side, Diantha said viciously, "Xia Fan, you won my 1.8 billion assets. If you still have a conscience, you must attend the Kalos Alliance this time and take my place as the champion of Sinnoh region and Unova region to hold the fort." Xia Fan frowned and said, "I'll take your place, so what will you do?" Diantha rolled her eyes. "What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to work to earn money. Are you going to support me? I can't just stay there forever because of the Alliance competition. As the champion of Kalos, I can only attend this kind of official competition on a voluntary basis. I can't earn any money at all." At this point, Diantha's agent appeared in front of the computer and urged Diantha to attend the event. The video call was immediately disconnected. Xia Fan shrugged helplessly. He turned to look at Ash, who was preparing to challenge the Snowbell City Gym for the second time. The results are well known. Ash, who has the gym's second-time winning rule, successfully defeated the Snowbell City Gym for the second time and obtained the last Iceberg medal. The group once again set out on their journey to Lumiose City to join the Kalos Alliance. Time passed, half a month later. Lumiose City. A young man wearing a red hat stood in front of a store, looking at a large fighting hall not far away. Excitedly said to his partner, "We have finally arrived at Kalos Alliance. Yeah, it's so big here, there's so many people. This is where Ash will have the finals. Yeah, super powerful Pokemon and great trainers will come here. Just this alone is exciting, don't you think, Pikachu?" Pika. At this moment, a sexy beauty with long pink hair and belly-bearing clothes came up to Ash with a microphone. "Excuse me, are you a contestant from the Kalos Alliance?" Looking at the microphone and the camera behind the beautiful woman, Ash became nervous. "Yes. Can you please accept my interview?" Kai interview. Your name is..." "I'm Ash from Palatown. Please tell me about your ambitions for this competition." Speaking of ambitions, Ash glanced around. Xia Fan on the side whispered, "Just say what you really want to say. If you want to be the champion, then be bold and tell everyone. This way you will not let down the time I have spent training you." In order to fulfill the small goal I set for myself when I first came to Kalos region, that is to help Ash realize his dream of winning the first championship in Kalos region. On the way to Lumiose City, he had been training Ash and Greninja with Deoxys and Gengar. If Ash can lose to Alan again this time, he seriously suspected that Xia was playing a fixed game. Hear Xia Fan say this. Ash immediately gained confidence and became more motivated. He clenched his fist and shouted at the camera, "My goal is of course to be number one. I will win all the way to the end and become the man who takes the championship. Pika, the beautiful reporter smiled and said, the championship announcement will be made soon. So Ash, you must do your best. Thank you for your encouragement. After interviewing Ash, the beautiful reporter turned her attention to Xia Fan, raised her glasses, looked at her carefully, and finally her eyes lit up, and she immediately turned the microphone over. You are the double champion of Sinnoh region and Unova region, Mr. Xia Fan, right? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and agreed. Yes. He recognized this sexy beauty reporter. She was Malva, the fire elite among the Elite Four in the Kalos region. He is also the executive of Team Flare. I heard that you will be the chief invited guest of this alliance. Is that true? Malva said. Xia Fan smiled and said, yes, I must accept Miss Diantha's invitation. You are standing with contestant Ash. What is your relationship with him? Good friends to travel with. As an invited guest of this alliance, what message do you have for the competition? I hope all the contestants can perform exceptionally well in the competition. Okay, thank you for your answer. Malva extended his hand to Xia Fan and shook it, then turned and left with the photographer. But when she was not far away from Xia Fan and the others, she shook off the photographer and took out her mobile phone. Representative, I have met the champion of Sinnoh in Unova region. Is our Team Flare ready to deal with his appearance? Malva said, I recently heard a rumor that Diantha's recent economic crisis seems to be related to him. It was said that Diantha lost to him in a bounty battle. Bounty battle? The person on the other end of the line suddenly thought of something and was silent for a while before continuing. Your gossip should be true, because Alan once fought against that guy and lost everything afterwards. But you don't have to worry too much about this champion right now. I've already talked to the Pantheon. They'll focus on sending people to keep an eye on him. Once the operation begins, they'll have people surround him. They also have legendary Pokémon. Okay, I understand. After hearing this, Malva hung up the phone with peace of mind and continued to interview with the photographer. On the other side, Ash, who had just finished the interview, was stopped by a boy with a red coxcomb. He threatened that he wanted to see the strength of the champion that Ash just talked about in front of the camera. Ash originally wanted to agree, but Serena glared at him and told him to quickly complete the registration before the deadline. The young man had no choice but to grit his teeth viciously and finally set his sights on Xia Fan. I heard that you're the double champion of Sinnoh and Unova region. Do you dare to fight me? Xia Fan frowned slightly. Who would have thought that this idiot, after failing to challenge Ash, would set his sights on him and even use the 3 words, dare you? I'm afraid you have never experienced the pain of being poor and having to eat dirt. Okay, let's have a bounty battle. 1 minute later, the battle is over. The coxcomb-haired boy fell to his knees. He looked at Xia Fan in a daze, with 6 of his fallen Pokémon in front of him. In this match, Xia Fan used 55 seconds of provocation to make the opponent bet all his property, 6v1. It took 4 seconds for both teams to send out their Pokémon, and then 1 second for the battle. Xia Fan walked up to the other person and took out his cell phone expressionlessly. Transfer money. After a while, Xia Fan, who received the money, went to look for Ash and the others. Just about to enter the venue, a short-haired young man came up to him, claims to be an Alliance staff member, took Xia Fan to a banquet hall. There Xia Fan saw Professor Buratano and Diantha, as well as some men and women whom he did not recognize, but who were dressed in very contest-like outfits. Long time no see, Xia Fan. As soon as Xia Fan walked into the banquet hall, Professor Buratano and Diantha came to him with wine glasses. Professor Buratano, Ms. Diantha, long time no see. Xia Fan took a glass of red wine from a servant beside him and clinked glasses with the two of them. After the collision, Buratano touched Xia Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, Xia Fan, you are really cruel. What's so cruel? Xia Fan blinked. Buratano glanced at Diantha, who was staring at Xia Fan with flaming eyes. Xia Fan understood instantly that Diantha had told Buratano that she had been robbed by him. Then he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, does Buratano want to be a hero and help Miss Diantha win it back? Buratano immediately waved his hands and said, forget it. If I can't beat the champion, I can forget about it. Besides, I don't want to lose my laboratory to you. Diantha glared at Fan and Buratano. That's enough for you two guys. Then he put down his wine glass and told Xia Fan, during the upcoming alliance schedule, I will only be able to attend 2 or 3 meetings because I have to shoot a movie. The rest will depend on you and Professor Buratano. Is that okay? Xia Fan shrugged. It's okay as long as I have money. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan was met with Diantha's murderous gaze and clattering teeth. It looked like it was going to bite Xia Fan to death. Ahem, I just remembered that besides Ash, there's another old friend among the contestants. I have to meet him. I'll be leaving first. Buratano decisively put down his wine glass and left. After Buratano ran away, Diantha's eyes were red as she spoke word by word. Isn't enough to win my 1.8 billion fortune? Xia Fan changed his words decisively. I was just kidding. It is my honor to help Miss Diantha. From now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do and accept any interview you ask me to accept. I will never hesitate. Diantha's anger disappeared instantly, and she became happy like a little woman. That's what you said. I'll arrange a schedule for you right away. Repentance is a puppy. After saying this, Diantha left excitedly. Only Xia Fan was left standing there with a frown on his face. Have I fallen into a trap? He muttered. At this time, the sound of crisp footsteps came from behind Xia Fan. He looked back. He is a man wearing a suit, but with hair like the Lion King. The man said kindly, Hello, Xia Fan. I am Lysandra, the director of Lysandra Labs in Lumio City. May I have a chance to make friends with you? Xia Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. She didn't expect that the old conference of Team Flare would take the initiative to greet her. Hello, Mr. Lysandra. Xia Fan raised his glass, and the two clinked it. Then, someone who surprised him even more appeared in his pupils. It's Jesse, James, and Meowth. The three of them followed behind Lysandra. The three of them were also a little surprised to see Xia Fan. Lysandra noticed Xia Fan's look and introduced Xia Fan to her. These are our laboratory's partners from the Kanto region. I will take them to experience the atmosphere of our Kalos Alliance. Hello. Xia Fan raised his glass with a smile. Jesse James Meowth also raised her glass, pretending not to know him. Hello, nice to meet you. Just like that, the 4 people and 1 cat started chatting in the banquet hall. Xia Fan knew that Lysandra was disgusted by human greed and ingratitude, so he pretended to be drunk during the conversation and lamented that modern human beings were really troublesome. He used to often help those who needed help, but they were not grateful at all. They even took advantage of his misfortune when he encountered difficulties and asked him why he couldn't provide them with help like they did before. If only there were fewer humans now, or it would bring them great fear and not be so comfortable. When Jesse James Meowth met her boss, she naturally followed suit. Lysandra was immediately coaxed into feeling as if she had met a soulmate, and her liking for Xia Fan increased greatly. It turns out that this double champion had the same idea as him. He then said that he would give Xia Fan a big gift in a few days. If Fan likes this gift, they will become close friends. Then he took Jesse and the others away. Looking at Lysandra's back, Xia Fan muttered, I don't know whether I like your gift or not, but I think you definitely won't like mine. After a while, Professor Buratano suddenly appeared in front of Xia Fan again. He pulled Xia Fan towards the outdoor banquet hall where the contestants were gathered. Let Xia Fan be there with him to support Alliance. Alliance officials will announce the players' respective match schedules after tomorrow's opening ceremony. There, Xia Fan saw Ash Serena and the others again. Mr. Xia Fan, where have you been? We have been looking for you for a long time after registering. Serena said dissatisfiedly when she saw Xia Fan. Xia Fan scratched his head and said, I was taken away by Alliance officials to attend a banquet. Sorry. Rattata said, Okay, let's stop chatting later. Tomorrow's schedule will be announced soon. Xia Fan and I will be giving speeches on stage. Then he pulled Xia Fan onto the stage. Introduced Xia Fan to an official host from Alliance. They chatted for a while. Host comes on stage. After a few brief words, he announced tomorrow's contest category schedule on the big screen in the banquet hall. The first match is between Alan and Ash's friend Trevor. The second game was between Ash and he was fighting against a stranger. After the schedule was announced, Rattata and Xia Fan took turns to go on stage and chat for a few words before leaving the stage. At this time, far away in the deep forest on Road 32 in Violet City, Chengdu region, a Pokémon as big as a hill slowly opened its eyes from sleep. Kirby. Solation's growl instantly caused a strong wind. Normal was like thunder, causing countless weak Pokémon to flee madly. But many powerful Pokémon heard the sound and rushed over immediately. The leader among them is the legendary fire Entei, who can blow out all the flames that burn up. It looked with surprise at the Snorlax not far away, which was several times bigger than it, but had a simple and honest face. "Little Kirby, you're finally awake," Entei happily shouted to Snorlax through telepathy. "Kirby, Lord Entei, I'm so hungry." Snorlax sat up from the ground, just by simply moving his butt. The noise was incredibly loud, as if there was an earthquake. This directly shocked Entei, and he quickly said, "Understand, Snorlax, I'll get you some food." But just as the message was transmitted, the clouds directly above Snorlax suddenly became darker. Countless lightning flashed from the clouds. It was so large that it covered the entire forest. Even Violet City was included in it. Faced with this scene, Entei hurriedly asked the Pokémon in the forest that had evolved to their final forms to guard the edge of the forest, prevent humans from entering. After all, at times like this, it is easiest to arouse the curiosity of human trainers. After a while, lightning from the clouds fell and struck Snorlax. Entei did not step forward to help, because it knew that this was the most important step for Snorlax to move towards the divine realm and break the shackles of race. And it turns out Snorlax doesn't need help, because when the lightning fell, Snorlax opened his big mouth and swallowed the lightning directly. Then a golden light appeared on its body. Lightning struck one after another, and Snorlax swallowed them one by one. It lasted for nearly an hour. When the clouds dispersed, the appearance of Snorlax has changed a lot from before. From an ordinary blue-skinned Snorlax, it turned into a golden-skinned Snorlax with a lightning pattern on its white belly. It sat in the forest, rubbing its belly with a contented look on its face. It seemed as if the lightning just now filled its belly. Xia Fan, who was far away in Kalos, heard a system prompt in his mind at this moment. Ding! Since the captured normal Pokémon Snorlax has entered the realm of God, please choose one of its skills as your skill. Normal type electric, type Pokémon Snorlax. Gender, male. Ability 1. Immunity. Since the body has immunity, it will not become a poisoning contest condition. Ability 2. Thick fat. Because it is wrapped in thick fat, the damage of all attributes will be halved. Hidden ability. Pressure puts rival into a tense contest condition with a 10% chance of skill activation failure. Hearing this prompt tone, Xia Fan was stunned at first. Then, after he reacted, he immediately smiled. I realized that this was a successful breakthrough by Snorlax, who was far away in the Chengdu region. Then he was stunned again, looking at the system panel in surprise, because it shows above that Snorlax is actually a dual attribute Pokémon of normal type and electric type, with an additional electric type compared to the usual Snorlax. And in its ability, Thick Fat actually describes that the damage of all attributes is halved. It's simply invincible. The normal ability should only reduce the damage of fire type and ice type by half. And its Snorlax actually has all attributes halved. And the hidden attributes, from the glutton to the oppressive feeling that only a powerful Pokémon race can have. It's worthy of being a divine realm. It has changed so much. Xia Fan couldn't help but marvel. Xia Fan looked down. Snorlax's optional skills are as follows. Defense Curl. Curl your body into Defense Curl to improve your defense. Amnesia. Clear your mind and instantly forget something, thereby greatly improving your special defense. Body Slam. Use the whole body to press down on rival to attack. Sometimes rival will fall into paralysis contest condition. Rest. After use, the user enters the sleep contest condition and at the same time restores all the user's health and status condition. Snore. When you are resting, You can make noise to attack, which may cause rival to flinch, 30% chance. Dynamic punch. Use all your strength to punch and attack. It will definitely confuse rival, 100% probability. Focus blast. Increases momentum and releases all of its power, sometimes reducing rival's special defense. Normal Pokémon have a 10% chance of reducing special defense when using this skill, while the probability is increased to 50% for God-level Snorlax. Wild Charge. Cover your entire body with electricity and crash into rival to attack, taking a little damage yourself. Zap Cannon. Fires a cannon-like electric current to attack, causing rival to fall into a paralyzed contest condition, 100% probability. Ion Deluge. Diffuses charged particles, turning normal type moves into electric type. Parabolic Charge. Causes damage to all nearby Pokémon. Can restore half the health of the damage dealt. Look at the skills of the God-level Snorlax. Xia Fan continued to be stunned. This is no longer Snorlax. It has become a completely new race. If you're talking about Wild Charge, some Snorlax with special talents can indeed learn it, but Zap Cannon, Ion Deluge, and Parabolic Charge are things that a Snorlax can learn? System, I choose Focus Blast. Xia Fan said calmly in his heart. The next second, the option Focus Blast appeared in his mind. Although it's quite outrageous that Snorlax knows these electric skills, they are still of little use to him. Scanning from top to bottom, Xia Fan felt that it would be best for him to learn Focus Blast. Now, his power was already comparable to that of a legendary Pokémon. Mr. Xia Fan, what's wrong with you? Ash interrupted Xia Fan at this time. After the schedule was announced, Xia Fan came down from the stage and stayed with them. I don't know what happened, but while chatting with them, Mr. Xia Fan suddenly smiled like a fool. Xia Fan coughed to hide his embarrassment. Nothing, just thought of something interesting. Then he added, I'm a little sleepy, Ash. You guys continue playing here. I'll find a place to rest. Then, Xia Fan turned and left, asking the Alliance staff to find him a place to rest. A few minutes later, Xia Fan arrived at a large single-family villa not far from the competition venue. This is the residence that Alliance prepared for its chief guest during the competition. Thanks. After thanking the staff who led the way, Xia Fan walked in. Then, in the empty hall of the villa, with a stroke of his right hand, a dimensional hole emerged. Come out, Snorlax, Xia Fan said with a smile. But after a while, his smiling expression froze, because a golden Snorlax that looked like a giant came out. The roof of his villa collapsed directly. Kirby, Snorlax was excited to see Xia Fan. He grabbed Xia Fan directly, and I don't know the severity of it. If Xia Fan had not been an ordinary person for a long time, he would have been killed with this one. But this also made Xia Fan feel helpless. It felt like being caught, like an earthworm. He said angrily, put me down quickly. Kirby, Snorlax sensed Xia Fan's angry tone and immediately put down. Then he shrugged his face and looked at Xia Fan in fear. Xia Fan comforted her. I'm not mad at you. I'm just surprised to see you like this. The current Snorlax really gave him a scare. Its size is comparable to that of a legendary Pokémon. Even when Groudon stands up, he is a head shorter than it. If this body slam is used, which Pokémon can withstand it? The colors also become surprising. Entering the Divine Realm, he also became a Flash Pokémon. Still the Golden Flash. Wow, so nice. Look at Snorlax. Xia Fan suddenly became more and more satisfied the more he looked at it. I just don't know how much it costs every day to maintain a bird of this size. At this time, due to the noise of the villa collapsing, many people came over here. When these people saw that the culprit was a huge golden Snorlax, no one was not shocked. After that, the word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100. Countless people crowded here. But Xia Fan didn't stop it, because he wanted to test how much Snorlax eats now, so that he would have an idea of how much money he would need to raise in the future. So he asked Alliance officials to buy him more food. Snorlax's movement alarmed Rattata and Diantha. The two men looked at the huge golden Snorlax. My perception of Snorlax was instantly overturned. Xia Fan, this is your Snorlax? How did it grow so big? How did you raise it? Can you lend it to me for research?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.